Martial Peak. Chapter 57:12, Backed into a Corner with No Escape. Although there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, not many of them had cultivated the Tao of Space. In terms of attainment in the Tao of Space, Zhao Yibai was undoubtedly the best. Not even Su Yan and Lu Yan, both of whom had Phoenix Clan sources, could compete with Zhao Yibai in this regard. Neither of them was of orthodox Phoenix Clan origin after all. Although they had Phoenix Clan sources and even cultivated in the Phoenix Nest for some time, their compatibility with the Grand Tao of Space could not compare to Zhao Yibai, who was blessed with natural talent and trained from young. Others might not be able to detect the distortion in the universe furnace's illusory phantom with careful observation, but Zhao Yibai could perceive the truth at a glance. More importantly, he had made his point clear. There was no reason for Yang Shao to distrust those words, so he immediately nodded in understanding and adopted a prudent demeanor. This senior brother understands. Afterwards, he suddenly heard Fu Guang speaking to the crowd. The universe furnace will soon manifest. It will represent a great opportunity for all of you. Seeing as the suppressing Black Ink army is not involved in any fighting at the moment, I will allow 50 of you to enter the universe furnace to explore. Once the entrance to the universe furnace is fully formed, you may enter immediately. As for how the quota should be distributed, you may discuss and decide among yourselves. 50 spots out of 400 plus 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not seem like much, but it was actually the absolute limit. The suppressing Black Ink army might be at peace for now, but nobody could guarantee when the Black Ink clan might suddenly launch an attack. The overall strength of the suppressing Black Ink army would be affected if too many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left for the universe furnace, which would place them at a disadvantage against the Black Ink clan's assault. Therefore, after taking everything into consideration, only 58th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be allowed to leave. As for the exact candidates to be sent into the universe furnace, it was not Fu Guang's place to decide. In the end, the decision could only be left to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to discuss and negotiate among themselves. Such an opportunity was something anybody would want to obtain after all. He could only hope that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not ruin their camaraderie with each other over the competition to obtain this opportunity. In the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Due to the sudden turmoil all around the universe, a momentary lapse in strength caused Yang Kai to be struck by Mo Na Ye's assault. His condition had gotten significantly worse as a result. He did not understand the phenomenon
Martial
earlier.
Peak.
After
Chapter
all,
57:17,
he had a world tree clone sealing
chaotic
and stabilizing his small universe.
At this time,
how could
the
he be
best
affected
option
by
was to
some
attack Yang
inexplicable
Kai
phenomenon
while he was
which
distracted.
ultimately resulted in his difficult
Unfortunately,
situation
the territory
right now.
lords were under the effects of the folded
Despite
space,
coughing up blood,
so how could they
Yang
attack
Kai
him when they couldn't
swiftly
even
flew
approach
through the
him?
void.
He
It
was
was even
tracing
more
the vague
impossible
feeling
for
in
them
his
to
heart,
escape from this
which
space.
steered him back along
Trapped
his
in this
original
place and
path.
affected by the
Even
layers of
now,
overlapping space,
he did not know
they
the
were no
cause of that
different from
mysterious
flies caught in
calling.
a spider web.
He had initially
It was
suspected
truly
that
a
it was part of
pathetic
the Black Ink
situation.
clan's trap.
Despite
But he
much
quickly
deliberation,
realized
upon
the
careful
Black Ink
consideration,
clan
could not figure out a
If the
solution to
Black
their
Ink
miserable
clan had such
situation.
ability,
The
they would have drawn
realization
him out
filled
with
them
this
with
method
an
in the first
inexplicable
place.
sense of sorrow.
They would never have allowed him to
Without
intercept and
warning,
hunt down so
the
many
void
innate
suddenly
territory
trembled
lords,
like the surface
much
of a
less
beaten
be
drum.
forced to set an
The
ambush and wait
vibration
for him
was
to
so
fall into
strong
their
that all the
encirclement.
trapped territory
Therefore,
lords could feel
this
the movement
phenomenon
clearly.
was clearly not part of the
Startled,
Black Ink
they
clan's
looked around in
machinations.
bewilderment and discovered that the source
If it
of the
was not
trembling
part of the
seemed to be
Black
coming
Ink
from
clan
Yang
schemes,
Kai's
though.
direction. What did he feel earlier?
Yang Kai's
At a
eyes were
time when his
tightly
life was
closed.
hanging by a thread,
In the space
Yang
around
Kai
him,
normally would
space
not have paid any
principles
attention to
fluctuated
such an
and various
inexplicable
Tao
phenomenon.
strengths danced.
However,
When he pointed
had
a
a
finger
hunch that he
forward,
might have found the
countless
opportunity he
ripples
needed
spread
to
out from
overcome
his
his
position.
current crisis.
The ripples
whole
contained
space got
endlessly
endlessly chaotic,
extending
Yang
into the
Kai's
inexplicable
actual
depths of the
This
void.
was a strange
As
place
time
formed by the
passed,
distortion
the
of
number of
countless
ripples
layers of
grew.
space.
He was
Even
startled
the
by
trembling
Mo Na
of
Ye's
long-distance attacks
These
on
layers
several
of folded
occasions.
space resembled
The
pieces
impact
of
of
broken
broken
stars
stars
that
that
appear
appear
in
in
the
vision
vision
and
and
disfigured
for
to
Yang
stack
Kai
in
short,
unsteadily.
there were no
It
issues
felt
with
as
the
though
original
Battle's
arrangement
had
had
been
been
made for
extremely
relatively
terrible
static,
decision,
seeming to
or at
realize
least
Yang
just
Kai's
cause
correct
his
position.
mind.
However,
Abruptly
the
felt
space where these
doggedly
mirrors
irritated
used to be
his
pieced
heart.
together had now
His
become
attacks
mobile and
hastily
disordered
surged
to
his
Yang
Black
Kai's
Ink
actions
strength
and condensed a layer of
the upper
defense
body
around
of the
himself.
dead
Territory
In
lords
the
had been
next
located in one of the
he
layers
felt
of
an
the folding
invisible and
space,
intangible force
while his
slicing
lower
against
body
an
had been
opponent
located
like
in a
Yang Kai.
different
Through the
one.
Black
He
Ink
could not
strength
afford
when
to
the two layers
slip up
of
or
folded
provide
space
any
abruptly
opportunity
into
to the
the
former
flesh.
to
In
extortion.
spite of his
His
immense
body had
strength,
also been
Mo
sliced
Na
apart
Ye's
as a result.
self-esteem might all
Stabbing
be
pain
for naught.
burst through his
Territory
body,
lords
having
were very
gradually
strong.
driven Yang
And if they
Kai's
had
position
been in
and
their
looked back.
situation,
It would have been impossible standing sliced apart so easily slaughtered his foe. Nevertheless, the territory became more and more cautious as the climax slowly approached. The force that had sliced across his body earlier was a tiny situation of anticipation. They were completely defenseless against such a strange so many years, and he hurriedly shouted. Nobody knew whether their position was safe because the layers of folded space. The territory lord did not know why on countless occasions all of a sudden, which made his rage from a limited direction clan. It was territory lords, but constant territory lords around their bodies could hardly stop the sharp space principles from slicing them apart. That was because vision seemed to tilt to the side within a short span of time did not surrender. Territory lords entered his lives as their bodies were severed to be aimed at gaining more situation left Monayi. The incision at the wound compared to smooth as the edges of always being at a disadvantage in a confrontation against young Kai. This severed body. So what if his reputation was terrible? So why the territory lords constantly look down on the universe furnaces returned to the his mastery over the glory of slaughtering young Kai. The space was an extremely mysterious Tao and washed away immediately. Everything was so sudden and he failed to notice. He was extremely relieved that young Kai was terrified irregularity after young Kai began fiddling with it. Never wanted to encounter such a difficult opponent. There wasn't Monayi do. Monayi glanced over Monayi and saw the body of another territory lord separated from two parts with his decision-making. The territory having such a generous leader was the biggest reason that forced young Kai into such a desperate situation to such an inexplicable manner after managing to survive so many crises until now. So it would take some time pounded with excitement. Monayi did not reduce the intensity of his onslaught against young Kai, did not even bother to Monayi called out young Kai. Although he was concentrating after tracing the location of the universe furnace principles began to fluctuate back to their senses and the surrounding summoned strength to guard themselves. He had not Monayi did not know what young Kai was doing. And useless struggle of fortune was not wrong. How could he give up just because Monayi immediately exploded and shook the surrounding void? Although young Kai successfully left by instantaneous movement that he only did not manage to flee very far. Or so territory lords. Monayi could instantly perceive young Kai's position with a sweep of his divine sense. But just as he was about to give trouble of killing them himself, he sensed something that made him scowl deeply. Monayi gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. He also sensed many enemies belonging to the innate territory lords up ahead. Not to mention they were engaged in a life and death clash just a few months ago. What was the point of begging young Kai now? All Monayi could do was record his loss for today. They had returned to the battlefield from before. He would return the dead 100-fold. Why are those territory lords still here? The territory lords were tense and nervous for more than half a month. Although they constantly changed positions while simultaneously activating their power to protect themselves by now. The attacks caused by the distortion of space came with no warning whatsoever. Why are they just loitering around? It was very difficult to defend against these attacks. Couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed. Those destined for death would lose their lives no matter how hard they reappeared from the void and stared at the innate territory lords inadvertently wounded. Not many innate territory lords remained alive in good condition, so there was no threat to his life for the time being, all of whom were heavily injured. But it was hard to say what would happen if the situation dragged on. So he couldn't help having the same doubts and questions as Monayi. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. Why are these guys still here? More than a dozen territory lords had lost their lives by now. Soon figured out the reason. And the space within the projection of the illusory phantom looming over a vast swath of the void. The wounds on these severed limbs were extremely smooth. The illusory phantom and a large amount of black blood now floated around in the void. Be that as it may, young Kai suddenly paused with a slight frown on his face. Different from the ordinary alchemy furnaces. It was not that he could no longer continue his search, not only was the alchemy furnace gigantic, anything from his efforts, but the illusory surface was covered in various complicated runes and patterns. Aura. It felt as though the deepest and most profound truth of the universe was contained within these markings. More importantly, young Kai had a feeling that something beyond his control would happen if he persisted in his attempt. When he glanced at the alchemy furnace, it was difficult to deduce whether the phenomenon would be good or bad, were also not static. But he had the feeling that it was not very dangerous since he did not detect any warning signals. Moreover, to be on the safe side, though, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Solidified at an extremely slow speed. Young Kai looked up at the disheveled Monayi with an almost imperceptible light flashing from his eyes. A group of territory lords had tragically lost their lives during the events earlier, while even a pseudo-royal lord like Monayi had been wounded, although the latter's injuries did not seem serious. Nevertheless, there was no denying that young Kai was no match for a pseudo-royal lord like Monayi in a one-on-one battle. From this alchemy but his proficiency in the Tao of space meant that turmoil that could not hurt him either when he was also caused by this alchemy furnace. Now, however, young Kai might just have a chance to kill would have such a mysterious force within the projection of the universe furnace. At the illusory phantom if he carried on with his previous exploration, he could cause constant damage to Monayi as an existence that only he would make his move when Monayi's injuries had accumulated to a critical degree. The universe furnace. Let's see if he can survive that. During the late ancient era, 10 martial ancestors, regarded young Kai as an enormous threat to the power of the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven wary of Monayi. It was only after their success that the human race began to prosper. At the
If
same
Yang
time,
Kai could
they
remove
finally had the
Mo
means to
from the
confront the
equation,
Black Ink clan.
Royal Lord Mo,
Thanks to the
you would lose
capital
an
that allowed them
exceptionally
to compete for
dependable
supremacy
helper.
in the world.
In the future,
the human race would
gradually
also
became
have one less
dominant in the
threat
vast
to worry
universe.
about in the final war.
Unfortunately,
I have
the
to
open
thank
heaven realm
Mo
method was
for
innately
suggesting
flawed.
such a convenient
All
and effective
cultivators
method
who cultivated
this method were limited by their
seeming to
inherent
sense the
shackles.
malice in Yang
The
Kai's
peak of their
gaze.
martial Tao
Emma
set in
Naye's
stone the
expression
moment they
changed
reached this
slightly.
realm. They had been
Nevertheless,
enemies for so many
nothing
years
was
now.
absolute.
So how could he
There was
fail to
bound to be a
realize what
loophole
Yang Kai
somewhere,
was thinking?
and
And the mysterious universe furnace was one of those
felt
bitter
loopholes.
and resentful. The universe furnace
His suggestion not only
open
caused
heaven
heavy
pills.
casualties to the territory lords,
If a
but he
cultivator
might
could
also
obtain
have
these
doomed
innate
himself
open
to a
heaven
miserable
pills,
death.
then they could break through their shackles and overcome the
entire
disadvantages
situation
brought
left
about
a
by the
bitter taste in
limitations
his
of the
mouth.
open heaven realm
At the
method.
same time,
Be that
he
as it
couldn't
may,
help feeling
the
as though he
universe
had lifted
furnace
a
was
rock
a thing
only
of
to
legend
smash
and
it
myth.
onto his foot.
Its whereabouts rarely
Yang
revealed
Kai
throughout
chuckled
history.
and slowly climbed to his feet
Yang
when their
Kai's
gazes
understanding
met.
of the universe furnace
Under the
was
watchful
limited to
gaze
some
of
rumors he
Mo
heard in the many territory lords. According to the rumors,
he leisurely
the
walked
universe
towards the
furnace was
outside.
extremely
The
elusive
distorted
and impossible
and
to
folded
locate.
space did not hinder his
Furthermore,
movement.
the innate
It
open
did not
heaven
take
pills
long
had
before he
miraculous
arrived at the
effects that
edge
could
of the
help a
projection.
cultivator break through their
Are
inherent
you
shackles.
leaving, Brother Yang?
All the
In
information
the
he knew was limited to
could
the
not stop
information
himself and
accessible
blurted
by the
out the
general
question.
public.
It
The
would be
universe
wondrous
furnace
news
seemed
if
to be
Yang
even
Kai
more
were to leave
mysterious
this
than the
place.
grand ancient
But how
ruins
could Yang
boundary.
Kai possibly depart
Therefore,
so easily?
he couldn't help
He had
feeling
clearly
stunned when
seen
he
the
realized
malice
that
in
the
Yang
illusory
Kai's eyes
phantom of the
earlier.
alchemy furnace belonged to the
What?
legendary universe
Do you
furnace.
expect me to stay behind
I
and
can't
chat
believe
with you
the universe
instead?
furnace appeared at
Yang
this time
Kai
and
replied
location.
without much thought.
The
Thanks
first
to his
thought that sprang
mastery
to
of the
mind
mind
was similar
space.
to the concerns that
He
Mi
easily
Jingluen
stepped
had
out of the
considered
folded
previously.
space.
This phenomenon
Seeing that
might not
scene,
be a good
Emma
thing
Naye
for the
felt
human
a
race.
strange feeling wash over him.
The emergence
This
of the
guy.
universe furnace
It turns
would surely
out that he
attract
could have
the
really
attention
left
of
at
many
any
human
time.
race masters.
Trapped inside
Accordingly,
this space
the
within the
Black Ink
projection,
clan would resort
even
to
a
any
pseudo
means
royal
possible
lord
like
just to
Emma
prevent the
Naye
humans
was
from
powerless.
seizing this opportunity.
He couldn't find a way out.
Up until
but
now,
it was no trouble
the
for
power
Yang Kai at
accumulated
all.
by the human race was
While
far
he did
from
not know the
adequate.
meaning behind
In
Yang
stark
Kai's
contrast,
actions,
the Black
Yang
Ink clan's
Kai's
departure was
experienced
good
good
news
news
for
leap
him.
in strength
At
thanks
the
to
very
the
least,
influx of
he
innate
would no
territory
longer be
lords
in
and
danger
high-rank
once
Black
Yang
Ink Kai
nests.
was gone.
If the delicate
Besides,
balance that had been
he had
maintained for the
secretly
past
made
several
arrangements
thousand
in
years was
advance.
broken.
As
The
long
human
as
race
Yang
might not
Kai
benefit
dared to
from
stray
the
far
outcome.
enough,
Then
the
those
second thought that
arrangements would
sprang
come
to
in
mind
handy.
was that the
Emma Naye
universe
stared
furnace
after
seemed a
Yang
little
Kai's
different
back
from what he had
expectantly,
initially
hoping
imagined.
that Yang Kai would
He had
venture
always
further
thought
into
the
the
universe
distance.
furnace as something
However,
similar to a
Yang
supreme
Kai only
treasure
took
like
2
the
steps before
soul-warming
he abruptly
lotus.
turned to look in a
It
certain
would appear
direction
out
and
of
shouted,
nowhere one day and
"MOU,
exude a
I spared
mysterious
the
aura
lives of your
into the
territory
surroundings.
lords, yet you
When the
dare
time
try
was
to
right,
ambush me."
the innate open heaven
As soon
pills
as those
would
words
fly out
rang
of the
out,
universe furnace
Emma
and enter the
Naye's
possession of
expression
those who were
changed
lucky enough to
drastically.
seize them.
Were we discovered?
The universe furnace in
That's
front of him not
impossible.
only had the shape
I
of an
even
alchemy
specially
furnace,
warned them not to
but it
expose
also
their
exuded a
whereabouts when I
mysterious
asked the
aura.
royal lord to set up
However,
an ambush
it was
nearby
much
with the
too
territory
large.
lords.
The universe furnace
Not to
loomed
mention,
over a massive region.
he had secretly
Not to
observed his
mention,
surroundings
it
and
was
confirmed
obviously
that the
just an
Black Ink
illusory
clansmen had
image that
hidden
was slowly
themselves very
solidifying
well.
over time.
It was impossible for them
Could
to
it
be
be that the
discovered so
universe
quickly.
furnace will
So
only
how did
appear
Yang
once
Kai
the
discover
illusory
them?
phantom completely turns
There
solid?
were indeed
I
reinforcements
wonder how
that
long that will
Naye
take.
had arranged beforehand.
There was no
outside
time
the
for Yang
projection.
Kai to ponder the mysteries of the universe
The greatest
furnace,
difficulty
though
in
as he
dealing
soon
with an
noticed
enemy
the
like
distortion
Yang
of the
Kai
void
was his
around
space
it.
secret techniques.
Even
Even
Zhao
if they
Yi
were
by
stronger
had
than
seen through
him,
the
it
strangeness
was
of this
meaningless
phenomenon
if they
at a
could neither
glance.
capture him nor
So how could
restrain
Yang
him.
Kai fail to
For
notice
example,
it?
the
The
Black
space
Ink
around
clan
the
once
alchemy
had an
furnace's
opportunity to
illusory phantom
annihilate
might
Yang
seem
Kai
normal on
in
the
the
surface,
divine spirit
but the
ancestral
inside was
land.
extremely twisted and warped,
Unfortunately, Diwu
constantly
had wasted
shifting
the
and folding
opportunity
onto
back
itself.
then. Yang Kai immediately became
When
overjoyed.
Naye chased
Even though
Yang
he had
Kai
been
into
backed
this
into a
strange
corner
place
with
several
no
months
escape,
ago,
he
he
quickly
quickly
realized that he had been tricked.
tricked.
At
His
the same
intuition
time,
proved
he was
correct.
keenly aware that
The
this was a rare
opportunity to
opportunity
escape
to
Emma
remove
Naye's
Yang
pursuit
Kai
was
once and
right
for
in
all.
front of him. His misery was caused by the universe furnace, but his salvation also came from the
Marshal
universe
Peak.
furnace.
Chapter
It was truly an object of
57:18.
both misfortune and joy.
Yang Kai
appearance
had
of this
been severely
mysterious
wounded
object
at the
had
time.
shaken the very
Eager
foundation
to treat
of
his
his small
injuries,
universe.
he had trapped
As a
himself
result of the
inside the
turmoil, action to
he suffered
recuperate
a
from
heavy
his
blow
wounds.
from Mo Na Yi.
Nevertheless,
Now,
there was no
he was
denying
going to
that he
use
could
this
not
very
move
object
around to
freely
escape
for
his
some
current
time.
crisis. The
For
good
that
and bad
reason,
were even
Mo
now.
Na Yi had used the
With
miniature
a single
black ink
flash
nest
of
to
thought,
contact the No
Young
Return
Kai
Pass and ask
desperately
the
drew
royal
upon
lord to
his
set up
world
an ambush
force.
nearby with
His
some black
divine
ink
sense
clan
surged
masters.
wildly at the same time.
Since the royal lord
burst
took
of his
charge
full
of defending the
force
No
caused the
Return
entire
Pass,
surrounding void
he had
to
not
become
left it
distorted.
again. The
Like an
only
ominous
exception
beast
was
that
when
was
Young
backed into a
Kai caused a
corner.
ruckus in the
He
No
gritted
Return
his teeth
Pass,
and
and the
howled,
royal lord chased
"Emma
after
Yi,
him.
if you want me dead,
resulting in only
then I will
greater
slaughter
disaster.
those territory lords first."
After that debacle,
The
While
royal lord
saying
never
so,
left the no-return
he
pass
boldly
again,
rushed in the direction
especially
of the
when
innate
young
territory
Kai
lords
began
and plunged
loitering around
directly into the
nearby as the
illusory
latter
phantom
posed a
space
massive
without
threat.
the slightest hesitation.
MOU subsequently became the most important force which ensured the safety and
Marshal
stability
Peak.
of the no-return
Chapter
pass.
57:13.
Nobody knew
Every
when
cloud
young
has a
Kai
silver
might suddenly
lining.
cause another ruckus.
Many innate
Under these
territory lords
circumstances,
were trapped
how
inside the
could
universe
MOU dare
furnace's
to leave the
illusory
no-return
phantom
pass at will?
when they suddenly
He was
saw young
practically
Kai
a hostage
approaching
to
them
young
with such
Kai's
fierce
whims,
momentum,
unable
they
to
couldn't
move
help
around
turning
freely
pale with
whatsoever.
horror and fright.
Be
Young
that as it
Kai
may,
was in
absolutely dire
had
condition,
mobilized
and
the
his
one and
aura
only
also
royal
seemed
lord in the
exceedingly
Black
weak.
Ink clan in this endeavor to
Nevertheless,
ensure the
their
success of his
experience
plans.
during the fierce battle
It
from
could be
before
seen
had
that his
traumatized them
determination
deeply,
and courage
so they were naturally
unordinary.
horrified by his
In
arrival.
addition, there were many
It had to be
innate
said that
territory
these
lords who had been
territory lords were
transferred
not in
here
good
from the front
condition
lines.
either.
They
They
were
were hiding
hiding
in the
severely
shadows
wounded
and
when they
waiting
snuck
for the
out from the
signal to
primordial
attack.
heaven's source grand
Everything had
restriction
been prepared
and had
in
almost
advance.
no chance to heal
As
and
long as
recuperate
young
from their
Kai
wounds at
escaped
all.
from this prison,
After that,
they would
they were
unleash an
sent here under
unrestrained assault on him.
Monaye's orders to besiege young
There
Kai.
was only one
Although they were
inconvenient
lucky
factor in
enough
these
to
plans,
survive the previous
and that
battle,
was this strange
their
space
injuries
within
had
the
only
projection.
gotten more severe.
According to
If young
Monaye's
Kai were to attack
speculations,
them now,
there was a
they
high
would not have
probability
much
that
power
young
to
Kai
fight
could
back at
come and
all.
go freely from this space.
As soon as the words
and
left
was
his
essentially
mouth,
invulnerable
young
once
Kai
inside
plunged
of it.
into the
If
illusory
young
phantom
Kai
of
was
the
to
universe
detect any
furnace.
danger when he left
He
the confines
instantly
of this
felt the
prison,
distortion of
he could
space
simply
around
seek
him,
shelter inside
just as
again
he had
to protect
noted
himself.
earlier. The
After
space
all,
inside the
this
universe
strange and
furnace's
eerie
illusory
space within the
phantom was
projection was
twisted and
practically
folded
a
upon
natural
itself.
fortress to him.
It was impossible to make sense of this space with common sense.
and MOU
Even
had
if secretly
secretly discussed
discussed
their
at
plans
hand,
in advance.
there might be countless
They
layers of
decided to
space
wait until young
overlapping and
Kai was
folding
some
over each other
distance
between
away
them,
from the projection,
so that
before
the
the
actual
royal
distance
lord made
was
his move to keep
unfathomably
young
large.
Kai as busy as
The
possible for
slightest
some
movement
time.
inside this
Doing
chaotic
so
region
would
would cause a
territory
person to
lords who
land
were
in a
carrying the
different layer of
necessary
space.
array boards and banners
That
would
was
have
why
enough
the
time to
territory
establish
lords
the
could not
heaven
escape
scaling
once they were
earth-locking
surrounded
grand
by the
array.
illusory
Once
phantom.
the grand array was
They were
activated,
forced to remain here
young
not
Kai
because
would
they
be
did
trapped
not want
in
to
place
leave,
with no hope
but
to
because they
escape.
simply could not.
At that time,
The
MOU
mysteries
could
of the
freely
universe
annihilate
furnace
young
were
Kai.
perfectly illustrated in
The
this
plan
scenario.
could be said to be foolproof in all
For
aspects.
the territory lords,
although there was no
everything seemed
guarantee
so
for a
close yet so
100%
far inside the
success
space
rate,
shrouded
the
within the
estimated
illusory
success
phantom.
rate was in the
And the
70%
same was true for
range.
young Kai.
It was
The
enough for the
difference was
Black
that
Ink
young
clan to
Kai
take a gamble
manipulated
and risk
space
the possible
principles
dangers.
as soon as he stepped into
The
the
crux of
universe
this entire
furnace's
plan
range.
rested on how
As a
long
result,
MOU could
the
keep
layers
young
of
Kai
folded
distracted.
space instantly became
As long as he could delay
comprehensible and
young Kai
traceable
for
to
long
him.
enough, their plans
Young
would work
Kai
perfectly.
lightly took a few steps
Therefore,
forward. A layer
was
of ripples
excited
spread
to
out
see
all
young
over
Kai
his
leaving
body.
the projection.
Then he
even though
abruptly
he did not
materialized
understand the
in
reason
front of
for
a
young
territory
Kai's sudden
lord.
departure.
Raising his
Never
hand,
did he imagine
young
that his
Kai
plans would
summoned
be
the Azure
exposed
Dragon
before the
Spear
trap
and
could
thrust
even
it
be
directly
implemented,
into the heart of the
much
territory
less that the
lord.
reason would be MOU's
On the other
failure to
hand,
conceal his
the
aura
territory
completely.
lord simply had a look of
Wait,
disbelief
that
on
can't
his
be
face.
right.
It's
His eyes
impossible
were
for the
also
royal
filled with
lord to be
complete
unable to
incomprehension.
conceal his aura,
As though he never
I've
imagined
warned
that
all of
young
them
Kai
so
would
many
appear in
times.
front of him and stab
Not
him
to
with
mention,
such ease.
the Black Ink clan
One
has
thing had to be
repeatedly
said
suffered
about their
defeat at
current
young Kai's
situation.
hands.
Although
There is
these
no way the
territory
royal
lords
lord
seemed
would
to be
relax
gathered
his
together
guard
in one
towards young
spot,
Kai.
they were
Damn
actually
it,
scattered
young
across
Kai
different
tripped us
layers of
again.
space. After being trapped inside the universe furnace,
At that instant,
they could neither escape
Monayi
nor rally
realized the
together
truth
at the
and
same
opened his
spot.
mouth to issue a
No
warning.
matter how much they struggled,
However, he was
they could
too
only
late.
spin around in
A
circles.
majestic aura erupted
It was
from
also for
somewhere
that
in the
reason
void.
that the territory
The
lords were
emergence
not
of the
too
aura
worried
was
about their
quickly followed
safety,
by a black
even
light
though
that
they had
flew
been
towards young
terrified to hear
Kai at the
young
speed of
Kai's
lightning.
ruthless threat just now.
Monayi
That was
closed
because
his
they
eyes
knew
in
the
sorrow.
strangeness of this space
The
better
sounds
than
of battle
anybody else,
between masters
but
rang
their
out from
confidence
outside
only
the
lasted
projection,
until this moment,
mixed with young Kai's grunts.
when one of their companions was
When
run through
Monayi
by young
opened his
Kai's
eyes
spear,
again,
he
the
saw that
territory
young
lords
Kai
finally
had retreated
retreated
back
pale
into
with
the
fright.
space within the
Young
projection.
Kai had easily
Meanwhile,
and effortlessly
Royal Lord
achieved what they had
MOU
not
stood
been able to
quietly
do
outside
despite
the
their
projection
best
with a pair of
efforts.
fleshy wings spread out behind his back. At that
Countless
moment,
bone
they
spurs
promptly
that
recalled the
resembled
information
fangs
given to them
protruded from
by
his wings,
Monayi regarding
making him
young
seem
Kai's
absolutely
mastery over the Tao
terrifying.
of space.
Young
This place
Kai's
might be
arms
able
were
to trap the
trembling
territory
uncontrollably,
lords,
but young
blood
Kai
dripping
could traverse
cautiously as though he were walking on flat ground. He had suffered a direct blow from a true royal lord and nearly broke both his arms as a result. Who was stabbed in the chest immediately exploded into pieces. Furthermore, Yongkai subsequently retrieved his spear and charged towards the nearest territory lord. Royal Lord Mo stood outside the projection with a grim expression and scowled at Yongkai. The territory lord was filled with absolute horror and shouted at the top of his voice, "Mo, you seem to understand something," and snorted coldly. Yongkai smiled wickedly with a sinister expression on his face. The truth was the exact opposite. No one can save you now. The Black Ink clan simply had too much vigilance towards Yongkai. When Yongkai spoke from behind, Mo used first instinct was that he had been discovered. He had naturally seen the territory lords and the Yongkai activated space principles surrounding them from a distance. Hence, Yongkai might have figured out that the phenomenon was caused by the emergence of the universe furnace. It was the reason why he had acted so decisively about the situation. Unfortunately, it was only natural Yongkai was only a short distance away from the projection. Why would he know about the universe furnace? Blow, Not
He
to
had
mention,
quickly retreated
the
back
Black
into
Ink
the
disciples
projection.
would not mention such
Numerous
things without
figures
reason
appeared
either.
from their hiding spots and
Mo
slowly
Nai
gathered
was
around
initially vigilant
MOU.
towards the unknown
These
object,
figures were all
but his
innate
vigilance was
territory
soon
lords.
overcome by his rage
They were
when he saw
originally
Young
supposed to
Kai
set up the
casually
4 gates
slaughtering
8
the first
palaces
innate
innate
territory
pagoda
lord
array,
and
while the
aiming for a
royal lord
second.
was keeping Young
His
Kai
figure
busy.
swayed.
However,
and he plunged into
they
the
no longer
illusory
knew what to do in this
after
situation
Young Kai
and could only wait
in the
quietly
next
for
moment,
further orders from the royal
his
lord.
expression became blank with
Staring
shock.
at MOU through the
Young
projection,
Kai threw his head
Young
back as
Kai
he laughed
swung his arms
wildly.
lightly.
Meanwhile,
Then he
the
chuckled and
expressions
turned to
of the
look back at
territory
Mo
lords
Nai.
changed
The Black
drastically.
Ink clan sure is hospitable.
While laughing, Young
Mo
Kai
Nai
suddenly
responded
coughed up a
calmly.
mouthful of golden
There was
blood.
no need for you to
The
test
power
the
that he
waters
had
if you
forcibly
already
gathered
expected
withered
an
like a
ambush,
deflated
Brother
balloon.
Young.
And
You
he
could have just
rapidly
asked
collapsed.
me, and I would
His
have given you
entire
an
appearance
honest
made him
answer.
seem like he was about to
At
die
this
on the
moment,
spot.
Mo Nai was
a
certain
dry
about one
oil lamp
thing.
at this point.
Young Kai
When
had
he pushed
predicted
himself
that he would
just now
make
to butcher
various
a territory
secret
lord
arrangements
in
in
one blow.
advance.
His
His
actions
actions
had
had
only
only
been
been
to
to
distract and
step
provoke
out of the
Mo Nai,
projection as an
as
experiment,
he was worried that the
and
latter
the
would be
results
too
revealed that
vigilant
his
to follow him
predictions
into
were
the
indeed
universe
extremely
furnace.
accurate. In truth, Young Kai would have been powerless
Just
to
as
kill
how
the second
Mo Nai
territory
had a
lord,
deep
even
understanding
if
of Young
Mo Nai
Kai's
had not
character.
stepped forward to stop
Young
him.
Kai also had a good
Fortunately,
grasp of Mo Nai's
things had
thought
taken a
process
turn for
after
the
so
better.
many years of
Mo
rivalry.
Nai had
In
followed
fact,
him into the
it would be
universe
strange
furnace,
for the Black Ink
which
clan
swung
to
the
ignore
situation
such a
in
great
Young
opportunity.
Kai's favor. He could
Who could
sleep
have
with
known
peace of
whether he
mind
was
now.
speaking the truth?
There
Mo
are some
Nai,
things one can
Mo
only
Nai.
learn after
Even
seeing
a
it with their
scheming
own
and
eyes.
treacherous bastard like
Mo
you can
Nai,
fall into a simple
you have
trap.
deeply disappointed
Just
me.
wait for me to recover.
Young Kai shook
Then
his
I
head
will deal
slowly.
with you.
I was going to
While
spare the
saying
lives
that,
of these territory
Young Kai
lords,
took out a
but it
handful
looks
of
like I
spirit
cannot
pills and
afford to be
stuffed them into
merciful
his mouth
towards
as
the
all
Black
the
Ink
innate
clan.
territory lords watched.
Mo Nai smiled
He subsequently
indifferently.
took out a set
The
of
Black Ink
cultivation
clan has
materials
already
to refine while
sacrificed so many
completely
innate
ignoring all
territory
the
lords just to
territory lords
annihilate
around
him,
him.
Brother Young.
The
Losing
recent
a few
period
more
had
wouldn't
been
make
too
a difference
difficult on him.
After
His
all,
statement made the
he didn't
trapped
even have the
territory
time to
lords
swallow
turn
any
pale with
spirit
fright.
pills when he was being pursued by Mo
Meanwhile,
Nai.
he continued talking.
On the
But
other
Brother
hand,
Young,
Mo
what
Nai
difference
was
does it
livid.
make even if you
Unable to
slaughtered all
hold
the
back,
territory
he
lords
threw a
trapped
punch in
inside
Young
this
Kai's
space?
direction.
Will that
The
help you
power
escape?
behind the punch could be said to
Indeed,
contain
there is
his
nothing
full
the Black
strength.
Ink clan can do
Be
to
that
you at the
as it
moment.
may. The blow failed
However,
to cause the
this
slightest
space will
disturbance
eventually
to Young
return to
Kai,
normal
as all
once
of the
the
force
projection
was absorbed
completely
and dissipated
solidifies
by the
into
layers
years.
of folded space
At
between
that
them.
time,
The
the
Black
Black
Ink
Ink
clan
clan
will
expression
only need to
immediately
prepare a
became
grand
gloomy.
array in advance.
He had
With the
sensed
royal
that something
lord
was wrong
personally
as
leading
soon as
the
he
attack.
plunged into this
You will
place.
be nothing more
The
than a
space
turtle
inside
hiding
the
in its
illusory
shell.
phantom was
Brother
evidently
Young,
different from the
this
outside
place is
world.
where you will meet your
Combined
doom.
with Young Kai's previous
MOU,
attitude
who had
and
been
current
standing
reaction,
quietly outside
how
the
could
projection,
Mo Nai not know that he had
decisively
fallen
issued
for
the
this
order when he
rascal's
heard
trick?
those words.
He could not
Set up the
believe that he was
formation.
tricked into entering this strange
The territory
place.
lords standing idly
Looking
behind him
around,
immediately scattered
he could
in all
clearly see
directions
the figures
and
of the
surrounded the local
territory
region
lords.
where the projection
The
was
distance
located
between
with the
them
grand
did not
array
seem
banners
very
in their
far.
hands.
Visually,
It did not take
the
long before
territory
the
lord
Ford
nearest
nearest
to
eight
him
palaces
seemed to be
great
only a
pagoda
few
array
steps
was
away.
formed.
However,
Sealing this section
the
of the
actual
void.
distance between them did not
MOU
reduce
stared
whatsoever
at
when
the
he tried to
projection in
walk
front
over.
of him.
Mo
Eager
Nai
to charge
clearly had the
forward.
perception of moving
Although he
forward
had heard
quite a
about
long
the
distance,
strangeness of this
but
space
he
from
seemed to
Mo
be
Nai,
walking on the spot
he was
without moving
tempted
forward
to
in
enter
the
the space
slightest.
anyway. What is this
Nevertheless,
thing?
he
Mo
decided
Nai
to give
wondered
up
as he
on the
quickly
idea
realized
after
that the
further
root of the problem was the
consideration.
alchemy
Mo
furnace's
Nai
illusory
was not very
phantom.
different from him in terms of raw
Upon
strength.
hearing
The
Mo
only
Nai's
difference being that
question,
the latter could
the
only exert
territory
about
lords felt a
80% of
chill
his
running
maximum
through their
power.
hearts. They had
Seeing
been
as the
hoping that
trapped
he could
Mo
resolve their
Nai was
doubts and bring them
absolutely
out of this
incapable of
place.
attacking Young
But it
Kai
would seem that
inside
he
the
was just
space.
as clueless as they were.
Mo realized that he would most
Staring
likely
at the
face the
silent
same
territory
situation
lords
if he were
around
to
him.
enter.
Onei lost his temper
he
and roared,
decided not to
"Why
embarrass
didn't any of you
himself with
warn me
futile
about this
actions.
place?" This strange
If any of
space
the
was not
territory
something
lords
that
had
could be
warned him in
overcome with
advance,
strength alone.
he would not have rashly
While the
plunged
territory
into the
lords were
space
busy
and caused
preparing the
himself
grand
to be
array,
stuck in this trap.
Young Kai
None of the
simply watched
territory lords
quietly
made a
without
sound.
trying to stop
But
them.
Mo Nai
In
knew
any
that his
case,
question was
there was nothing
unreasonable.
he could do to stop
In this
them,
case,
even if he wanted
it was
to.
his fault for being too impatient.
It was
just as Mo Na-yi had
Kai's
said,
murderous
the current
attitude had also
situation
given
was a
him
death
no time
sentence
to
to him.
consider his options.
The heaven-sealing
On the other
earth-locking
hand,
grand array
the
had
territory
sealed the
lords had
space
been
around
so
him.
intimidated by
Once he
Kai
lost the
that they were
protection provided
subconsciously
by the
expecting
universe
Mo
furnaces
Na-yi to
projection,
protect them.
he would have
That
to
was how
face
he ended
MOU
up falling
directly.
into this trap.
A situation like that would
Sure
only
enough,
lead to a
he
disastrous
could not
ending
afford
for
to
him.
underestimate Kai
The projection
under any
was slowly
circumstances.
becoming solid over
Even
time,
in such a desperate
and at this
situation,
rate, it would probably
Kai
fully
had
manifest
actually
after
managed
2
to lure
years.
him into a trap.
When that happened,
He had to
young
admit
Kai
that he
would
made the
become
wrong
vulnerable
move
to
this
the
time.
attacks of the many black ink
Mo
clan
Na-yi
masters
did not know
surrounding
anything
him.
about the alchemy furnaces
There had been
illusory
many
phantom,
opportunities and
much less
coincidences
why the
inside
space
the
shrouded by the
divine
illusory
spirit
phantom was
ancestral
so
land.
treacherous.
Not to
The
mention,
only thing he knew
the
was that he could
ancestral
not
land
give
had been
young Kai
favorable
any
to
time
him.
to recover.
That was how
The
young
Black
Kai
Ink clan
managed
had
to
paid
escape
such
the
a large
crisis
price
and even
and
kill a master
sacrificed
like
so
Daewoo
many
back
innate
then,
territory lords in
leaving
battle
the
just
Black
to
Ink
push
clan
young
with
Kai
nothing to
into a
show for its
corner.
efforts.
He could not give up halfway.
Unfortunately, there were no external
saying
factors
went,
or
beat the
geographical
snake to
advantages
death in
that
order
he could
to
rely
avoid
upon
future
here.
calamity. If he allowed young Kai to walk
No
away
matter
alive,
how strong he was,
then he would be
how
faced
could he
with
be
countless
stronger than a
troubles
true
in the
royal
future.
lord?
Mo Na-yi had
At
always
this moment,
maintained a certain
many of the
attitude
Black
towards
Ink
young
clansmen
Kai,
were certain of their
whereby
victory
he tried
even
not to
though they
offend
were
the other
trapped.
party as much as
On the
possible.
contrary, Now that their friendly relations were thoroughly destroyed, even though he seemed as unrestrained as a fish in water, Xueqi died cleanly. Be it Xueqi or the Black Ink Clan, it was difficult to judge the distance within this strange space, that the projection would transform into an entrance to the universe furnace after the projection solidified completely. Pondered in silence for a moment. They also did not know that the universe furnace contained the territory lords around him, and the so-called opportunity had to be obtained inside of it. A short while later, in other words, the territory lords sprang into action, no matter how well made their plans were. Every one of them pushed their bodies and tried to move in Xueqi's direction. He was indeed stuck in a desperate situation and opened his eyes to glance at them. He had no means to escape in the face of absolute power. He quickly ignored them and continued to focus on his recovery. He had fallen right into the Black Ink Clan's trap the universe furnace's illusory phantom was extremely chaotic and distorted. It was a pity that he had no other choice and had cultivated the Tao of space and could figure out some of the rules of this place. Not only had he been an arrow at the end of its flight, it was simply a fool's dream for them to approach Xueqi by randomly struggling. He had urgently needed a place where he could chance whatsoever, as there were always some coincidences. So plunging into the projection had been his only choice. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xueqi could sense that the space shrouded by the universe furnace's illusory phantom was becoming increasingly complicated as time passed. You know me well, brother. The territory lords could try their hardest to approach him, but even if they were lucky enough to enter his space by some great coincidence, don't do anything unnecessary. He would only need to take a step in any direction, and you might have a chance of survival in 2 years if you do that. Leaving a thread of consciousness to keep an eye on the situation around him, and where would that chance of survival come from in recovering? On the other side, that would depend entirely on how this method was futile after trying for some time. If Sir Royal Lord considers you a threat, lords and himself you will probably have been trying to approach Xueqi. If Sir Royal Lord intends to spare your life so that you can contribute to the Black Ink Clan to achieve any results, even if they persisted in their efforts, is not a bad idea either. Besides, judging by the undoubtedly an intelligent territory lords, even if a territory lord managed to reach Xueqi's location, the only fate waiting for them was death. He always framed his words so that the final decision was up to Mo's transmissions again. The same was true when they set up the Grand Array useless efforts. Instead of directly issuing the orders to set up the Grand Array himself, and attempted to contact the no-return pass, dropped some hints here and there so that Mo would understand immediately. He had to inform the no-return pass about his current situation. Directly would have put him under suspicion of overstepping his boundaries of the alchemy furnace. It was for this reason that if there was some method to escape this place after getting stuck inside Mo for so many years without any concern. The connection between the Black Ink Nest was not cut off. And limits. So Mo in that regard received a response from Meng Ke, who was also a pseudo-royal lord, with cynicism and not nearly as quick-witted. It was no secret that he had been locked in a power struggle with Mo for a long time now. Outside the projection, now that Mo announced plans had not only been thwarted, I know you have a treasure in your small universe that prevents the corruption of Black Ink himself being trapped in a strange space. If you sacrifice this treasure and allow me to personally corrupt you with the Black Ink strength, then I will spare your life. There was still a key piece of information that allowed those words to understand the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace. He casually cupped his fists. It was the universe furnace. In that case, allow me to thank you for the great consideration you've shown me, Sir Royal Lord. Most of them had neither high cultivation nor extensive knowledge and experience. That was why they did not know much about the universe furnace. Chapter 57:19. Death before dishonor. Their level of understanding regarding the universe furnace was about the same. It would definitely be highly beneficial if they could turn Xueqi into a Black Ink to provide any valuable information. He was powerful, however, after all. That was enough to make some guesses. If he could contribute to the Black Ink Clan, he would be a significant boost in strength for them. Marshal Peak. Furthermore, he was part of the human race's higher-ups with extensive knowledge of their activities. According to the information from the Black Ink disciples, with substantial inside information, was the most mysterious treasure in existence. He had become a living symbol of hope to the human race over the years. So there was no way to discover his whereabouts unless it appeared throughout the various great territory battlefields. The universe furnace contained innate, also highly praised and admired by soldiers and civilians alike. Pills had the miraculous effect of helping cultivators break fear into the hearts of all Black Ink clansmen. Mo was shocked by the information. To switch sides and turn upon his former comrades, open heaven pills could help cultivators break through their innate shackles. The human race could not care less about ordinary open heaven realm would be able to advance to the ninth order, but they would willingly fight for the chance if an ordinary eighth order open heaven realm master advanced to the ninth order in converting a person like Xueqi into a Black Ink disciple than killing him directly would not render the Black Ink Clan helpless. When confronting Xueqi in the past, however, what if Xueqi had never even dreamt about corrupting him with Black Ink heaven pills instead? He did not have that ability after all. Over the past several thousand years, even his chances of killing Xueqi were slim to none. By the Black Ink Clan came from Xueqi. The emergence of the universe between the human race and the Black Ink Clan, or the matter regarding the surrendering of 30% of their cultivation becoming rather excited about such a prospect. Had been forced to accept those terms due to the existence of the human race. Discerned the mocking tone in Xueqi's words and gave a heavy sigh. That was especially true for the peace discussions between the human race and the Black Ink Clan. At the time, answered the Black Ink Clan had considered that they might be able to produce more royal lords to truly cooperate with each other. That would have greatly reduced the deterrent effect that Xueqi, an
It is no
eighth
loss
order
for
open
me if I
heaven
drag
realm
a
master,
pseudo-royal lord
had on
and
the
dozens
black
of
ink
innate
clan.
territory lords into the grave with
Unfortunately,
me.
the universe
Emonayi,
furnace had
between
appeared
you and
before
me,
the territory
let's
lords
see
could
which
even
of us
become
dies
royal
first.
lords.
If Young
Emonayi's
Kai could get
expression
his hands on an
immediately
innate
darkened.
open heaven pill and
In the
advance to the
next
ninth
moment,
order,
young
then
Kai
all the
began
Black Ink
surging his
clan's
space
efforts and
principles along with
compromises over the
various
millennia
Dao
would be
strengths,
nothing more than a
causing
complete
the space
farce.
within the
With
universe
his
furnace's
tyrannical
projection
strength
to
and
become
ruthless
chaotic
means,
once more.
the Black Ink clan would
The
be no match
expressions
for
of the
young
trapped
Kai
territory
once he
lords
advanced to the
changed
ninth order
drastically
open
at the
heaven
sight.
realm.
After their previous
After
experience,
considering all these factors,
how could they not know what was about to happen
felt
to
alarm
them?
bells blaring
They
in his
hastily
heart.
drew upon their strength to
Young
protect
Kai
themselves
must never
and
be
became
allowed to
vigilant of
obtain
their
the innate
surroundings.
open heaven pills no matter the cost.
Shouted,
He
Young
cannot
Kai,
be allowed
the
to
human
advance
race
to
has
the
these
ninth
sayings.
order open
A
heaven
wise
realm.
man will submit
If
to the
he does,
circumstances.
the Black
And
Ink clan
where
will
there
be
is
in
life,
mortal
there is
danger.
hope. Why did the
No matter
universe
how calm he
furnace
seemed
appear
on
at
the
this
surface
point
or
in
how
time?
confident he was of young Kai's
Is the
eventual
human
defeat,
race really
he was
blessed
the
by the
first to
heavens?
panic when young Kai showed so little
Emonayi's
regard
main
for life.
concern was stopping
He
young
desperately
Kai from
tried to
obtaining
persuade
the
young
innate
Kai
open heaven
otherwise.
pills,
But
hoping
how was
to
he
arouse
supposed to
young
achieve
Kai's
that?
desire to live.
They were currently trapped
That was because
inside the
he knew that the
illusory phantom
situation
of the
would not
universe
end well
furnace
for
with
him
no
if young
means of
Kai
escape.
continued in this
The
manner.
distance might not
At
seem
this
far
rate,
visually,
he would not
but the
survive
space
to
was
see the
actually
end of the
extremely
war,
distorted
regardless
and
of
chaotic
young
in reality.
Kai's eventual fate.
The information from
It was
Menkei
indeed difficult
indicated
for
that there
young
was
Kai
more
to
than
be his
one
opponent
illusory
in a
phantom
one-on-one
in the universe
battle.
furnace, as it
But
had
that was
appeared
on
on
the
the
premise
various
that both of them
battlefields
were at
across
their
the
peak
great
strength.
territories.
If
As
young
well as the
Kai
Baron
utilized
territory.
the strange effects in this space to
After
inflict
compiling
heavy
all the
injuries onto
information,
him,
the
Black
Black Ink
attacked once he was
disciples from the
considerably
human race
weaker.
speculated that the
Emonayi
illusory
did not have the
phantoms were not
confidence
the
to
real
defend
body of the
himself.
universe furnace,
At this
but a
moment,
mysterious projection.
his life was tied to
The
young
universe
Kai's.
furnace itself
If
was
he
hidden
wanted to
somewhere.
live,
Then
nevertheless,
he could not let young
the
Kai
appearance
die.
of the projections meant that the
Young
universe
Kai
furnace
laughed
was
loudly.
about to emerge.
There's another popular
It might be
saying
that the
among us
universe
humans.
furnace would finally be revealed when the projections became completely
Have you heard of the
solidified.
saying, "It is better
These
to have a piece of
speculations
broken
were
jade than
reasonable.
lose a complete tile"?
Emonayi pondered in
I'd rather
silence for
die
a
a
while
glorious
before he
death
sent a
than live
message
on
to
in
Meng
dishonor.
Quebec.
He
The
wanted the Black
fluctuations
Ink
of
clan
space
to search for
principles
more
became
information.
increasingly violent.
Under his
At
efforts
the
to
same
trace the
time,
roots of the universe
he
furnace,
urgently summoned
the
all
space
the innate
within the
territory
projection
lords
began to
wandering
tremble
outside
and
to
become
return in
disordered.
preparation for
The
the future.
terrified screams of the
Not only
territory
was
lords
Meng
rang
Quebec
out endlessly
difficult
as a
to
result,
deal with,
but he was also
even
always
Emonayi
attempting to
was
take
not
over
spared.
control from Emonayi.
Streams of black blood
Be that as
constantly
it
gushed
may,
out of his body,
he had one
and the
good
black
point
ink
about
strength
him.
protecting his figure was
He was
sliced to
self-aware
pieces
of
by
his
the chaotic
shortcomings.
space.
He did
He
not
kept
object to
moving about and
Emonayi's
changing
requests
position,
during such
but
important
that barely
situations
slowed the
because
pace
he
of
knew
his
that he was no
injuries.
match for Emonayi
All of
when
a
it came to
sudden,
schemes
a
and
territory
tactics.
lord screamed in
Besides,
agony.
Emonayi
His body
had been appointed
sliced
by the
cleanly
royal
in
lord
two and
himself
black
to take
blood
command.
gushed out of his wound.
That was why he
After
quietly
suffering
did
this
as
critical
Emonayi
blow,
asked,
which caused him to lose
putting
all
away
ability
the
to
miniature
protect
black
himself.
ink nest.
The two halves of his
Emonayi
body were
frowned and
quickly
pondered
carved
for a
into
long
fragmented
time.
pieces.
He calculated
His
all the
screams
possible
gradually
scenarios
weakened,
that might
and
occur
his
in the
aura
future
faded
and
away.
created countermeasures
One
against
after
these
another,
scenarios.
the territory
After
lords
great
were reduced to
consideration,
severed limbs and
he
torn
decided
flesh
that his
due
top
to the
priority
effects
was
of the
to obtain
disordered
as much
space.
information
At the
regarding the
same
universe
time,
furnace as
their
possible.
auras gradually withered
Young
away
Kai
into
might know
nothing.
something. When the thought
Outside the
crossed his
projection,
mind,
Emonayi
Emonayi
watched
immediately
the
glanced
situation
over
in
at young
distress,
Kai and offered a
so
ceasefire.
furious that he was
Brother
practically
Young,
spitting
given the
fire from his
situation,
eyes.
what do you say we have a truce?
Emonayi had previously mobilized
called young
hundreds of
Kai by
innate
name during
territory
their
lords as
confrontation,
bait to besiege
but he was
young
now
Kai.
respectfully calling
Although
young
many
Kai
of these
by the
territory
title
lords
Brother
had
Young
died in
again.
battle, their deaths
Young
had value.
Kai ignored
Their
Emonayi.
sacrifice created an
He pursued
opportunity
me
for
so fiercely
Emonayi
earlier
to
that I
remove
nearly
young
had no
Kai
escape.
once and for all.
Not to mention the curses
Therefore,
and death threats that
Emo
were
had
thrown
not
at me.
stopped Emonayi,
How dare he
even though the
propose to call for a
sacrifices
truce
distressed
now?
him.
He
What
had
does he think
tacitly
of me?
allowed Emonayi
Does he
to
think that I'm
proceed with
so
the plan.
easygoing?
However,
Emonayi
the
continued,
deaths of those
now that
territory
you and
lords
I
were
are both
meaningless
trapped
now.
here,
Why
the
must
reason
you
they
hold a
went through
grudge
the
for
immense
everything
trouble
that
of
happened
sneaking
earlier?
out of the primordial
At the
heaven
end of the
source
day,
grand
the
restriction,
Black Ink
and
clan
traveling for a
suffered the
dozen
greatest
years
loss.
just to arrive at the no
So
return
many
pass
innate
was to
territory
contribute to the
lords
Black
died
Ink
in
clan's
battle
future
already.
prosperity.
Although you
They
are
had not come
wounded,
here just to
Brother
die in vain.
You came out alive in
As
the end.
things stood, nothing
This
would
time
change
around,
no matter how
young
furious
Kai failed to
you
stop
became.
himself from responding
Although
and gave a
both
cold
parties
sneer.
seemed to be separated by a
Serves
few
you right.
steps,
It's your
it was
own
as though
fault
they
that
were
so
living in
many
two
innate
different
territory
worlds.
lords died
He
in
could
battle.
not interfere with
If not
anything
because
that was
you were
happening
trying to
inside
trap
the
me,
projection.
then they would not have
The
died in
space
vain.
within the projection
Besides,
continued to tremble
you might
without
be trapped
end.
here.
The
But do you
layers
really
of
think
folded
this
space
place can
shifted
trap
in
me?
a chaotic manner,
Constantly bringing
expression
harm to the
suddenly
Black Ink
changed
clan.
with those words.
Young Kai
suddenly
had done this
realized that
before.
he had overlooked
At
a
the
major
time,
problem.
he stopped
It
after
was true
causing
that
the
both
deaths
he
of
and
a
the
dozen or
territory
so
lords were trapped in this strange space
That
with
was
no
because
means
he
to
had the
escape.
vague feeling that
But what
something
about young
unpredictable
Kai?
would happen if the
This
space
place
within the
would not
projection
be able to
remained
trap
turbulent
young
for too
Kai.
long. If he really
The
wanted
reason
to
for the
leave,
turbulence in the
it would not be
projection was a
difficult
secret
for him.
technique that he used to trace
This
the
is bad.
location of the universe furnace's true body.
quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind.
The
Either
universe
way,
furnace's
it was a
true
good
body
thing
was
that
hidden
young
at
Kai
some
was willing to
unknown
speak with
location.
him. It was because he
thus
was
casually
tracking the
probed,
traces in reverse
"Brother
that the
Young,
space
do
within
you
the
know what
projection
this
became so
illusory
disturbed
phantom
and
shrouding
chaotic.
this area is?"
If he wanted the space within the projection to keep
After
oscillating,
asking that question,
then he
he
had to
chuckled
keep
to
tracking the
himself.
traces of the
"Of
universe
course you're
furnace's true
aware,
body.
Brother Young.
In this way,
This is the
some things
legendary
would be rather
universe
difficult
furnace
to
after
predict.
all. I'm sure
In
the
reality,
human race masters have heard about the universe furnace to a certain extent.
Experiencing the same situation when Young Kai
Young
was
Kai
causing
raised
raised
his
his
eyebrows in
projection to shake
astonishment.
and become disordered.
It seems that the connection between the black ink
true
nest
body
has not
itself
been
was being
severed.
affected.
Does that mean
So the
you can
feedback
gather
was
intel
reflected
from
in its
outside of here?
projections?
The
Emo
masters
looked
of both the
proud.
human race
The
and the
black
black
ink
ink
nest
nest
has
who
its
were
own
closely
mysterious
monitoring the
ways.
movements of the universe
It seems
furnace's
that you are
projection
aware of the
could
universe
not understand
furnace.
the reason for the
Brother
strange
Yang.
phenomenon.
In that
They
case,
did not
do you
understand what
have
was
more
happening to the
information
universe
regarding
furnace.
the universe furnace?
In the suppressing
Young
black ink
Kai
fortress
remained
located
indifferent.
outside the
What does it
primordial
matter
heaven
if I
source
do?
grand restriction.
And
What
does
many
it
of the
matter
Eighth
if I
Order
don't?
Open Heaven Realm Masters
Separating
were
out
also
a
at a
thread
loss.
of consciousness
Yang
to chat
Xiao
with
asked
Emo
Fu Guang
did
for
not
guidance.
impede his healing
Senior,
process.
what is happening?
Since Emo
Why is the
wanted to
universe
discuss the
furnace
universe
experiencing
furnace,
such a
Young
strange
Kai
development?
was more than happy to fish for
Fu
some
Guang
information.
secretly thought to
Besides,
himself,
if
he
you
was
ask
honestly
me,
feeling
who am I
quite troubled
supposed to
due to his
ask?
lack of knowledge on the
The
universe
Dragon
furnace.
Clan did not know
It would
much
be
about
great
the universe
if he could
furnace
extract
since
some
there was
from the
no
Black
need for
Ink
them to
Clan.
enter it and compete for
Emo
opportunities.
responded seriously.
Besides,
The
this was
universe
also the
furnace
first
has
time
not been
projection of
seen
the
for
universe
hundreds of
furnace had
thousands of
appeared in
years.
front of him.
Even if you
As
have
for why
some
the
knowledge
space
regarding the
within the
universe
furnace's
furnace,
projection
I'm
was
sure your
trembling and
information is
disordered.
not
It was
comprehensive.
only natural
Brother
that he was
Yang,
as baffled as
how
the
about
others.
you and I
After
exchange
much
what we know?
deliberation, he could
Young
only
Kai
claim that the
immediately
heavens were
snorted
unpredictable.
The
His
universe
statement
furnace
left
is a
the
great
Eighth
order
Order
Open
Open
Heaven
Heaven
Realm
Realm
Masters
Masters
extremely
Don't tell me the
confused.
Black Ink Clan has
In the
their eye on
supreme
it as well.
headquarters of the human race,
Emo Yi replied
replied
lightly.
read through the numerous
It is
messages that had
precisely
been
because
sent
the
with a
universe
frown on
furnace
his
is such a
face.
great opportunity
Then
for the
he
human
looked up at
race that the
Blood
Black
Crow,
Ink
who was
Clan will
sitting
not
beside
allow
him
them
with
with
a
a
dense
dense
layer
layer
of
of
aura
aura
lingering
lingering
around his body.
As you know,
Is
Brother
it normal
Young,
for the
the
universe
Black Ink
furnace to
Clan and the
experience
human race
strange
will soon
developments
engage
before
in a
the
battle to the
projection
death
becomes
now that the
completely
universe furnace
solidified?
has emerged? Blood Crow was
Young
puzzled.
Kai fell silent.
What kind of strange developments?
Whether he wanted to admit it or not,
handed the
Emo
report
Yi
over.
was correct.
Blood Crow took
Over
the
the past
report and
several
glanced through
thousand
the
years,
contents
the
briefly
war
before
between
he
the
shook
Black
his
Ink
head.
Clan and the
I've
human
never
race had
heard
never
of such
ceased.
developments before.
However,
I don't
both
think this
sides have been
happened last
concentrating
time.
on accumulating their
You
respective
don't
strengths
think?
since the peace
Mi
talks.
Jingluen stared
As a
at
result,
Blood Crow fixedly.
both the number of masters among the
Blood
Black Ink
Crow
Clan
looked
and the
slightly
human race had
apologetic.
increased dramatically.
Scratching his lower
The
jaw,
situation
he
was only
explained
maintained
himself.
thanks to the
Sir,
tacit
as you know,
cooperation between the
I am not
higher-ups
from
of the
any of
Black
the
Ink
cave
Clan
heavens
and
or
the human
paradises.
race. During the
However,
universe furnace's
the
last
delicate
appearance
balance was bound to be
an
broken
entrance
with the
happened to
sudden
emerge
emergence
in the
of the
3,000
universe
worlds.
furnace.
The
The
human
cultivators
race
in
was
the
desperate
3,000
to seize
worlds
the
were lucky enough to
opportunities
receive an
inside the
opportunity
universe
to enter
furnace.
and explore the universe
Likewise,
furnace.
the Black
But
Ink
the
Clan
masters
was
of the
desperate
cave
to
heavens
stop the
and
human race
paradises
from
were
doing
naturally
so.
the first to enter.
Once the war broke
Moreover,
out, the
I was
bloodshed was
only in
bound
the
to
seventh
sweep
order
across
at the
the
time and
entire
was
world
placed
like
at
a
the
tidal
outermost
wave.
edges. Being
This
among the
battle
last
might
to
be the
enter the
deciding
universe
factor in
furnace.
the entire war.
As far as I can recall, though,
Moreover,
nothing
it would
strange
only
occurred
end
to the
when
universe
party
furnace's
was completely
projection
annihilated.
last time.
The human
It
race
remained very
was not
stable.
ready.
From
But
the
the
day
Black
it
Ink
appeared to the
Clan was
day it
not
became
ready either.
completely solidified. Although there were more
Mi
innate
Jingluen
territory
nodded
lords and
lightly,
high-rank Black
but
Ink
he had a
nests that the
slightly
no
worried
returned
look
us
on his
now.
face.
None of
There
these
had to
newly
be a
emerged
reason for
innate
this
territory
unexpected
lords would be able to
situation to have
recover from their
happened.
injuries
It was
without
a
spending
pity
at
that the
least
human
100
race
to
had such a
200
poor
years
understanding of the universe
It was
furnace.
fortunate that the human race had some
Although
newly
Blood
advanced
Crow had
Ninth Order
personally
Open Heaven
experienced
Realm
the
Masters,
phenomenon
while
in
it
the
seemed the
past,
Black Ink Clan
the
had not
reality was
produced
just
any
as
new
he
royal
said.
lords so far. His situation at the
While
time
young
was
Kai
rather
was
awkward
silent,
as he was
he
not
heard
a
Emo
disciple
Yi
of the
speaking
cave
once
heavens
more.
and paradises.
Brother Yang,
did you know that this is not the true universe furnace,
adding to
but
that,
just a projection
he
looming
was
over this
only
piece
in
of
the
the
seventh
void while
order
there are
at the
many
time.
others out there?
Even though he managed to
Young
enter the
Kai
universe
calmly
furnace,
went along with the flow
the
of the
information he
conversation.
possessed was not
Of course,
comprehensive.
it is just an
Be that
illusory
as it
phantom.
may,
Isn't it
information
only
that he
natural for
provided
it to
recently
appear
had
in
been
more than one
extremely
place?
helpful to the human race.
At the very
However,
least,
he was
the
actually
human
very
race far
confused
surpassed the
inside.
Black Ink Clan
What
in
does he
terms of
mean?
understanding of the
Could there
internal
be many
environment of
other
the universe furnace and the
manifestations in other
opportunities waiting
places?
for them inside.
Emo Yi,
This information was invaluable
is
to their
he trying
current
to trick
planning.
me? Or,
Meanwhile,
is he up
the
to
innate
something
territory
else?
lords died one
At the
after
same
another
time,
inside the
young
projection
Kai
located
couldn't help
outside the
feeling rather
no-return
annoyed.
pass. If he
Only
had known
half
this
of
would
them
happen
remained
earlier.
alive right now.
He
And
would have
under
studied
Yang
more of
Kai's
the ancient
constant
records from the
influence,
cave
the
heavens and
vibration and the
paradises where there was
disorder in the
bound to be
space
some
continued to
information on the universe
intensify.
furnace.
Now
The
that the
lives of the
universe furnace
territory
had
lords
appeared,
were hanging by a
Yang
thread.
Kai was completely
Those who
stumped by
survived
the
were not
situation.
stronger than those who
In
died
fact,
earlier.
he knew
They were
even
just
less than
luckier than the
Mo
rest,
Yi,
who
At
still
this
could
point,
ask the Black Ink
nobody
clan
knew
to
when they
gather
might
more
be the next
intelligence.
unlucky one to meet their
Mo
demise.
Yi studied Yang
The
Kai's
movement of the
expression
chaotic
carefully but
space
failed
came
to
and
detect
went
any
without
clues.
warning.
No
Thus,
matter
he
how
bluntly
hard they
said,
struggled,
Brother
they
Yang,
could not
why
discern
don't we
any
exchange
clues
information
whatsoever.
with each other?
All they could do
Although
was
the
protect
universe
themselves
furnace is
as
about
best
to
as they
emerge,
could.
it has
Even
yet to
so,
truly appear
their
in the
efforts
world.
were to no avail.
Gathering more information
condition
would
was
not poor
poor
in the first place.
Yang Kai
Combined
couldn't
with the
help
distortion
nodding
of the
agreement.
chaotic space,
There is some
they could
truth
not
to your
defend
words.
themselves from the
Why
injuries
don't you
caused by
tell
the
me what you
shifting
know
of the folding
first?
space.
Then I'll tell you what
Among
I know.
the territory
You
lords who
should
survived
understand
by
my
luck,
character.
many were
Over
missing
the
arms
years,
and legs.
I've never broken
They were
a
as
single
miserable
promise
as
I've
they
made
could
with the
possibly
Black Ink
be.
clan.
In the beginning,
Mo
they
Na
cried
Yi
out for
nodded.
Mo Na Yi
Of
to
course.
save them. But they no
Speaking
longer
of
shouted
which,
anymore,
this was true.
having realized that
Although
it was
they were
useless.
mutual enemies who shared an
Mo Na
absolutely
Yi couldn't even
irreconcilable
protect
blood
himself
feud.
at the moment. Yang Kai
It was
had
only
never
thanks to his
violated the
immense
agreement he made
cultivation
with the
that
Black
he was
Ink
not in
clan.
danger yet.
As such,
Nevertheless,
Mo Na Yi
he
suddenly
was covered
broke into
in
a
wounds.
smile.
Even his
He
aura,
which had initially been at its peak, had reduced considerably.
Let's forget about
If this were to
exchanging information
continue,
with each
he
other.
would soon be facing the threat of
Young
death.
Kai was stunned.
After becoming a pseudo-royal lord more than 1,000 years ago,
Mo Na Yi
never
smiled
imagined that he
lightly.
would be in such
If he knew
dire
anything
straits
about
one
the
day.
universe furnace,
The
Brother
reason he
Yang,
tried so hard
then
was
why
that
would
he
you
wanted to
agree to
gain the
exchange
capital to
information
influence
with
the
the future
future
of the war
clan.
between the Black
The
Ink
fact
clan
that
and
you
the human
agreed to the
race?
information
That
exchange
was why
shows
he
that you
even
don't know
risked
much
his
either.
life to perform the source fusion
Otherwise,
technique
you
and
would not
became
have
a
mentioned your
pseudo-royal lord.
excellent character. As a pseudo-royal
Young
lord,
Kai was
it
startled
was
before
impossible for his
snarling,
life to be
"You
threatened
tricked
unless
me."
he encountered a Ninth
Mo
Order
Na Yi
Open Heaven
sighed.
Realm Master.
As I suspected.
Therefore, he had
Young
faced
Kai's
Yang Kai
expression
over the years from the
immediately
standpoint of
darkened at
somebody
those
who was
words.
superior in strength.
It was only at this
The
moment
worst
that he
outcome for his
realized the
schemes
truth.
and calculations
Mo Na
was
Yi
failure.
had not been sure
As
about
long
how
as
much
the
he
royal
knew
lord
regarding the
continued to
universe
trust in
furnace
him,
before,
but
he
the
would
truth
not
had
be
been
implicated
confirmed
in
now.
any danger.
This bastard,
To his horror,
Mo
Young
Na
Kai
Yi
couldn't
abruptly
help
realized
feeling
something
secretly
crucial
annoyed
at
at
his
this moment.
carelessness.
Regardless, it did not matter much. Even
This
though
was
he
just
was
a small loss
pseudo-royal
that did
lord,
not affect
he
the big
could barely
picture
protect
anyway.
himself in a confrontation
After
against
confirming
Young
that Young
Kai
Kai did not know
Di
much about
Wu's
the
death
universe
back
furnace,
then was not a fluke.
Mo Na Yi lost interest in talking
Young
to him
Kai
and
had
instead
always
took
been
out the
capable
small
of
black
creating
ink nest again to
unimaginable
maintain
miracles
constant
when he was caught
communication
in a
with the
desperate
outside
situation.
world.
Take this
Young Kai
incident, for
secretly
example.
watched Mo Na Yi's
There was
actions
nothing wrong
and
with
coldly
Mo Na
snorted to
Yi's
himself in his
schemes, and
heart.
everything had gone smoothly at the start.
Once
However,
I've spent some
the
time
universe
healing,
furnace's
I will
projection
find
just
a
had
way
to
to
appear
make you cough
nearby,
up
and the
everything
space within
you
the
know.
projection just had to
So
be so
what if I
strange.
lost in this verbal
Worst of all,
confrontation?
Young Kai could even
This
take
strange
advantage of the
space shrouded by the
characteristics of this
universe
location
furnace's
to effortlessly
illusory
slaughter
phantom
the
is
territory
practically my
lords
home
and threaten the
ground.
life of a
It will be
pseudo-royal
my
lord like
victory
Mo
in
Na
the
Yi.
end.
Brother Yang, tell me, what is it that you want?
Marshal Peak.
Please speak freely.
Chapter 57:15.
This Mo Na Yi will not
Information.
refuse any request that can be
The
satisfied.
emergence of the universe
Why
furnace's
must we kill
projection
each other?
triggered various changes
At the
among the
critical
human
moment
race
between
and the
life
Black
and
Ink
death,
clan.
Mo Na Yi
The biggest
finally
change
broke
was
down.
that both the human
If
race
he did
and the
not
Black
figure
Ink
out a
clan
method to
recalled
break
all
this
their
stalemate,
forces.
he would
Although
die
there were
first
no
regardless
large-scale
of whether or
battles in
not
any
Young
of the
Kai
great territory
eventually survived.
battlefields.
There were many small skirmishes throughout the lands. After all, the newly advanced rising stars of the human
Marshal
race and the
Peak.
Black Ink clan were
Chapter
constantly seeking out strong
57:20.
enemies to
Is
challenge
this
and
what you
improve
meant?
themselves. Be that as it
Space
may,
principles along
more
with
than a
various
dozen
great
great
territory
fluctuated
battlefields
wildly
instantly
around
became
Young Kai
calm and
as he
peaceful
coldly
soon
snorted.
after the universe
You can't
furnace's
give me what I
projection
want.
appeared in the world.
Both
Mo
the
Na
human
Yi
race
calmed
and the
down
Black
upon
Ink
hearing
clan
those
withdrew
words.
all their outside
He had been
forces.
worried that Young Kai
Nobody
would
dared
ignore
to make
him and
any
refuse
rash
to speak
moves
to
before
him.
they figured out the
Since Young
mysteries
Kai
and
was
details
talking
of the
to him,
universe furnace.
that could only mean that Young
At the
Kai
end of
had
the
a
day,
request to make.
the human race had
The
a
crisis
slightly
today
better
might not
understanding
be
of the universe
unresolvable.
furnace. They had various
He
sources such as the
immediately
records
raised his
written in the
voice and
ancient
said,
books of the cave
"Sir
heavens and
Royal Lord is
paradises,
right here.
the stories
Even if
narrated
this
by the
Mo Na
elders who
Yi
lived
is
long enough
unable
to
to
hear about the
satisfy your
previous
request,
opening.
Are
The
you
teachings
saying
from
Sir
the
Royal
elders of the
Lord would
Dragon
not
and
be able
Phoenix
to?
clans,
But,
and the
Brother
information
Yang,
obtained from
I
Blood
hope you
Crow's
don't make
personal
any
experience.
unrealistic demands."
On the other hand,
His greatest
the Black
fear
Ink
was that
clan
Young
did not
Kai
have
would
such
demand
rich
that the
sources
Royal
of
Lord commit
information.
suicide on the spot.
Throughout
If such
history,
words came out
the
of Young
projections
Kai's
of the
words,
universe furnace would
then
almost
communication
always
between
appear
them
on the
would
Black
break
Ink
down
battlefield
immediately.
whenever it manifested.
No matter how
There were
highly the
occasional
Royal Lord
appearances
valued
in
the
the
3,000
Mo Na Yi.
worlds,
It was
but those
impossible for
incidents
him
were
to
very
value him
rare.
more than himself.
In the past,
He would never
the
harm
Black Ink
himself
clan
just
had
for
some
Mo Na
understanding
Yi's
of the
sake.
universe furnace too.
As soon
But
as
the
the
Black
words
Ink
left
clansmen who
who
were
were active on the Black Ink
MOU,
battlefield
who
previously
previously
had been
outside,
annihilated during the
hesitated
human
for a
race
moment
army's
before he
crusade.
agreed.
Even
Negotiations
the royal lords
is
had been
permissible.
slaughtered to the last.
So
So
how
you
could
could
the
tell that
information
Mo
be
Na
handed
Yi
down
was
to
in
the
a
current
precarious
Black Ink clan?
situation, and it
The
would be
current
bad
Black
to lose
Ink
such a
clan
capable
consisted
subordinate.
only of members who recently
Throughout
emerged
the
from
years,
the primordial
the
heaven
management
source
of the
grand
Black Ink
restriction.
clan had been well
So they had never
organized under
experienced the
Mo Na
emergence
Yi.
of the universe
The
furnace
only
before.
exception was this
All
plan
they
to
could do was
besiege Young
respond
Kai,
according to the small
which had
amount of
resulted in
information
heavy
provided by the
losses.
Black Ink
Even
disciples and the
so,
reactions of
there
the
was
human
nothing
race.
wrong with the plan itself.
Under Mo Na
It was
Yi's
simply a
orders,
huge coincidence
countless
for the
innate
territory
territory
lords
lords
across
across
the
the
great
great territory
territory
battle
time and
fields
place,
were transferred back
which
to the no return
unfortunately gave
past to
Young
await
Kai a
further
chance to
orders.
catch his breath.
death. News that was quickly relayed to the human race. Mo was extremely capable and loyal. So many innate territory lords. If there was a way to save Mo result in a disparity in the balance of power would not mind taking a shot. And the Black Ink clan. When Young Kai heard those words, this would have been a good chance for the human race to make an aggressive counterattack. The territory lords, the human race did not make any moves against the Black Ink clan, relieved to witness the sight. Focused on preparing for the upcoming emergence of the universe furnace. Young Kai quickly said, compared to the gains and losses that could be obtained on the Great Territory battlefields, I want to leave this place safely. The universe furnace, which represented the greatest opportunity in the world, was undoubtedly what the human race valued more for some time before he finally nodded in agreement. Numerous armies led by many masters traveled to the periphery of the void, where the universe furnace's projections were located under the orders of the higher-ups of both the human race and the Black Ink clan. Young Kai shook his head. Both parties faced off against each other across the void, shrouded by the illusory phantoms. Who can guarantee that you will not sneak back here in secret? The Black Ink clan was acting as though they were determined to prevent the human race from seizing the opportunities in the universe furnace. How am I supposed to defend myself if you attack me after I leave this place? The human race would never back down. You will
Nevertheless,
only need to keep me
it was
busy for a
foreseeable
short
that a
time
massive
until the
war
grand
between
array
the
is
Black
formed
Ink
again
clan
and the human race would break
Mo
out
Yu
once the
quickly
universe
said,
furnace fully
I will
emerged.
not go back on my word.
Young
There were
Kai
more than a
snorted
dozen
in
projections
disdain.
scattered across the
Mo
great
Yu had
territory
agreed so
battlefields.
readily. So it was
Therefore,
obvious he was
the
plotting
deployment of
against
personnel
him.
and the
There was one
organization of the
thing Young
armies were the
Kai knew
greatest
for sure.
considerations
If
of
he
the
left the
leaders of the
space
Black
within the
Ink clan
projection
and the human
the
race.
other party would
Both
definitely
Mi
attack.
Jingluan of the
It
human
would be
race and
troublesome
Mo
if his
Naiyi
enemies
of the
cut off
Black
his
Ink clan
escape
had each
route and
deployed
then
their troops to
concentrate on
counter the
fighting
other.
him.
A
Mo Yu
storm was
snapped
coming.
impatiently. What
As
do you
the
want?
days went by,
How are you going to leave
atmosphere
if
on
you
the
want to
great
leave but
territory
refuse to
battlefields
leave?
became increasingly
Mo
oppressive.
Naiyi persuaded.
Nevertheless,
Brother
the
Yang,
armies
the
of both
royal
the Black
lord is
Ink
being
clan
quite
and the human
sincere.
race did not dare to
Young
make any
Kai
moves
replied,
without explicit
since he
orders
is
from
being
above,
sincere,
lest
then
they
he
should
should
do
do
as
as
I
I
in
say.
advance. Otherwise,
At
all
this time,
negotiations
there
are
were
off the
many
table.
high-rank Black Ink nests and
Mo Yu
innate
suppressed his
territory
rage
lords
and
missing
spoke
from
in
the
a cold
Noreturn
voice.
Pass.
Let's hear it. Somewhere in the void
Young
shrouded
Kai
by the
already had a
projection
plan
of
in
the
mind and
universe
immediately
furnace,
quipped,
located in the
I want
depths
the
of the
Black
Black
Ink
Ink
clan to
battlefield.
contact the front lines
Young
and
Kai
pass a messenger
finally
Black
exhaled
Ink nest to
deeply
the
and
Supreme
opened his
headquarters.
eyes.
It
As
had
for
been
the
several
rest,
months since
the
he
Black
first
Ink clan
entered
does
this
not
place.
need to worry themselves
Now,
with
filled
such
with
matters.
energy,
He slowly stood up and even brazenly gave a lazy stretch. Several months of
Under the current
recuperation allowed him to
circumstances,
recover
he
all
would
of his
require
strength.
the escort of a
The
human
last
race
battle with
master
the
if he
innate
wanted to
territory
leave this
lords,
place
followed by
safely.
the intense pursuit
However,
by Mo
he had no
Naiyi,
means to
had left
contact
him
the human
severely
race at
wounded
the
and
moment.
exhausted.
Borrowing
It
a
was
Black Ink
fortunate that
nest
his
for
physique was
communication was the
extremely
best
tough,
solution
and
in
thanks
his
to his potent
situation.
dragon vein,
In this way,
it was not
he could
difficult for
contact
him
the
to
human
recover
race
as long as
directly
nobody
and
was
explain the
disturbing him.
situation here
As
clearly.
soon as Young Kai showed
There was
movement,
no need for
the
many
innate territory
escorts.
lords trapped
A
in this
single
place
Ninth
instantly
Order
tensed
open
up in
heaven
response.
realmaster would be
In
enough.
stark contrast to the ruddy
Although his
complexion on
actions
Young
would
Kai's
expose the
face,
fact that there was a
their
hidden
auras
Ninth
were
Order
weak and
open heaven
unstable.
realmaster among the
There
human
was no
race.
helping this, as they
Now
could
that the
not heal
universe
as
furnace
Young
was
Kai
about to
could in this
emerge,
space. That would soon
so their
happen
wounds had not
anyways.
gotten any better even
In
after
any
being
case,
trapped in
the
this
Black
space for
Ink
so
clan
long.
had always guessed that there was a
Watching
hidden
Young
Ninth Order
Kai get
open
to
heaven
his feet with a
realmaster
lazy
among the human
stretch,
race.
the
It was
complexions
just
of the
that they did not
territory
have
lords
concrete
turned
proof to
ashen.
support their suspicions.
Looking panicked,
Many of them
after
cast
listening to
pleading
Young
looks
Kai's
at Mo
demand,
Naiyi in a
Mo
silent
Yu
prayer
fell
for help.
silent and Mo Naiyi frowned
Although Mo
deeply.
Naiyi had
They
known
had
that
to
this day
admit
would
that
come
Young
sooner or
Kai's
later,
request was
Young
exceptionally
Kai's
simple.
recovery speed
Be
still
that as
shocked
it
him.
may,
He
the
did not
request
wait
was
for Young
also
Kai to make
extremely
any moves
meticulous.
and quickly opened his
There
mouth
was
to
no
speak.
room for the Black Ink
Brother
clan
Young,
to
the
secretly
Black Ink
interfere.
clan promises to provide
Mo
30%
Naiyi
of our
couldn't help
cultivation
but sigh
resources as
helplessly.
agreed in the past.
He knew that the
We
royal
will
lord
not
would
withhold
never
any
accept
resources
Young Kai's
or
demand.
delay any of the
The
deliveries.
reason the royal lord had been willing
Young
to
Kai
remove the
turned
grand
around,
array,
but
and
said
nothing
nothing
as
as
he
he
simply
simply
gave
gave
Mo Naiyi
was that
a
the
silent
resulting
grin.
situation would have remained within his
Mo
control.
Naiyi gritted his
There
teeth
had been a
and snarled,
possibility of ambushing
50%.
Young Kai again. Young Kai put his
On the
hands
other
behind
hand,
his back
all
with a
their previous
leisurely
efforts would
expression
go
on
to
his
waste
face.
if they agreed to
The
Young
war is
Kai's
about to
demand
begin
and allowed him to
Do you
contact
really
the
think
human
we
race.
have the time to be
More
bargaining about
importantly,
such
the
trivial
territory
matters?
lords would have died in
30%?
vain.
50%? Young Kai studied
What does
Mo's
any of
expression
that
and
matter?
sneered.
It
Mo
wouldn't make a
Naiyi,
difference
it looks
even
like the
if you
royal
offered
lord doesn't value you
100%.
very much. Mo Naiyi sighed
I don't
lightly.
have time to hang
now
around
that things have
outside
reached
the
this
no-return
point,
pass
why
anymore.
bother trying to provoke discord,
It was
Brother
enough
Young?
that he had been extorting
With a solemn
resources from the
expression,
Black Ink
he
clan for
turned
the
and
past
bowed respectfully in
1,000 years or
Mo's
so,
direction,
and similar
his voice
opportunities
steady and
would not come
sonorous.
again in the future.
Sir Royal
That
Lord,
was why it
this
was
plan has
impossible
already
for
cost
Mo
the Black
Naiyi
Ink
to
clan
offer those
hundreds of
cultivation
innate
resources
resources
in
in
exchange for the
You
lives
must
of
not
these
allow our
innate
previous
territory
efforts
lords.
to go to waste just
What
because
do
of
you
this
want
subordinate.
then, Brother Young?
Otherwise,
Mo Naiyi
even more
asked
territory
solemnly.
lords will lose
There
their
were
lives in
dozens
the
of
future.
innate territory lords
Young
trapped in this
Kai
space.
is a great talent of
However,
the human race.
he was helpless to
It is
protect them.
necessary to
The
annihilate
situation
him now,
left him
more
feeling
than ever,
extremely
especially
heartbroken
since
and
the
powerless.
universe furnace is about to appear
Young
in the
Kai
world.
casually
If
summoned
he
the
were to
Azure
obtain
Dragon
an
Spear
opportunity
and
from
gave
the
it a little
universe
twirl,
furnace,
at
he
the
would
same
surely
time,
become a
he pushed
catastrophe
his
for the
face
Black Ink
principles
clan
and
in the
walked
future.
towards the territory
Sir
lord
Royal
closest to him.
regardless of whether the
Space rippled
subordinate
in his
lives or
wake,
dies today,
making it seem
you
as
must
though he
not
was
let the
walking on
efforts
the
of our
surface
many
of a calm
clansmen be
lake.
in vain.
The mysterious mysterious space that left Mo-Na-Yi and the
willing
innate
to
territory
sacrifice
lords
my life in
completely
exchange for
vulnerable
the
and
life of the
helpless
human
seemed no
race
different
master
from the
of
flat
Yang
ground
Kai.
under his feet. Watching Yang Kai gradually approach him, his territory lord tried to flee in terror, and his voice resounded throughout the void. His speed was slower than a turtle's crawl
and the
despite his
many
best
innate
efforts.
territory lords
By the
outside
time
the
Yang
projection
Kai
were
reached
deeply
him,
moved by
he
his
had only
speech.
managed to cover
There
a
were very
distance
few
of less
people
than a
among the
meter.
Black Ink clan
It was
who
not
could
that he had
disregard
only
life and
moved
death
by
for the
1
greater
meter.
good.
On the
Combined
contrary,
with his profound sense
he had
of
actually
righteousness,
traveled quite far.
the Black Ink
but with the
clansmen
folded
could not
nature of
help
the
feeling a
surrounding
sense of
space,
admiration
that
towards
distance
him.
was equal to 1
Originally,
meter. Many of
Yang
these
Kai
innate
pointed his
territory
spear at the
lords had held
territory lord
negative
and turned to
opinions
look at
towards
Mo-Na-Yi.
Mo-Na-Yi.
One piece
They
of
were
information
all
in
innate
exchange for the
territory
life
lords
of a
after all.
territory lord,
So none of them should have stood above anybody else.
Many
Mo-Na-Yi
felt
raised an eyebrow
Mo-Na-Yi
at those
was simply
words.
lucky in that he succeeded in
Yes.
using the source
Information
fusion technique
regarding the
and took
universe
last
furnace
spot
that is
available
valuable
for the
and
position.
unknown to me.
After he became
Yang
a
Kai
pseudo-royal
smiled.
lord,
A
he
few
showed
months
some
ago,
measure of wit
he had
and
been tricked by
intelligence that the royal
Mo-Na-Yi
lord
on this matter.
appreciated.
But
Which was
so
why
what if
he
he
was
had
put in
fallen
charge
for
of
that
all
ruse?
matters regarding the
Now
Black
that
Ink
the
clan.
lives of these innate
However,
territory
over the
lords were at
years,
risk,
He did
How
not
could
seem to
Mo
gain
continue
anything
to
from
keep
the
the
war
information
between
he
human
possessed
race
a
and his
secret?
confrontation against Kai.
Mo
On the
was certainly
contrary,
decisive
he
and
caused
immediately
heavy losses
inquired,
to the Black
does
Ink
the
clan.
information I told you
Anybody
earlier
could have
count,
done that
Brother
in his
Young?
place.
Naturally,
Nonetheless,
he was referring to
many
the
of these
information he
territory
disclosed
lords
to
could not
Kai
help
a
but
few
change
months
their
ago
opinion of
about how the universe
after
furnaces
listening to his
illusory
speech.
phantom had appeared in
Leaving
more
everything
than one
else
place.
aside, they could never
Young
bring
Kai
themselves
frowned
to
and
speak
pondered
such
for a
profound
while,
and righteous
then he
words or
removed
show
his
such
spear.
willingness to
Fine,
sacrifice
I won't
themselves
take
for the
advantage
greater
of
good.
you.
That
Mo
one
glanced
counts.
at Mo,
A hint of apology flashing through his eyes as his slight dissatisfaction towards Mo over the heavy casualties among the territory lords dissipated into nothing.
Meanwhile,
he had been hesitating,
Young Kai strolled
wondering
over
whether
to the
he should
next
follow
territory
Young
lord
Kai's
nearby
demand
and
turned
allow
to
the
look at
latter to
Mo
contact
again.
the human race.
Although that would allow a tiger to
return
return
to
Young
the
Kai
mountain,
to speak and
he would be
promptly
able to
offer an
rescue
answer.
his capable
According
subordinate,
to the information obtained by the Black Ink clan, nevertheless,
nether territory
Mo
also
made up
has
his
a
mind
projection
after
of the
listening
universe
to
furnace.
Mo's little speech.
Is there really more than one projection?
Was correct.
What does that
Young
mean?
Kai was already a
Young
great
Kai
threat to the
frowned
Black Ink
deeply.
clan, even
How
though he
can
was
the
only
universe
in the
furnace's
eighth order
illusory
open heaven
phantom
realm.
be in two
Now
places
that
at
the universe
once?
furnace was
In
about
that
to appear,
case,
the
where will the
consequences
universe
would be
furnace
unimaginably
emerge?
dire if he were to
He
escape
did not
and obtain
suspect
an
that
opportunity from the
was
universe
deceiving him.
furnace. After all,
No matter what,
Mo
no
would
matter
not
how
dare to
great
do
the
something
price,
that reckless in
Young
this
Kai
situation.
must die here today.
Nodding lightly,
Mo
he
closed his eyes
the territory
slightly.
lord with a spear
When he
pointed
opened them
at him
again,
and came to the
his eyes were filled with
lord.
murderous intent.
Mo
Young
sounded
Kai,
a little
if you
guilty
stop
as he
now,
muttered,
I promise
Azure
that
Sun
I will only
territory
corrupt you
also
with
has an
black ink
illusory
strength.
phantom of the
But
universe
if you dare
furnace.
harm another one of our masters,
Young Kai raised a
I swear
brow
I will
at those
rip your
words
corpse
and glared
into
at Mo
10,000 pieces when the time
Nevertheless,
comes.
he
Were
moved
you
on and came to
referring to
stand in
this?
front of the next territory
While
lord.
speaking,
Young
before
Kai
Mo
took a step forward.
Young Kai
Nobody
interjected.
could see his movements
Don't
clearly
tell
under
me.
the effects of
Did
the
the
chaotic
universe
folding
furnace's
space.
illusory phantoms
When he
appear on
reappeared
another
again,
great territory
He
battlefield?
was grasping a heavily wounded territory lord by the head in his
Mo
large hand.
smiled awkwardly.
The territory
Well, there's
lord
one
had been
in Twin
flustered
Poles
from
territory
concentrating
too.
on defending against the attacks
Young
of the
Kai
disordered
laughed angrily
space.
but grudgingly
As a
nodded in
result,
respect.
he was caught
Good.
completely off
Counted as
guard
my
by
loss.
Young Kai. Judging
At
by
this
what
moment,
you've said so far,
he was fully immobilized
do all of
and
the
at
great
Young
territories
Kai's
mercy.
battlefields have projections?
Young Kai turned and
Mo
stared
Nagi
into
kept
Mo's
his
eyes with a
shut
fierce
and
look on his
considered his
face.
answer carefully.
Then,
Before
he
he
could
could respond,
into his hand and
Young
the
Kai
territory
raised
lord's
a
head
hand
to
to
stop
stop
him.
in his grip.
I was just talking
He had
to
remained
myself.
in one spot
You
without
don't
moving,
need to answer the
simply
question.
urging space
More
principles to
importantly,
trace the
I do
location
not
of the
want to
universe
hear any
furnace's
more
true
about the
body.
other locations
However,
of the illusory
he was
phantoms.
actively making his move
Mo
now.
sighed heavily.
Mo's ruthless
But
threat
Brother
was
Young,
nothing but
what
wind
I've told
in
you
his
so
ears
far
to
is
him.
indeed information that you didn't
Or
know.
did you mean this?
You've always been
He
an
asked
honest
once
man.
more. Are you
At the
going
same
back on
time,
your word now?
He abruptly appeared behind
Young
another
Kai raised his
territory
chin
lord.
with a rebellious
He summoned
expression
the
on his
Azure
face.
Dragon spear and
What?
pierced it through the
Haven't
territory
you heard
lord's
the
body.
phrase people under the eaves have to bow their heads?
Mo was absolutely annoyed. With a flick of his spear, Young Kai muttered under his breath. Judging by the information so far, does the universe furnace's
7 or 8
illusory
territory
phantom
lords
appear
in
in
a row?
places where a large
Young
number
Kai
of living
finally
beings
stopped
lost
and
their
glanced
lives?
at Mo mockingly.
What about the barren territory?
Mo was so
What
furious
about the
that his
primordial
entire body
heaven's
trembled
source
with
grand
rage as he roared
restriction?
explosively.
While speaking,
Very good.
Young Kai studied
will
Mo
regret this.
reaction carefully.
After saying that,
he closed his
was
eyes.
a cunning man.
What the eyes
So
did
how
not
could he
see,
slip up at
the
such a
heart did
moment?
not grieve. Young Kai snapped
Young Kai
angrily.
could not be bothered
Enough.
to argue with Mo.
Is there an illusory
and simply
phantom of the
continued to
universe
manipulate
furnace in the
space
barren
principles?
territory? At the
Tell
same
me
time,
honestly,
he turned to look at Mo
this will
and
count as a
smiled
piece of
slightly.
information.
How cunning! Upon hearing those
He was not
words,
sure whether
Mo
Mo's
finally
speech
nodded.
earlier had been truly
Yes.
sincere or
Then
merely a
he
show
added
for
a
the
casual
public.
compliment.
It might have
You're
been a
very
mixture of
quick-witted,
both.
Brother Young.
Nonetheless,
The truth is I've
there
also
was no denying
speculated
that
there is an
Mo
illusory
had driven
phantom
both
of the
himself
universe
and Young
furnace
Kai
at the
into a
primordial
corner.
heaven's source grand
In
restriction.
any case,
Unfortunately,
this was the crisis that
we
Young
have
Kai
no
would
means of
eventually have
confirming
had
the
to face.
situation. It became impossible for
Young Kai
him to
couldn't
leave
help
the moment
teasing.
Mo
Have you lost
contact
contact
with
with
the
the
primordial
primordial
heaven's
heaven's
source
source
grand
grand
restriction?
restriction?
Ambush him here.
Mo
That being the case,
was expressionless.
He might as well
but he
slaughter
neither
all the
confirmed
Black Ink
nor
clansmen
denied the
trapped
statement.
inside the space within the projection
Young Kai
first.
frowned again.
After 2 years,
The locations where
his
the universe
survival would be
furnace's
decided by
illusory
the
phantoms
heavens
appear
in that
are all
decisive
places
battle.
where a large number of powerful
There were less
masters
than
have
20
lost their lives in
surviving
battle,
innate territory
including
lords
this place.
trapped inside the
a
space
lot of
within the
innate
projection
territory
at this
lords
moment.
died here.
If Young
Does
Kai
the Black
wanted
Ink
to
clan
obliterate
know anything about the relationship between these two factors. Only Mo Nayi posed some trouble for him. He needed to reduce the Black Ink clan doesn't know much about the universe slowly accumulate over time. The human race might know something. He would make his move when the time was right. Emanayi secretly thought to himself in his heart, space principles became more and more chaotic. Is completely clueless about the projection, the random movements of the folded space increased in frequency. He would not have asked so many superficial questions. There were too many dangers lurking around with no warning signs. Did not bother wasting his time and energy on threatening another lord who survived by luck. Eventually died over time. He stood in place and declared, "On the other hand, what other information do you have? Blood continuously gushed out of him Mo Naye's body as the number of injuries on his body gradually increased. I am a man who means what he says.
Nevertheless,
a piece of valuable information in exchange for the life of one territory
even
lord.
though he was stuck in such a desperate
that makes
situation.
5 pieces of information from
changed
earlier positions and summoned his strength to protect himself. Although he had valiantly offered to sacrifice himself for the greater good earlier, it was only natural for him to struggle to survive in the face of death.
After considering his answer
as time passed, the innate territory lords trapped in the space within the projection gradually lost their lives until not a single one remained. It's impossible to tell where the universe furnace itself is hiding, lords after their but its projection is displayed at various places thanks to its mysterious powers. The only survivors of the massacre were Yang Kai, who was not affected by the effects of this space,
Marshal Peak,
and Mo Nayi,
Chapter 57,
who was struggling to survive. Tracing back to the situation could not be more different.
A projection.
Yang Kai was casually pushing his space principles to their something he had considered. He only thought that the situation was rather strange. On the other hand, Mo Nayi
if the universe
was in a
furnace
terrible
was about
state
to emerge,
their situations were
more
in
than a
stark
dozen or so
contrast to each
illusory
other.
phantoms appear across the various great territory battlefields.
There was even one here. On the other hand, if these illusory phantoms were just projections of the universe furnace, then the situation would make much more sense. Inside the space within the universe furnace's projection, Mo Nayi had been driven to a desperate situation. Mo Nayi there was no regularity to the constant movement and shifting of the folded space. Yang Kai nodded
Every
lightly.
movement was like an
There was
invisible
no
and
need to doubt Mo
intangible
Naye's
millstone grinding
intentions
away
too
at
much.
everything in the void.
Based on the information
caused
he
the
possessed
severity
at
of
the
his
moment,
injuries to
he
increase
would probably
over
come
time.
to the same conclusion if he
Nevertheless,
had the time to calm down and analyze the
gritted his
situation
teeth
and persevered without
What
complaint.
else?
Yang Kai
Outside the
probed
projection,
further. Royal Lord
Mo
Mo
Nayi
kept his
pondered in
eyes
silence
tightly
for a
shut.
moment.
Based on my
Nonetheless,
observations,
the bursts of aura
projections are
fluctuating around
slowly
his figure
solidifying.
revealed the unrest
I'm sure
in his
you've
heart.
noticed as well,
He had
Brother
done
Yang.
everything he could.
It has been several
If
months
Mo
since the
Nayi was
projections
destined
first
to
succumb
appeared,
here. By my
then there was
estimation,
nothing he could do
it
to
will take
prevent
another
it.
2 years
It was
for the
just that
projection
such a
to
capable
completely materialize.
subordinate was difficult to find.
I speculate
So
that the
Mo,
universe
you couldn't help
furnace will
feeling a
only
slight
appear in the
twinge of
world
regret.
once the projections have
There was
fully
no
solidified.
saying how much
time had passed
Looking
when all
around,
of a sudden, Yang Kai examined the degree of projection solidification compared to the layers of folded space like a ghost, and arriving at the same conclusion without any warning and ruthlessly thrust his spear. It would indeed take 2 years for the projection to solidify completely. He had not forgotten to remain vigilant towards the time of the universe furnace's emergence can roughly be determined. Precautions when he noticed the ladder's of its emergence abruptly spun around at the same time. There are more than 10 projections at different locations, frantically drawing upon his determine the exact location of the universe furnace's emergence. Thanks to the punch he threw with all his strength, I believe there are 2 possibilities. Mo Nayi managed to block the elusive blow coming from behind him. For a moment, Yang Kai space collapsed violently at the spot where the 2 forces met. Yang Kai in resentment. Yang Kai pulled back slightly. After being enemies for so many years, on the other hand, they were very familiar with each other by now. Yang Kai's actions might seem rash and impulsive. He had managed to block Yang Kai after much consideration, but inevitably suffered some light injuries. With his intelligence and the information he just received, it would not be difficult for him to reach his own conclusions. He continued to connect with the universe furnace's true body, causing the space within the projection to shake. To think for himself, the vibrations and disorder just how much information the Black Ink Clan but his expression remained relaxed. That was why he was holding the lives of these territory lords hostage repeated exchange for information. Mo Nayi's injuries continued to accumulate. There was nothing Mo Nayi could do in retaliation. Even though the pseudo-royal lord would like nothing more than to find Yang Kai's location, the universe furnace's true body will randomly appear at one of the locations of the projections. He could only maintain a passive defense, and the rest of the projections are Yang Kai's repeated assaults. Mo Nayi expressed his conjectures, using a blunt knife to carve meat, not daring to conceal anything. Description for the situation. In any case, he was simply guessing as well, so there was no harm in sharing. Mo Nayi was powerless, even though he was stronger than Yang Kai. All the projections are closely connected to the true body. Yang Kai to shave away at his life. The universe furnace will appear wherever the projections are located. When he finally reached his limit, he was certain that Yang Kai would finish him off with a killing blow. That's a reasonable hypothesis. Mo Nayi was well aware of this harsh reality. These are the only 2 possibilities he could do to change the situation. It was not difficult to form these conjectures based on the existing information. Humiliated and helpless in his heart. Neither Mo Nayi nor Yang Kai was aware of something frowned deeply. The true body of the universe furnace would not be revealed even when these projections solidified. Space inadvertently slowed down. This supreme treasure had never been seen before throughout the long course of history. Filled his heart. On the contrary, these projections would simply transform into entrances leading into the universe furnace once they were fully solidified. Following the emergence of this feeling, were hidden inside the universe furnace. That the connection between himself and the universe furnace's true body had strengthened considerably. And Yang Kai were dull-witted. What allowed Yang Kai to cause the space within the projection to oscillate endlessly was his comprehension of the cow punch secret technique. They both had preconceived notions about the universe technique's first half. Since it was called the universe furnace, they naturally assumed that it was something akin to a mysterious alchemy furnace. How could they
The
have
stronger
known
the
that this
vibration in
alchemy
this
furnace
space,
would contain a
the more
sealed world of its
precisely
own?
he could locate the universe furnace's true
Mo
body.
did not continue
The reverse
speaking.
was also true.
It was not that he didn't
the closer
want to,
the connection
but that
between
he had
him and the
no other
universe
valuable
furnace's true
information
body.
to share.
The easier
Hence,
it became for
he
him to make
immediately
this
started
space
racking
tremble.
his brains
They
for anything he could
closely
think of.
related to each other.
Young Kai did
As
not
for whether
pester
something
Mo
beyond his
either.
control would occur,
Sinking deep
Young
into
Kai
thought,
did not
he
know for
suddenly
certain.
recalled something.
In any case,
he honestly
it
did not
be a
know
bad
much
thing
about
for
him
him
to
to
build
build
a
a close
close
connection with the
The
universe
only
furnace.
knowledge he had was that
He
the
might even
universe
be able
furnace
to use this
contained innate
connection to
open
determine the
heaven pills
hiding
that could help
place
a
of the universe
cultivator
break
furnace
through their inherent shackles.
In addition,
However,
Mo was
he
seriously
only heard
injured
that
at
the
the
world
moment.
would be thrown into a
Young
storm
Kai
of
only
bloodshed
needed a
whenever the
final
universe
push before
furnace
seizing the
emerged.
chance to
At
annihilate
the time,
Mo once
Young
and for
Kai
all.
had not known much about the 3,000
Although he felt
worlds.
that his actions were
His
slightly
cultivation
risky,
was also
he
quite
did not
low,
stop his movements,
which resulted in a shallow
fact,
understanding
he
of that
urged his
statement.
space principles
He
more
had simply
violently
assumed
after
that
a
a supreme
brief moment
treasure
of
was something
hesitation.
everybody would want to
Sure
obtain.
enough, not
So
only
the
did his
so-called
connection
storm of
with
bloodshed
universe
would be
furnace
caused
grow
by the
stronger,
infighting between
but
the
the
masters
trembling
from the
throughout
cave
the space
heavens and
also became
paradises.
considerably more
It would
violent
now
as a
seem
result.
that his assumption had been
Mo
incorrect. expression changed
For countless
slightly.
years since the late
He
ancient
obviously
era,
felt the changes
the cave
around
heavens
him,
and paradises
but he
had
was
committed their
powerless to
elites
do
to the
anything
Black
about
Ink
it.
battlefield to
Facing
wage a
the chaotic
never-ending war
grinding
against
of
the
the Black
Folded
Ink
Space.
clan. He could
All
only
9
dodge
older
as
old
much as
ancestors
possible.
also resided on the
All
Black
of a
Ink
sudden,
battlefield to
the
guard the
Folded
Great
Space
Passes.
reacted violently
There might
in a
be
manner
many
that
cave
resembled
heavens and
boiling
paradises.
The
but they
layers
had
of
always
space
been united
completely
against their
shifted
common
apart
enemy.
from each other.
From
With
the
an external
outside,
enemy
the
threatening
space
them,
inside the
how could the
projection had
masters of
suddenly
the cave
become
heavens and
extremely
paradises
distorted.
create a storm
It
of
was as though
bloodshed over the
broken pieces of the
opportunities that
mirror
could be
which
found in the
originally
universe
made up
furnace.
this scene had
The
now been
old
haphazardly
ancestors would
scattered.
never allow such
In
foolishness
the eyes
to
of the
occur.
Black Ink
If
clan
the
masters
universe
outside
furnace
the
were to
projection,
appear,
they would
Mo
step forward to
figure
manage
inside
the
the projection was no
themselves.
longer whole.
If that
His
were the
head
case,
was at one spot.
then where would the
His
storm
body
of
was at
bloodshed
another
come
spot.
from?
His arms were in a third
Young
spot.
Kai soon realized something
The territory
important.
lords did not know whether
According
they were
to the
looking at the
information he
effects of the
received from
disordered
Mo
space or reality.
The projections of the
It would be
universe
great
furnace
if the
seemed
effects
to
of the
appear in
warping
places
caused
where a
the scene.
large number of
But if they
living
were
beings
looking
had
at
died in
reality,
battle,
then
when the
Mo
universe
was already
furnace
dead.
appeared
in the world recently.
Fortunately,
The projections had appeared on the various
was not the only person in this condition.
The barren territory,
When
the
the Black
primordial
Ink
heaven source
clansmen
grand
looked over at
restriction,
Young Kai,
and even this place,
they saw the same
this was the
phenomenon
best
affecting
evidence
him.
to support that
Young
statement.
Kai's figure was
If this was
separated
the
into
case
dozens
now,
of pieces,
then what about the
scattered
past?
throughout the folded space?
It was such a bizarre
Although there
scene
had
that
been
the territory
conflicts in the
lords could
3,000
not
worlds
help
in the past,
exclaiming in
there
astonishment.
were also minor conflicts between
inside the
various
projection.
sects.
Even
Even
if there were any
casualties during these
by
conflicts,
lightning and a
the
mouthful
cultivation of these
blood
deceased
spewed out of his
cultivators
mouth.
would not be
He
high.
did not know how many additional
Unlike the
wounds had
tranquility
appeared on
in
his
the
body in that
3,000
instant.
worlds,
The
but it
war
felt
had
as though
never
he was
ceased
about
on
to
the
be
Black
ripped
Ink
apart.
battlefield.
The
Every
scene
time
seen
the
by the
Black Ink
territory
clan
lords
attacked
outside
any of
was
the
just a
great
visual
passes,
deception.
massive numbers of living
Nevertheless,
beings would
the
lose their
extremely
lives.
distorted space principles
If the
were
number
truly
of
being
deaths and the
imposed
strength
upon
of the fall
Mo
cultivators were
inside the
related to the
projection.
criteria for the projections of the universe furnace to appear, then the
If he
Black
did
Ink
not resist
battlefield
with all his
undoubtedly
might,
met these requirements.
his body would be
By that
divided
logic,
into countless pieces
had the
and
projections
scattered
of the
across
universe
layers of
furnace
folded
always
space
appeared
like
on the
what
Black Ink
territory lords
battlefield
were
whenever
seeing
the
at the
universe
moment.
furnace
My
manifested in the world in
destined
the
end
past?
has come.
In that case, the so-called storm of bloodshed could be explained.
Flooded with the immense fear
It was
of
not
death.
caused by the
He
internal
abruptly
struggles among the
regretted the
human
righteous
race,
statement he
but the
made
confrontation
earlier.
between the
At the
human
time,
race and the Black
he
Ink
believed
clan.
that Young Kai might not
Young
see
Kai
things through to
suddenly
the
recalled
end.
that he had obtained a few
Otherwise,
innate
he
open
would not
heaven
be able
pills
to
from the
survive
Blood
this
Monster
ordeal
Divine
either.
Palace in the Blood Monster
Unfortunately,
Cave Heaven.
it would now seem that Young Kai
After
was
he left the
determined to
Blood
finish him
Monster
off
Cave
once
Heaven,
and for all.
Lan Yurua had
Looking
gone into
back on his
retreat and
life,
attempted to advance to the
Mo
Seventh Order
realized that he
Open
had not
Heaven realm.
achieved anything
Young
extraordinary.
Kai had given her an
Be that
innate
as it
open
may,
heaven pill to help
his
boost her
life had
chances
not
of
been
success.
dull either.
But she
Especially
ultimately
the
did not
years
need
he
it.
spent as rivals with
He
Young
later
Kai.
took the time to examine
That
those
period
innate
could be
open
said to
heaven
be rather
pills carefully,
exciting.
and discovered that the medicinal
While
efficacies
Mo
were indeed
was
more
being
potent
emotional
and
in his
profound
moment of
compared
death,
to ordinary open
Young
heaven
Kai
pills.
had a stunned expression
However,
on his face.
they did not contain
He
any
vaguely
miraculous
realized that the
effects.
phenomenon
He
which
then
was beyond
proceeded
his
to toss
control
them
had
somewhere
already
and
occurred.
forgot about them. Using the
the mysterious effects of cow punch, speculated that those open heaven pills were too old and had not been preserved properly, which caused their medicinal efficacies to deteriorate over the millennia. He had felt a slight sense of regret, to cause constant damage to blood monster divine monarch had wasted such precious resources. Everything was going well. He realized it would not take long before Mo-Na-Yi lost the strength to fight back.
Should not have deteriorated.
Moreover,
even if they
Yang Kai clearly felt an extremely mysterious connection was that those open heaven pills universe furnaces were not as miraculous as the rumors proclaimed. It felt as though an invisible shackle had bound him directly rumors about the universe furnace that were passed down from ancient times come from. With this connection, also, the blood monster divine monarch, location of the universe
since he
managed
managed
to obtain innate open heaven pills. At present, the universe furnace's projection existed at more than a dozen locations. Be that as it may, so no one knew where it would eventually gone to the black ink battlefield before. If Yang Kai could determine the location of the universe furnace in advance, compete for the universe then he might just be able to learn something. He was not from the cave heavens or paradises after all. How did he obtain the qualifications for the opportunity?
He did not have the time or energy to consider such
matters. Looks like it's time for me to have a chat with Blood to wonder whether he could escape this place alive.
Yang Kai silently made up his mind. mind.
When the connection was first established between him and the universe furnace, though, but he had to expect a turn of events occurred before Xueqi could trace its location. Was getting excited when the connection seemed to wrap around him like an invisible rope. Brother Yang, immediately followed by an invisible force that came from the other end. Xueqi replied indifferently. Xueqi felt the universe becoming chaotic and the void became ever something strange to happen. At the same time, the Black Ink clansmen outside the projection watched as the bodies of Mo Na Yi and Xueqi were scattered around the void as though they had been cut into the projection of the universe furnace's true body. All the other projections became equally distorted and turbulent. You are proficient in the Tao of pairs of eyes watched the projection from different locations to its source and locate the universe furnace's true body. And distortion of the space within the projection had attracted the attention of both the Black Ink clan and the human race. In surprise. Nobody knew what was happening. Even Bloodcrow, who entered the universe furnace once in the past, could not explain the phenomenon. It was more accurate to say that although he had not even considered things working hard to obtain information from various sources, Mo must have been forced into a desperate situation for him to come up with such a great idea. They could only increase their surveillance. Thus, Xueqi nodded at Mo Na Yi in fortress outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Just this idea alone is worth 3 Heaven Realm Masters were staring at the projection and did not know what expression to make. Yang Xiao asked so he simply squeezed out a forced smile. The universe furnace's projection looks rather dangerous. Are we really going to enter the universe furnace from here? If Xueqi could use the Tao of space to determine the location of the universe furnace's projection was so distorted and disordered now that not many people would survive if they tried in a targeted manner. Fu Guang frowned with a puzzled look on his face. Immediately concentrated on the movements around Xueqi before the universe furnace appeared intently as Xueqi sat down cross-legged and did not know much regarding the internal situation of the universe furnace. But they had some basic information. Initially had whenever the universe furnace's projection emerged in the world in the past, extremely warped and distorted. Progressed smoothly even if he could use his understanding of the Tao of space to eliminate the influence of this warped space on his movements. Into the entrance of the universe furnace. He had little success in tracing the roots of the strange phenomenon where such strange phenomena occurred. Nevertheless, he suddenly recalled his cow punch secret technique. Junior brother, the principle of your attainments in the Tao of space, the enemy's aura back to its source. Do you have to come out safely if you were to enter the projection specifically made to target the small universe of his enemy. By consider the question seriously. He even managed to slaughter a 9th order Black Ink disciple with his secret technique. Even you only have 60% if something as ethereal as a small universe can be traced back to the roots. Was very shocked. What more the true body of the universe furnace? Bai's attainments in the Tao of space acted as soon as the thought occurred to him. Only had a 60% chance around his body became more and more everybody else who entered the universe furnace would probably die. To melt into the void. He slowly moved his hands as though plucking at invisible strings. My aptitude is trying to trace everything back to its teachings of honored master. While Xueqi was working hard, the Black Ink clansmen were secretly communicating with each other through a constant stream of divine sense transmissions. But extremely turbulent projection had made an agreement with Xueqi that the lives of each territory lord would be spared in exchange for a piece of information. The information provided was clearly far from enough. There were several dozen territory lords trapped in this place. How much information could Mo Na Yi realistically provide? At the suppressing Black Ink fortress were incredibly amazing if Xueqi could spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords ringing throughout the crowd. As for the rest, Zhao Yi they would not be able to escape his murderous reach. His honored master had appeared. They had to come up with a self-protection strategy. There were many of Xueqi's family and friends stationed in the suppressing Black Ink army. There was no guarantee whose life would be spared by Xueqi. Fu Guang shouted, "What you see is not real. Be wary of deception." He could tell at a glance that the figure of Xueqi, which suddenly appeared inside the projection, was not the real Xueqi. It was some sort of illusory image, which explained why he was so large that he filled the entire space. Martial Peak. Chapter 5722. The Universe Furnace's Self-Defense Mechanism. What puzzled Fu Guang greatly was why Xueqi's illusory phantom had appeared inside the space within the Universe Furnace's projection. What did that brat do to cause such a bizarre phenomenon? Likewise, the masters of both the Black Ink clan and the human race on the various great territory battlefields were absolutely perplexed by the situation. Xueqi's illusory phantom had not just appeared in the universe furnace's projection outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but in all the locations where the universe furnace's projection existed. The fact that his illusory phantom had appeared everywhere at the same time could be said to be a spectacular miracle. The Black Ink clan army and the human race army stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projection in Twin Poles territory, facing each other silently. Both the Black Ink clan and the human race had been recalling their forces during this period, so there had been no conflict between them for some time. The universe furnace was about to emerge in the world, and the situation was unclear. Therefore, both parties were being extremely cautious to prevent the other from obtaining an opportunity. Their current silent confrontation was in preparation for the upcoming fight over the control of the entrance to the Universe Furnace. The Universe Furnace was a tremendous blessing and opportunity. The human race was planning to fight for this opportunity, and the Black Ink clan could not allow them to obtain what they wanted. The present calm was simply a sign of the turbulent storm that was about to come. Although there were many Universe Furnace projections, it was foreseeable that a war would inevitably break out between both parties once these projections transformed into entrances. When the time came, the party who had control over more entrances would be able to send more masters inside. At this moment, two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing side by side in Twin Poles territory, monitoring the movements of the territory lords on the opposite side when Yang Kai's illusory phantom suddenly appeared out of nowhere. While there were many other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves among their ranks, the number of territory lords among the Black Ink clan was not few either. One of them suddenly called out in alarm, "Junior Brother Fong, it's the Dao Lord." The Dao Lord. The only ones who would address Yang Kai as Dao Lord were the disciples who originated from the Void Dao Temple. The person who spoke earlier was none other than the good friend whom Feng Tianci met in the Void Dao Temple all those years ago, Lu Jingshan. After leaving the Void Dao Temple, Lu Jingshan advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm outside of the star boundary. He later went through thousands of years of cultivation and eventually reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Even with his astounding achievements, he could not conceal his admiration and respect for the Dao Lord. In fact, almost all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple held blind faith in their Dao Lord, Yang Kai. That sense of admiration in their hearts never faded or changed with the increase in their cultivation. Needless to say, the person standing beside Lu Jingshan was Feng Tianci, who nodded at those words. But, it's just an illusory phantom. When the Suppressing Black Ink Army was established, Yang Zhao's squad was formally transferred to the Suppressing Black Ink Army. However, Feng Tianci, who was originally a member of Yang Zhao's squad, had applied to stay behind instead. Needless to say, there was no reason for Mi Jingluan, who was in charge of this matter, to make things difficult for him. Over the years, Feng Tianci remained active in Twin Poles territory and joined forces with Lu Jingshan to defeat their enemies. As many of the divine abilities he cultivated and his habits when dealing with enemies were somewhat similar to Yang Kai, he was often compared to the latter. He eventually gained the nickname Little Yang Kai and became quite famous. The Black Ink clan had since repeatedly tried to target him out of fear that he might grow to Yang Kai's level. Fortunately, he had always managed to escape and survive their attempts. After all, his attainments in the Tao of space were not low. It was difficult for the Black Ink clan to succeed, regardless of their attempts to target him. Feng Tianci frowned at the illusory phantom, feeling extremely puzzled. Why would his image appear inside the space within the Universe Furnace's projection? Thinking about it again, Yang Kai had always been unconstrained in his actions. He generally made unexpected moves that nobody else could even imagine, so it did not seem too strange for his illusory phantom to appear here. Feng Tianci smiled at the thought and did not think too deeply about the matter. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow, who was in Azure Sun territory, had the same question as Feng Tianci. When this monster race master advanced to the Monster Emperor realm in the Myriad Monsters world, he had only been a 5th Order Monster Emperor, which corresponded to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, he attracted many congratulatory wishes from everyone at the time. Even the human race masters overseeing the Myriad Monsters world had not dared to take him lightly. That was because Thunder Shadow was not a mere monster emperor, but also a monster race great emperor who the Myriad Monsters worlds will recognized. Thunder Shadow had spent most of his time cultivating hard in the Myriad Monsters world over the recent years, and thanks to the blessing of the World Tree Clone, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He grew from the 5th Order to the 7th Order in just a short 2,000 years, and then 300 years ago, he became an 8th Order Monster Emperor, after which he came out of retreat. He had brazenly caused a bloodbath in Azure Sun territory by relying on his brutality and the innate might of the monster race. No less than 5 territory lords had died to his claws, which gave him an impressive reputation. Most of the monster race who came from the Myriad Monsters world had been taken in by human masters as mounts. By relying on the protection of these human masters, monster emperors could often improve their cultivation at great speed. At the same time, they could tacitly increase their cooperation with the human race masters to bring down their enemies more efficiently. However, there was no human race master who would even dare to think about taking Thunder Shadow as a mount. He was an individual who received the recognition of the myriad monsters world after all. As a great emperor who cultivated the primal art, Thunder Shadow naturally had great prospects for the future. Nearly 99% of the human race would not be able to match up to his strength. In that case, who would be qualified to subdue him? However, it was rumored that he had a very close relationship with a small great force known as Great Feather Pavilion. That was because he received great care from a Great Feather Pavilion disciple when he was young and weak. At this moment, a monster leopard with lightning all over its body was quietly watching the projection in Azure Sun territory. He did not take human form. It was not because he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The monster race who cultivated the primal art mainly focused on polishing their monster cores as their foundation. The stronger their monster core, the stronger their strength as a monster race member, and the harder it became for them to assume human form. That was especially true for a monster race master like Thunder Shadow. It was practically impossible for him to assume human form at this point. There was a man and a woman next to him. They were none other than Xueqi and her husband who came from Great Feather Pavilion. The couple were both in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Their cultivation was nothing special in Azure Sun territory, but their safety was guaranteed thanks to the protection of Thunder Shadow. In fact, they often worked with Thunder Shadow to eliminate many powerful foes over the years. That's the master of the star boundary, right? Xueqi studied the illusory phantom for a moment and quickly recognized the identity of the figure. Beside her, Ho Qinghai nodded lightly. There's no doubt it's him. I saw his statue in the square when I visited High Heaven Palace in the star boundary in the past. He thought back to the scene he witnessed back then. Seeing thousands of High Heaven Palace disciples showing such great reverence to their palace master had fascinated him greatly. Every time he thought about that scene, he couldn't help thinking that that was how a real man should be. Unfortunately, both he and his wife were limited by their aptitude. The 7th Order Open Heaven realm was their inherent limit, so it was difficult for them to make any further progress. A hero indeed, Xueqi sighed. It's only thanks to him that the human race managed to persevere until now. But why did his figure appear here? Ho Qinghai shook his head to express his ignorance. On the other hand, Thunder Shadow growled softly. It's probably related to the universe furnace's projection. Xueqi tilted her head to the side with a puzzled expression, but did not bother to think deeper into the matter. She simply asked in a worried voice, Thunder Shadow, are you really going to enter the universe furnace? He did not respond. Ho Qinghai tried to persuade Thunder Shadow otherwise. Thunder Shadow, you are part of monster race. Not to mention, you are a great emperor recognized by the myriad monsters world and cultivate the primal art. Even without entering the universe furnace, you have great prospects waiting for you in the future. Why must you put yourself in needless danger? I might not know the internal situation in the universe furnace, but I'm certain about something. There will be a horrific bloodbath when the time comes. Xueqi nodded repeatedly in agreement and stared at Thunder Shadow expectantly, hoping that the latter would change his mind. The couple could not understand the reason why Thunder Shadow, who was born as part of monster race and cultivated the primal art, would want to compete in the bloody battle to enter the universe furnace. There was no reason for him to go after all. In response, Thunder Shadow simply said, I have my reasons for going, so please stop trying to persuade me otherwise. The entrance to the universe furnace will soon open. Please be extremely cautious when I'm not around and don't try to be brave or reckless. Qinghai, please take good care of your wife. Ho Qinghai sighed heavily, please don't worry about us. Everywhere outside the universe furnace's projections at each location, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were communicating with each other through voice transmission. Every one of them had their own intentions, but there were no exceptions about one thing. They were confused by the image that suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yang Kai's gaze wandered around the universe furnace's projection on the Black Ink battlefield as though he could see across space. He could see the astonished expressions of his wives and several disciples at the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. He also saw Feng Tianci in Twin Poles territory. When their gazes met, they nodded lightly at each other. Everything was conveyed without any spoken words. Then, he saw Thunder Shadow, Xueqi, and her husband standing side by side in Azure Sun territory. The tense atmosphere between the human race army and the Black Ink clan army, as they stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projections, did not escape his notice either. The barriers of space suddenly became meaningless at this moment. With the help of the mysterious connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, Xueqi could see everything at all the locations where the universe furnace's projection had appeared. A realization suddenly welled up in his heart, and he burst out cursing. He was starting to understand the reason behind this phenomenon. It was the defense mechanism of the universe furnace itself. This supreme treasure had remained hidden beyond the bounds of this universe for all time. Nobody had ever figured out its exact location, much less seen its true body before. On the other hand, it was different for Xueqi, who was proficient in the Tao of space. He had utilized the mysterious effects of his cow punch secret technique to trace the universe furnace's aura back to its roots to determine its true location. At this point, he was only one step away from success. Unfortunately, the universe furnace could not allow him to determine the location of its true body. That was why the connection that formed between him and the universe furnace had turned into an invisible rope, and an immense pulling force drew him in from the other end of the connection. The universe furnace was trying to pull him into itself so that he could not investigate its location any further. Whenever the universe furnace emerged in the world, it had always been customary to wait for the entrance to appear in order to enter it. Be that as it may, Xueqi had been given permission to enter the universe furnace early, and it was not an invitation that he could refuse. It was also because of the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body that his image appeared in all the projections. The strange spaces scattered everywhere were originally projections of the universe furnace's true body. Now that Xueqi had a close connection with the universe furnace and was being drawn into it, his figure was also being projected everywhere. A series of coincidences and opportunities had all led to this outcome. Xueqi's original intention was to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body and simultaneously annihilate those surrounding him. He never expected his actions to cause such an unexpected turn of events. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling slightly panicked. Would he be refined by the universe furnace if he entered it? It would be a huge tragedy if that were the case. Instead of increasing his cultivation, he would end up as part of the legendary innate open heaven pills. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5723. Purely by accident. Xueqi did not know how the open heaven pills that could help cultivators break through their innate shackles were formed, but the universe furnace was bound to contain various mysteries. Things would not end well for him if he was dragged into the universe furnace just like that. After realizing the precarious situation looming over him, he immediately began drawing upon his strength in desperation to break free from the connection between himself and the universe furnace. Nevertheless, his efforts were in vain. The invisible and intangible rope bound him tightly. The force that came from the other end of the rope was so overpowering that even a master at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm like him was powerless to resist. Space principles flared, causing the void to become extremely distorted, but to his astonishment, he discovered that a vortex had appeared at the place where he was standing. Immediately after that, his figure was rapidly swallowed up and vanished out of sight. At the last moment, only one thought flashed through his mind. I haven't killed Xueqi yet. A wave of sorrow flooded his heart. He had persevered with so much effort, and if nothing unexpected had occurred, Xueqi would not have survived. Unfortunately, Xueqi was saved because his own future had become uncertain due to the universe furnace. A great sense of resentment and reluctance filled Xueqi's heart. He would have been much more accepting if he had been dragged into the universe furnace after he succeeded in killing Xueqi. Forget it. Even though I failed to kill Xueqi, I did manage to eliminate many innate territory lords. I've done my best. Xueqi felt much better after comforting himself with such words. The unexpected turn of events inside the universe furnace's projection occurred extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi vanished without warning. The blood-stained and disheveled Xueqi was desperately shifting his body to avoid the attacks caused by the layers of folded space when the chaotic and oscillating space suddenly calmed down. Even the ubiquitous murderous intent around him disappeared in an instant. Xueqi was stunned for a moment, Then he turned to look in Yang Kai's direction only to find that the latter was gone.
Be that as it may. He did not dare to relax his guard and remained cautious of his surroundings.
Nothing abnormal occurred even though a long time had passed though, so he couldn't help sending out an inquiry via divine sense. Sir Royal Lord, where is Yang Kai? Mou frowned and briefly explained the events that took place just now. The truth was that he had not understood the reason behind Yang Kai's disappearance either. He only saw a vortex inexplicably appearing where Yang Kai was standing. Immediately after that, Yang Kai was swallowed by the vortex and vanished without a trace. Mou was astonished. Yang Kai was swallowed by a vortex that appeared out of nowhere? Is it some sort of trickery? If that's the case, then he must be hiding somewhere in this space. It's just that nobody in the Black Ink clan can detect his whereabouts. But what was the point of doing that? The space within the projection was sealed by a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, so Yang Kai couldn't leave this place and his whereabouts would be revealed once the universe furnace's illusory phantom completely solidified. Besides, Yang Kai clearly looked determined to kill him and was on the verge of success. So there's no reason for Yang Kai to create further disturbances at a time like this. Inside this weird space within the projection, there was nothing Mou could do to defend against Yang Kai's attacks. As long as Yang Kai persisted for a little longer, Mou would have died without a doubt. By that logic, it made more sense that something happened which caused Yang Kai to be swallowed by that strange vortex rather than him voluntarily giving up on all his accumulated efforts. Mou racked his brains but could not fathom the reason behind Yang Kai's actions. The Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace was far too shallow, so much so that he couldn't even be certain whether Yang Kai was still hiding inside the projection at this moment. After pondering in silence for some time, he finally spoke once more. Sir, the universe furnace is about to truly emerge. The real war between the human race and the Black Ink clan is imminent. You need to return so that you can protect the no-return pass and coordinate the movements of the Black Ink clan. Mou nodded lightly. What about you? Mou gave a light smile. Please don't worry. If Yang Kai wanted to kill me, he would not have given up just now. Since he stopped halfway, he must have other plans. This subordinate will act accordingly. But just to be on the safe side, we should maintain the grand array around the perimeter lest he try to escape. It will also give this subordinate more capital to negotiate with him if he reappears. Mou had no objections to Mou's suggestions, so he instructed the territory lords in charge of maintaining the grand array to remain behind and heed Mou's orders. Then, he studied the projection intently for a moment before he transformed into a streak of black light that sped off in the direction of the no-return pass. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's largest base, and all the high-rank Black Ink nests were currently sheltered there. Although Royal Lord Mou had personally come to deal with Yang Kai during this incident, he could not afford to stay away for too long lest the human race masters took advantage of his absence. Watching the Royal Lord disappearing into the distance, Mou sat down cross-legged and glanced around him. Brother Yang, the Royal Lord has left. Can you show yourself so that we can have a good talk? Now that things have come to this, there's no point in hiding anymore, right? He had the feeling that Yang Kai was no longer here, but he could not be certain. Nevertheless, he could not understand the situation. Where could Yang Kai have gone if he wasn't here? What was the vortex that swallowed him? In any case, Mou had to consider all the possible scenarios. Assuming that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere, then he had to try and make contact. Naturally, he couldn't receive a response. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's illusory phantom that filled the entire void at each projection appeared for no more than 2 or 3 breaths of time before vanishing without warning, and the abnormal situation was swiftly reported to the Supreme Headquarters. Mi Jingluan, Xiang Shan, and Bloodcrow gathered together to discuss the situation in hopes of figuring out what happened. After ruling out the various possibilities, only one answer remained before them. Yang Kai had made contact with the universe furnace's true body. All the projections originated from the universe furnace's true body, which meant that the universe furnace's true body was the source of everything. Seeing as Yang Kai's illusory phantom had appeared at each projection at the same time, then the phenomenon was definitely related to the universe furnace's true body. If Thunder Shadow Great Emperor in Azure Sun territory could figure this out, then it was only natural for Mi Jingluan and the others to reach the same conclusion. For a time, they looked exuberant. Throughout history, Nobody had ever learned the location of the universe furnace's true body or even seen it before. At present, it had not been long since the universe furnace's projection appeared. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were waiting for the projections to solidify and transform into entrances. Yet Xueqi seemed to have gotten into contact with the universe furnace already. That was exciting news. If that were truly the case, then they would have a massive advantage. As irreverent as Bloodcrow was, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration for Xueqi. Having been a member of Dawn who fought beside Xueqi for many years, he had quite a good understanding of Xueqi's abilities. Nevertheless, he had never held much respect for Xueqi due to the sense of arrogance in his heart and the long-standing grievances between them. At most, he only felt a subtle sense of competitiveness towards him. They were both open heaven realm masters after all, so there was no reason he could not do what Xueqi could. Be that as it may, he was completely convinced at this moment. The universe furnace was the most profound and mysterious treasure in existence, yet Xueqi had managed to make contact with its true body. That was something he could never achieve. He suddenly wondered curiously, was Xueqi trying to use that opportunity to convey a message to us? For example, informing us about the whereabouts of the universe furnace's true body? Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan glanced at each other. Both of them were feeling rather excited all of a sudden. If that were truly the case, then the information was extremely important. If they could discover the location of the universe furnace's true body, then they could enter the universe furnace and obtain the opportunity in advance. Once the entrances were formed, they could then ambush the Black Ink clan from within the universe furnace world and catch the Black Ink clan unprepared. After carefully comparing the information he received from various locations though, Mi Jingluan shook his head and said, I don't think he was trying to convey any information to us. Xueqi's figure only appeared for a very short time, and judging from the reports gathered from various parties, he seemed to have been caught off guard. It is written here that Xueqi looked astonished when he first appeared. This fact undoubtedly indicates that he had not expected this phenomenon. Xiang Shan abruptly added, according to the information that we received earlier, he should have been hunting down the territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction when all of this happened. Could the universe furnace's true body be located in the Black Ink battlefield? Mi Jingluan stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. It's not impossible. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do even if we know that the universe furnace's true body is located on the Black Ink battlefield. The entrances will manifest within a year or so it's too late to dispatch our forces to the Black Ink battlefield. Besides, how will we enter the Black Ink battlefield without Xueqi's protection? We can't just boldly swagger through the no-return pass like he can. Xiang Shan lamented. In that case, we can only wait for the entrances to open. It's our only option. Mi Jingluan sighed slightly. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan does not have much information on the universe furnace. We still have a slight advantage over them in that regard. Among other things, the Black Ink clan most likely did not know that there was a sealed world inside the universe furnace. Moreover, the projections would transform into entrances that led into the universe furnace once they solidified completely. They might have Black Ink disciples providing them with some rumors and hearsay, but the cultivation of those Black Ink disciples was not high, so such secret information would not be leaked easily. At the moment, the Black Ink clan had only moved their armies to the various locations to confront the human race armies outside the projections. They were simply taking countermeasures against the large-scale movements of the human race, not planning for an area control battle. Be that as it may, this secret could only be hidden for a short time as, once the projections solidified and the entrances appeared, the Black Ink clan would immediately understand. The advantage that the human race held in terms of intelligence would only allow them to make various arrangements in advance. Hopefully, those arrangements would give them a slight advantage when competing for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Although the guesses of Mi Jingluan and the others at the Supreme Headquarters were not entirely accurate, they had gotten at least 2 points correct. The first was that Xueqi had truly gotten in contact with the universe furnace's true body, and the second was that this incident had indeed happened purely by accident. Xueqi had not been prepared in advance. What they did not know was that the accident had caused Xueqi to be dragged into the universe furnace. If they knew the truth, they would have been much more amazed by the situation. At this moment, Xueqi was overflowing with worry. When he was dragged into the universe furnace, aside from the twinge of regret he felt about failing to kill Imo Na Yi, he had also been concerned about his own fate. The universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills, but as for how these open heaven pills were produced, nobody knew the truth. Regardless of their method of production, the universe furnace was ultimately an alchemy furnace though. Things might not end well for him if he were dragged into the universe furnace. His greatest fear was being refined by the universe furnace. If that were to happen, he would definitely die with many regrets. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5724. Inside the Universe Furnace. After a period of extreme anxiety, Xueqi discovered that he was showing no signs of being refined. Still, the environment around him seemed to be rather strange. He could not quite describe his surroundings at the moment. It felt as though he had slipped into the void, with bits of fluorescent light scattered around like stars twinkling in the sky. Distance had become an extremely vague concept in this place, causing the flickering fluorescent lights to seem both extremely far away yet simultaneously close at hand. More importantly, Xueqi could keenly feel that he was either being immobilized by something which prevented him from moving a single muscle, or he was wrapped in a mysterious force that shackled him in place. He couldn't help feeling rather depressed by his circumstances. Am I inside the universe furnace? He couldn't help sinking deep into thought. The various indications proved that he had indeed been dragged into the universe furnace, so there was no doubt about that. Nevertheless, it seemed rather bizarre. It was hard to believe that there was a vast world inside the universe furnace. That was something that never crossed his mind before. In his imagination, the universe furnace was nothing more than an alchemy furnace which produced the mysterious innate open heaven pills. Although the projection of the alchemy furnace he saw previously was larger than he expected, he had not been overly surprised since the size difference was within the limits of his imagination. On the other hand, the fact that the universe furnace contained an independent world was truly astonishing. Upon further consideration, it did not seem out of the ordinary for the universe furnace to contain a sealed world. The universe furnace was the most mysterious supreme treasure in existence. Furthermore, it was capable of producing innate open heaven pills which could overcome the limitations of the established heavenly way. Collecting his thoughts, Xueqi decided not to spend too much time deliberating over such trivial matters. His biggest concern at the moment was how he could protect himself. He was dragged into the universe furnace because his actions had touched upon the essence of this supreme treasure. Although there were no signs to indicate that he was being refined at the moment, it was necessary to have countermeasures in place. First, I need to figure out a way to break free from these bindings. Xueqi immediately began to draw upon his power to escape this place. However, he discovered that he couldn't even move a single finger no matter how hard he struggled. The mysterious force holding him in place did not give off a sense of strength, but it was extremely resilient. The more power he exerted against the force, the stronger the force became in response. Thus, he was kept completely immobilized. Not feeling discouraged, Xueqi began to push his space principles and attempted to leave this place via instantaneous movement. Unexpectedly, the omnipotent Tao of space was completely ineffective here. The space around him seemed to have frozen solid, creating an unbreakable prison. Urging time principles next, Xueqi tried to wither whatever it was holding him in place, but it proved futile. He then tried urging spear principles, but his efforts remained ineffective. There was no saying how much time had passed by the time he finished cycling through all the Tao strengths of the Grand Taos he mastered so far, but none of them helped with his situation whatsoever. The same held true even when he simultaneously activated time principles and space principles and then merged them together to form the mysterious spacetime strength. His heart was flooded with a sense of frustration. At this point, he was certain about one thing: he could not move a single muscle. Like a prisoner, he was trapped in this inexplicable cage with no means of escape. What a disaster! Xueqi never imagined that he would suffer such treatment just because he touched upon the essence of the universe furnace. Moreover, he not only failed to discover the hiding spot of the universe furnace's true body, but he also failed to take the opportunity to finish off Amo Na Yi. There were no signs that the universe furnace was attempting to refine him, so judging by the situation, he had no reason to worry about his safety at the moment. The universe furnace might not necessarily even be for refining foreign objects. Naturally, just to be on the safe side, it was better if he remained vigilant of any unexpected occurrences. I might be safe for now, but how am I supposed to leave this place?
Composing himself, Xueqi put away the slight sense of anxiety brewing in his heart and carefully began to perceive his surroundings. If he wanted to leave this place, then he had to break free of the force restraining him. Only by comprehending this force could he take the necessary measures to break free from his shackles. When his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, Xueqi instantly noticed something that was out of the ordinary. There was a large amount of Tao essence contained within the universe furnace. The abundance of the invisible and intangible Tao essence that interweaved and accumulated inside the universe furnace was almost impossible to imagine. There were no exceptions anywhere his mind extended. He couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the discovery. For some reason, it felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a treasure trove. The most intuitive manifestation of a cultivator's grand Tao was the amount of Tao essence they possessed. Needless to say, that was not something that could be quantified precisely, as it was nothing more than a vague concept. Take Xueqi for example. His highest attainments were in the grand Tao of space, so the space Tao essence was the most abundant in his small universe. That was how there were Tao temple disciples who could inherit his blessings and cultivate the Tao of space. The Tao of time came next. However, thanks to the improvement of the dragon vein in his body, Xueqi's Tao of time was now equal in level to the Tao of space. Naturally, the spear Tao came third. There were many other grand Taos as well. Apart from the alchemic Tao and the Tao of artifact refining that he spent time and effort cultivating, the rest were the results of his harvest from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. When he was being hunted by the royal lord, Xueqi had been forced to flee for over a decade. In the end, he dove into the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon and encountered an inconceivable harvest. He only managed to gain so much in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon because of the grand Tao rivers that were found inside. After all, flowing in those rivers were countless Tao essences that had been refined and absorbed by him. Xueqi never expected to discover so many Tao essences inside the universe furnace. Not to mention, they were many times richer than the Tao essences found in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. Is this the carrot after the stick treatment? The universe furnace had dragged him here and ruined his plans to kill Mo Na Yi, but it turned out that such benefits were waiting for him. It truly was, as the saying went, good fortune came after a catastrophe. In any case, there was indeed an amazing opportunity in front of him. Xueqi immediately calmed down and opened his small universe to absorb and refine the Tao essence, but a short while later, he frowned deeply. Opening his small universe once more, he sensed something flowing out of his small universe. The something that he sensed flowing out of his small universe was none other than the Tao essence that he had just absorbed. After a quick try, Xueqi discovered that the Tao essence permeating the entire universe furnace could not be refined or absorbed whatsoever. This discovery immediately made his wonderful mood sink to the bottom of the abyss. Nevertheless, he refused to accept this reality and tried to absorb the Tao essence into his small universe once more. Following several failed attempts, he finally confirmed that the Tao essence inside the universe furnace could not be refined. He also vaguely grasped the reason that prevented him from doing so. If it was said that the Tao essence flowing in the grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon he encountered back then could be classified as an orderly form of Tao essence, the Tao essence found here could be classified as disordered and chaotic. It was the most primitive form of Tao essence. Forcibly refining this kind of Tao essence would not be beneficial for him. The most superficial explanation was the difference between uncooked rice and cooked rice. The Tao essence here was uncooked. On the other hand, the Tao essence flowing in the grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon was cooked. Xueqi would only need to consume and digest the cooked rice to transform it into the foundation of his strength. Conversely, he could not do that with pure uncooked rice. If he forcibly tried to consume the uncooked rice, he might even cause harm to his body. The realization left him slightly dumbfounded. In his perception, the amount of Tao essence accumulated inside the universe furnace was rich beyond comprehension. Be that as it may, he could not benefit from the Tao essence in front of him. There was nothing more tortuous in this world than staring at something he wanted but could not have. Why is the Tao essence inside the universe furnace so strange? Xueqi frowned pensively. Thinking about it carefully, the answer became obvious. The sealed world inside the universe furnace was probably in its most primitive form. That would explain the chaos and disorder of the Tao essence in this place. The world here was not like the world outside, which had undergone countless years of evolution and development.
It was only natural for the Tao essence in this place to remain in its most primitive state. Maybe this is the reason why the open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace can help cultivators break through their limitations. It was like 99% of the Grand Tao had been integrated into the universe, leaving out the final 1%. As a result, the open heaven realm method that the 10 martial ancestors gained enlightenment about based on the formation of the universe itself was naturally incomplete. The final missing piece could only be found in a place that preserved the most primitive environment from before the formation of the universe furnace. Perfection could only be obtained when both were combined. Following that thought, Xueqi suddenly had a realization. The universe furnace itself might be the human race's biggest shackle. At this moment, the fluorescent lights around him suddenly began to flicker wildly. His attention was immediately drawn towards them, and he quietly observed his surroundings. The fluorescent lights were innumerable, and Xueqi did not know what these wisps were, but they looked like countless fireflies at first glance. Moreover, he couldn't even judge how far these fluorescent lights were from him under the unique environment inside the universe furnace. When the countless lights started flickering, the extremely abundant but disordered and chaotic Tao essence began to be absorbed by them. Xueqi was stunned by the sight. He had tried refining the irregular and chaotic Tao essence earlier, but it proved impossible for him. In comparison, these fluorescent lights were easily absorbing the Tao essence here. What are these lights? Over time, the Tao essence absorbed by the fluorescent lights increased steadily. Then, 9 distinct fluorescent lights among the sea of fluorescent lights gradually began to grow larger and glow brighter than the rest. The amount of Tao essence they absorbed also increased sharply in response. Xueqi's attention was attracted by these 9 distinct fluorescent lights. During the brief interval between flashes, he vaguely noticed that these fluorescent lights seemed to display the outlines of spirit pills. Innate open heaven pills. The realization came to him abruptly. These twinkling fluorescent lights were the innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. They were the legendary spirit pills that could allow a cultivator to break free of their innate limitations just by consuming one. Are there 9 such pills? It made sense. After all, 9 was the limit. For the universe furnace to produce 9 of these heaven-defying spirit pills was an amazing feat in itself. It was not a small number, to say the least. If all of them could be obtained by the human race, they could immediately produce 9 new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That would definitely be extremely beneficial to the upcoming war with the Black Ink clan. But if those 9 fluorescent lights that glowed brighter than the rest were the legendary innate open heaven pills, then what were these countless bits of fluorescent light around them? They were also absorbing the disordered and chaotic Tao essence inside the universe furnace, so apart from the amount of Tao essence being absorbed and the intensity of their brightness, there was not much difference between them and the 9 brightest lights. Xueqi couldn't help recalling the innate open heaven pills that he obtained from the blood monster cave heaven and the doubts he harbored in the past. Could it be that the innate open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades? Martial Peak. Chapter 5725, Unattainable Opportunities. Inside the universe furnace, Xueqi couldn't help feeling very confused. Are there different grades to the open heaven pills in the universe furnace? I've never heard anything like that before. At the same time, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered at the Supreme Headquarters. These were the candidates chosen from among the human race to enter the universe furnace and compete for opportunities. Many were veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but some were rising stars. Nonetheless, without exception, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters whose martial Tao ended at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Having advanced directly to the 6th Order, the 8th Order was their limit. If they wanted to increase their cultivation any further, then their only option was to compete for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Once the entrances to the universe furnace took form, a great war was bound to break out between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At that time, their duty was to charge into the universe furnace as quickly as possible to search for opportunities and advance to the 9th Order. As for the rest, there was no need for them to worry. The other human race masters would be in charge of blocking the Black Ink clan's attempts at interference. At this moment, these 8th Order masters were sitting on the ground and studying hard like students in a lecture hall. Meanwhile, Standing in front of them was a cultivator wrapped in a layer of blood chi. His aura was very showy, but his cultivation was hard to determine. It was Blood Crow. Blood Crow had personally experienced the emergence of the universe furnace last time. Having entered the universe furnace once before, his understanding of it was unmatched by anybody else. Therefore, Mi Jing Luan had specially asked him to teach these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters about the internal situation of the universe furnace, so that they could prepare themselves in advance. Blood Crow was no great scholar or teacher, so he simply said what came to mind. Still, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were careful to record everything he said. After all, nobody knew whether the things he told them would become the key that would allow them to preserve their lives or grab hold of the opportunity at a critical moment. Let's talk about the Open Heaven Pills produced by the Universe Furnace. Most people only know that these Open Heaven Pills can help cultivators overcome their innate limitations, but what you should know first is that even the Open Heaven Pills inside the Universe Furnace have different grades. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting below immediately fell into an uproar. In regards to this matter, not only had nobody ever told them, but they had never even heard rumors about it. To the side, Mi Jing Luan and Xiang Shan exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. They, too, had been very shocked when they first heard this bit of information from Blood Crow. It turned out that the Open Heaven Pills inside the Universe Furnace had different grades. Blood Crow did not play any games and continued, I don't know how the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises categorize them. After all, I don't come from any of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. I can only divide the Open Heaven Pills in the Universe Furnace into 2 types. The first type is the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, which everybody knows as the innate Open Heaven Pills that can help 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like yourselves advance to the 9th Order. Unfortunately, the other type does not have such a potent effect, so we can think of them as ordinary grade Open Heaven Pills. Classifying these innate Open Heaven Pills into Supreme Grade and Ordinary Grade was a very rough method of categorization. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was confused. I understand the situation with the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, but Junior Brother Blood Crow, why does the Universe Furnace produce these Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills? What are their uses? Blood Crow replied, I don't know why the Universe Furnace produces these Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills either, but they are by no means useless. While their medicinal efficacies are not as profound as the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, they are enough to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. The ability to overcome one's bottleneck, but not one's limitations. Having heard that, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to gain a vague understanding of the situation. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who spoke earlier said, So that's how it is. By that logic, the Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills are rare treasures too. A cultivator's martial Tao was not always smooth sailing. Take Lan Yu Ruo for example. She had advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so her limit should have been the 8th Order. Nevertheless, it had taken her some 250 years of cultivating in retreat to finally advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm during her brief period in Void Land. The same was true for Feng Ying of Dawn Squad. It had taken her more than 200 years to advance from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 8th Order. Several hundred years was not a long time for Open Heaven Realm Masters who could live for tens of thousands of years. However, they would not need to waste all that precious time if they could obtain one of these Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills. There were many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but many of them were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation and had trouble progressing forward. They were not at the point where they needed the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills. Be that as it may, they would easily advance to the next order if they had the support of some Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills. 1 or 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters might not make a difference, but the strength of the human race would surely grow sharply when their numbers increase. It was not as though the human race did not have any kind of spirit pills that could help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks, but the efficacies of such spirit pills were not that great. In comparison, the Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills were different. They were the best spirit pills to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. In Xiang Shan's case, he had originally planned to enter the Universe Furnace for the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, but it would now seem that he might not necessarily need to obtain one. The Ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pills might be enough to help him overcome his current bottleneck. Junior Brother Blood Crow, how many Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills are there? And how many ordinary grade? Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master raised the question he really wanted to know. Blood Crow glanced at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and replied, I'm not certain how many Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills there are. The last time I entered the Universe Furnace, I was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and I didn't dare to carelessly move around, much less dare to compete with the Masters for that peak opportunity. Although I don't know the exact numbers, I'm certain that there weren't many such heaven-defying spirit pills. After a brief pause, he continued his explanation. As for the ordinary grade open heaven pills, there are many of those. Even I managed to obtain a few. It was thanks to consuming those ordinary grade open heaven pills that I smoothly advanced to the 8th Order back then. As the topic deepened, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became more and more heated. The 8th Order Open Heaven Masters consecutively asked the questions they were curious about, and Blood Crow did his best to answer. Whenever he encountered a question he could not answer, he did not make any unfounded speculations to prevent misleading others. Inside the Universe Furnace, Xueqi was naturally unaware that Blood Crow had differentiated the Open Heaven pills into Supreme Grade and Ordinary Grade. Nevertheless, he quickly came to an unbelievable conclusion under such close observation. The Open Heaven pills from the Universe Furnace could be separated into 2 distinct grades. The 9 brightest lights were clearly the Open Heaven pills that he had always heard about. Now that he was so close to them, he couldn't help feeling tempted to grab them. The Universe Furnace's projection had appeared in all the various Great Territory battlefields, which affected numerous masters from the human race and the Black Ink clan. All of them were waiting to obtain the opportunity within the Universe Furnace. If Xueqi could snatch these 9 Open Heaven pills in advance, then the human race would be the greatest winners no matter what arrangements the Black Ink clan made. They could use these 9 Open Heaven pills to produce 9 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That would be enough to form a crushing advantage against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, he could neither move a muscle nor freely exert his strength at this moment. The greatest opportunity in the 3,000 worlds was literally right in front of him, but he was powerless to seize it. How annoying! Hateful! He couldn't help cursing at the Universe Furnace. It was bad enough that he was dragged into this place, but he was also completely immobilized and then shown such a wondrous opportunity, yet he was unable to seize it. What is this torture? At this moment, Xueqi had long forgotten his earlier worries of being refined by the Universe Furnace. If the Universe Furnace wanted to refine him, the process would have taken place by now. Seeing as there were no movements in that regard, he was most probably safe for the time being. Now that he was safe, it was only natural for him to become greedy when such an opportunity was right in front of him. Xueqi stubbornly began to struggle once more, but it was all to no avail. Thus, he became even more annoyed and depressed. As the 9 lights devoured the chaotic and primitive Tao essence at an increasingly fierce rate, they began to glow brighter and brighter as a result. A rough estimate of the time indicated that there were only a few more months before the Universe Furnace emerged in the world. Xueqi did not know the exact location where the supreme treasure would appear, but he could practically imagine the scene at the time. The masters of both sides had gathered outside the Universe Furnace's projections. When the Universe Furnace opened under the illumination of the dense and multicolored lights, the 9 Open Heaven pills and their companions would fly out of the Universe Furnace. Subsequently, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan would plunge into a frenzied battle. He would be freed of his shackles at that time and might even fly out of the Universe Furnace with the Open Heaven pills. Although he could easily obtain several of them with his abilities, this method was rather risky. After all 9 of the best Open Heaven pills needed to be obtained by the human race. I need to figure out a way so that it will be easier for me to seize the opportunity once I am free. Since the Universe Furnace dragged me here and allowed me to witness the creation of these Open Heaven pills, then I ought to benefit from this opportunity. After pondering for some time, Xueqi came up with an idea. He immediately attempted to use his spiritual energy to place an imprint on these Open Heaven pills. If he succeeded, then he would be able to obtain them with a simple flash of his thoughts. In the next moment, he gave a deep groan and his complexion went pale from his efforts. At this moment, the 9 Open Heaven pills were indiscriminately devouring the surrounding Tao essence. When his divine sense penetrated the Open Heaven pills, his divine sense was refined and absorbed in an instant. His divine sense was damaged as a consequence, but Xueqi was not very concerned about this injury.
After all, his soul would be torn apart every time he unleashed a soul-rending thorn. This amount of injury was nothing to him. Besides, the soul-warming lotus would quickly repair his damaged divine sense. Spiritual energy is ineffective, but what about world force? Yang Kai made another attempt, only for the open heaven pills to refine and absorb his world force perfectly. It would seem that the open heaven pills were not particular about what kind of energy approached them, greedily refining and absorbing anything they could. Unfortunately, that was not good news for Yang Kai. As things stood, how was he supposed to leave his mark on the 9 spirit pills, so that he could easily make his move when the time came? He activated the various Tao strengths he mastered in hopes that he could leave some kind of mark on the open heaven pills, but his efforts remained futile. Even the mysterious space-time strength was ineffective. These innate open heaven pills were like starving wolves, swallowing anything and everything that was placed before them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning with a troubled expression. Spiritual energy, world force, and even Tao strengths have proven to be ineffective. What else is there that I can try? All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and silently activated the great sun and moon marks. His own strength had been ineffective against the open heaven pills. In that case, the only power that did not belong to him was the 2 marks that he received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If that was also ineffective, then he had no other methods to try. He normally borrowed the power of the 2 marks to condense purifying light. However, he was now attempting to leave a mark on the 9 open heaven pills with their power instead. It was not a difficult feat to perform. The mysterious power of the great sun and great moon seeped out from the backs of his hands. Under his careful control, they slowly extended towards one of the open heaven pills. It did not take long before the power of the great sun and great moon was influenced by the pull of the open heaven pills and swiftly absorbed into it. Yang Kai could clearly feel the power of the great sun and the great moon gradually being shaved away and becoming weaker. Be that as it may, he was overjoyed in the next moment. That was because a slight trace remained of the power of the great sun and the great moon. They had not completely disappeared. Martial Peak. Chapter 57-26. Universe Furnace Manifests. The great sun and moon marks were created from the burning lights and serene glimmer sources. So naturally, the power that came from these 2 marks contained the aura of their sources. It was a power that was derived directly from the primordial light. Perhaps that was the reason why the innate open heaven pills could not devour it completely. Either way, the experiment was a success. Yang Kai was thrilled. He quickly added the great sun and great moon's auras to the 8 remaining lights. However, after going to great lengths to do so, a thought dawned on Yang Kai. There's no point in doing this. Initially, he wanted to leave something that he could control inside the 9 best quality open heaven pills. That way, it would be easier for him to seize them when the universe furnace truly emerged. However, the power from the great sun and moon marks did not belong to him. They had been given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Although he could wield the 2 marks to create purifying light, he could not use them to control the 9 open heaven pills. All of Yang Kai's delight disappeared in a flash as soon as he remembered this. He thought that after spending half a day on his attempts, he was finally rewarded with success, but in the end, it had all been for nothing. No one would be pleased about that. Thus, after being dragged into this place by the universe furnace, Yang Kai did not receive any significant benefit, other than personally witnessing the mysterious inner workings of the universe furnace and the creation of the innate open heaven pills. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi got the chance to escape. Yang Kai was feeling rather disgruntled. However, he could not do anything about it. A strange power was restraining him right now, and he could not do anything about it. As time passed, Yang Kai calmed himself down and continued watching as the open heaven pills devoured the Tao essence all around them and took on a physical form. Eventually, the 9 lights grew brighter until they became 9 great suns that hovered all around Yang Kai. When compared to the 9 great suns, the countless dots of glimmering light paled by far, like the difference between the bright moon and dim stars in the night sky. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the glimmering lights, which were also open heaven pills, had to be crucial in some way. In any case, how could something produced by the universe furnace turn out to be ordinary? The open heaven pills he got from the blood monster cave heaven in the past were most likely these lower quality ones, but their medicinal efficacies had probably waned due to the passage of time and the failure to store them properly. Yang Kai did not know how long it had been, but he was focused on observing the production of the open heaven pills when he felt a kind of strong and vigorous energy surge towards him while undergoing some kind of unknown transformation. His expression changed, but as he could not move, he could not dodge the sudden burst of energy, so he had to endure it instead. The strange energy was incredibly powerful, and when confronted with it, even Yang Kai, who was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, felt minuscule in comparison. He heard his bones being dislocated and his 5 viscera and 6 organs felt as if they were about to explode from the pressure. Yang Kai had no idea what was happening. Apart from being restrained, nothing else had happened to him ever since he entered the universe furnace, until now. It finally felt as if his life was at risk. In that life-and-death moment, there was only one thought in Yang Kai's mind. Is the universe furnace really going to refine me? Fortunately, the intense energy fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The pressure had only lasted for a moment before it was gone. Yang Kai could sense that the space he was in, the place with countless glimmering lights, was now endlessly stretching out. At the same time, the glimmering lights turned into streaks and shot out in all directions. A thought popped into Yang Kai's mind almost instinctively. The universe furnace has fully manifested. The strange event earlier was clearly a sign that the universe furnace was emerging. After counting the days in his head, Yang Kai realized that the timing added up as well. Then, Yang Kai noticed that the power that had been restraining him all this while had disappeared. He instantly manipulated space principles to lock up the area around him as he reached out to grab the blazing streaks of light, but they moved away so quickly that Yang Kai came up empty-handed, even though he had been determined to catch hold of them. Only a few of the weak, glimmering lights were caught inside his trapped space. The weak, glimmering lights were trembling hard against the constraints of the space principles. It was as if the lights had a mind of their own and wanted to escape from Yang Kai's grasp, but he was not going to let that happen. He stuffed the lights into his small universe, though he did not have the time to study them now. Instead, he dashed after one of the dazzling streams of light he targeted earlier. Space principles flickered, and in a flash, Yang Kai reappeared millions of kilometers away. However, just a moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop with a helpless expression on his face. The stream of light had already gone too far away. It flew a lot quicker than him even though he used instantaneous movement. After recalling the earlier scene, Yang Kai immediately understood what was happening. It was not really that the dazzling light was moving faster than he was, but rather that this space was, itself, rapidly expanding. I had such a great opportunity right in front of me, but I failed to seize it. Yang Kai was vexed with himself. No words could express the consternation he felt. 9 top-quality open heaven pills had been right in front of him, each one representing a new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. And yet, he did not even manage to grab a single one. Yang Kai was agitated, and as he had been injured by the pressure from the powerful energy earlier, he ended up coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even his aura noticeably weakened. He stood in place to restore himself for a moment as he looked around him with a frown. What the hell is going on? Since the universe furnace has already appeared, why am I still inside of it? Shouldn't I have been flung out of here the same way the open heaven pills were? What's more, the universe furnace seems too vast. By now, Yang Kai was starting to realize that all his theories had been wrong from the start. The inside of the universe furnace turned out to be an independent space, and there was no proof that the open heaven pills had been ejected out of it. So perhaps the opportunity to seize one of them doesn't occur outside, but rather inside the universe furnace. Yang Kai would be able to confirm this theory soon enough. If he encountered other living beings inside the universe furnace, then it meant the opportunity took place inside. Yang Kai gathered himself and moved in the direction where the dazzling light had flown. Even though it had escaped from him earlier, he was still going to hunt it down. At this point, he found that his earlier efforts had not been for nothing. Although the aura of the great sun and moon marks that he left on the 9 open heaven pills previously could not help him when it came to controlling them, he could use the marks to ascertain where the pills were, though he could only do so if he was close enough. Yang Kai became a lot calmer now. There was a benefit to being pulled into the universe furnace early after all. During the chase,
Yongkai also found the time to check on the weak, glimmering lights he had captured. He had slightly over a dozen of them and they were currently flying around his small universe. They looked like shooting stars streaking across the sky, and the many cultivators inside Void World were staring up at them in amazement. Some of the Tao Temple disciples with greater cultivation tried to chase after these lights, but none of them succeeded. These weaker lights still moved at incredible speeds. Yongkai used space principles to capture them, but the Emperor Realm Masters from the Tao Temple did not have such ability. They thought this was some kind of amazing opportunity and had no idea these were just something their Tao Lord had tossed into his small universe as he did not have the time to bother with them. Soon, Yongkai gathered the scattered lights together and subdued them. The lights faded away, and several fragrant, flawlessly round spirit pills appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these open heaven pills were fairly similar to the ones Yongkai got from the blood monster cave heaven, but their medicinal efficacies were clearly much more potent. What are they for? Yongkai frowned. Don't tell me these open heaven pills can help those in the 8th order break through to the 9th order as well. If that was the case, the fact that he now had over a dozen of them meant there were going to be over a dozen new 9th order open heaven realm masters, but there was no way that was possible. The reason humans knew how to create open heaven pills was because the great experts of the early ancient era had derived a recipe for them based on the innate open heaven pills they obtained from a universe furnace. Although modifications and improvements to the open heaven pill recipe had never ceased, the ones refined by human alchemists were still incomparable to the ones from the universe furnace. There was only one benefit to the ones the humans made. Those open heaven pills were easy enough to create, and as long as there were sufficient resources and alchemists available, the production could go on forever. Nearly every sect had its own way of creating these man-made open heaven pills to fuel their disciples' cultivation. Yongkai had also refined some open heaven pills many millennia ago when he first entered the 3,000 worlds. After all the cultivation and resources he had acquired since then, it felt as if this memory of his took place eons ago. Once again, Yongkai gathered his thoughts. He created a seal on the open heaven pills and put them away safely. No matter what they were for, they had come from the universe furnace and thus could not be something simple. He would know whether or not they were useful once he brought them to senior brother Mi and asked the latter about them. Yongkai then continued chasing after the dazzling lights while occasionally using the great sun and moon marks to see if he could sense anything nearby. As the interior of the universe furnace rattled and shook, the over a dozen illusory phantoms of it that had been solidifying for the past 2 years finally transformed into the universe furnace, which was a grand and majestic alchemy furnace that gave off a mysterious ancient aura with complex lines circulating across its surface. These universe furnaces were not the true body though, merely portals to the world inside of it. As if breathing, the universe furnace would occasionally disperse a wondrous aura from its entrances. If anyone was able to cultivate near the furnace opening, they would receive a lot of benefits. However, who would be thinking of cultivating by the opening when the universe furnace had emerged? It was more important to enter the universe furnace for opportunities. Outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the many years of peace gave way to battle once more. The Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction knew that the universe furnace was a great opportunity for the humans, so to stop the suppressing Black Ink army from entering, the Black Ink clan was willing to do whatever it took to launch an attack on them, forcing the various masters to remain behind to hold the line. A 100,000-meter-long white dragon weaved through the fighting, killing dozens, if not hundreds with each blow he struck. But soon, 2 royal lords made huge sacrifices to rush out of the gap in the grand restriction and pin him down. Royal lords were heavily injured if they tried to leave the primordial heaven's source grand restriction through the opening Wu Kuang had made. Previously, Fu Guang killed several royal lords who had been affected this way, so the enemy knew that in a one-on-one fight, these royal lords were no match for him, but it was not as easy for him to kill them when he was up against 2 of them at once. Martial Peak. Chapter 5727, Battles Break Out. Not counting the Black Ink giant spirit gods, royal lords were at the peak of what was possible for the Black Ink clan to field and were by no means easy targets. It was already proof of how strong Fu Guang was that he could go up against 2 of them without being at a disadvantage. It even looked as if he could overpower them given enough time. On the suppressing Black Ink fortress, the suppressing Black Ink army was doing its best to fend off the enemy. Scores of formidable auras filled the sky as beams of destructive light shot out towards the swarming Black Ink clan.
It seemed as if the humans had the situation under control, but more and more enemies kept pouring out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, including many innate territory lords. If things continued on this way, the pressure would only grow more intense. 58th Order Masters quietly stood atop the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, not joining the fight. They were the chosen 8th Order Masters who would enter the Universe Furnace in search of opportunities. They should have rushed straight into the Universe Furnace when it opened, but the Black Ink Clan's attack put a stop to their plan. This was unsurprising, as the Black Ink Clan would not have allowed the humans to gain more benefits without a fight. The Black Ink Clan had already predicted this when the illusory phantom of the Universe Furnace first appeared. The Divine Dragon swam through the void as his murderous intent flared wildly. He defended himself from the two royal lords who were charging at him as his dragon roars echoed thunderously.
Go now! What are you waiting for?
Fu Guang saw that the 58th Order Masters had not moved, so he could not resist scolding them. Transmissions were coming from other 8th Order Masters fighting on the battlefield too. If you miss your chance now, it will never appear again. Hurry up and enter the Universe Furnace. You don't need to worry about us. As long as the suppressing Black Ink Fortress remains standing, the suppressing Black Ink army will not fall. Still, the 58th Order Masters atop the wall did not move. The entrance to the Universe Furnace was wide open, and it would only take them a moment to dive inside to seize the opportunity that would allow them to reach the peak of martial Dao. It was not as if they did not long for that. However, there was something else they cared about as well. Yang Xiao laughed and said, I only want this opportunity so that I can kill more enemies. Now that the enemy is right in front of me, why must I go round the sun to reach the moon? I shall partake in my share of the kills first. He rushed into the battle as soon as he finished speaking, and Yang Shui followed immediately after without saying a word. The two of them seemed to move in unison as they lunged at a territory lord who was trying to sneak up on a human master. The 50 figures flew out from the walls, but none of them headed for the Universe Furnace, instead rushing straight onto the battlefield to join the battle. Fu Guang saw this from afar and sighed, but he did not try to talk them out of it. The suppressing Black Ink army was small, only numbering 6,000 in total. Though the army had more than 400 8th Order Masters in the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, which was a mobile palace artifact on par with the Great Passes of old, it took the genuine unity displayed by all of them to hold back the torrent of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out from the gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. As the 58th Order Masters fearlessly joined the fight, the suppressing Black Ink army soon gained the upper hand. The Black Ink clan had not expected the human masters to not be tempted by the great opportunity they had in front of them, so they were caught off guard and took a heavy blow. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, they could not stop midway through the battle. Previously, they attacked the suppressing Black Ink army and were willing to sacrifice so many soldiers, including multiple royal lords, just to keep Fu Guang and Wu Kuang fully occupied. That way, they could probe the grand restriction for weaknesses to let innate territory lords sneak out. It was an enormous sacrifice, but also a resounding success. At least 1,000 innate territory lords had managed to sneak out undetected. However, once the situation was discovered and Wu Kuang patched the vulnerability they exploited, the Black Ink clan ceased all combat. They knew there was no point in carrying on with the unnecessary sacrifices as the humans were now on full alert. The human race master who was controlling the grand restriction now would never allow himself to be tricked in the same way again, and it was basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to mount a decisive attack that could overwhelm the human army outside the gap. If they could not break past the humans' defenses outside, they would only be wasting their forces by trying. Thus, they did not launch any attacks in the past few years, until the Universe Furnace showed up. To stop the human race masters of the suppressing Black Ink army from entering the Universe Furnace and obtaining opportunities for themselves, the Black Ink clan began a full-scale assault again. They thought this situation would turn in their favor, but who knew that the suppressing Black Ink army would choose to stand and fight? The human race masters were not at all blinded by the opportunity that was right at their fingertips, and fully focused on the battle instead. This meant that the Black Ink clan were caught in a seemingly hopeless situation. It would be a waste of resources if they continued sending out more soldiers, but if they did not, then those who had already left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would be wiped out, including 2 royal lords. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. While the suppressing Black Ink army and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a fierce battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, The Black Ink clan was in complete control of the barren territory. There was also a phantom of the universe furnace in the barren territory, and it was impossible for the human race army to approach it. No human had entered the barren territory over the past few millennia, except for Xueqi, who had passed by a few times. The Black Ink clan had arranged for countless clansmen to wait by the universe furnace. Once it opened, the Black Ink clan army hesitantly checked it out before a few of their territory lords led the charge into the universe furnace. Soon, they disappeared inside the universe furnace world. Meanwhile, within the space on the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri Na Yi, who was restrained here, had been on edge for nearly 2 years, but after seeing no sign of Xueqi, he was certain that the latter had somehow left this place. Although he did not know how that was possible, or what the swirl that devoured Xueqi was, it was still a good thing for him. At least, he did not have to worry about Xueqi appearing all of a sudden to kill him. There was no threat to his life now, but the injuries he previously sustained were quite serious and he could not tend to them while he was being held down here. When the illusory phantom of the universe furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Na Yi felt the ground shaking and the void fluctuating. When he came back to his senses, he was already inside a vast, boundless space. Na Yi instantly raised his guard as his divine sense flooded out in all directions. Though he did not detect any signs of danger, he did not relax as he had no idea what would happen to him after suddenly appearing in a strange new place. A moment later, it struck him that he could be inside the universe furnace right now. After comparing his experience to the way Xueqi had disappeared earlier, he came up with a possibility. Xueqi entered the universe furnace world approximately 2 years ago. So that was why he never showed up. All of a sudden, Na Yi felt a heightened sense of danger. If he ran into Xueqi here in his present injured state, there was no guarantee as to who would survive the clash. Na Yi forcefully composed himself, but did not move away from his spot immediately. He had entered the universe furnace from that strange folded space, so if the territory lords outside had even the semblance of sense, they would have noticed something had happened. Regardless of whether they made the decision themselves or consulted with the royal lord instead, the territory lords would most likely be entering soon. Na Yi was going to stay in this spot and wait for them. He would only feel safe when he regrouped with others. However, to his disappointment, despite waiting for quite some time, he did not see any signs of the territory lords. When the phantom of the universe furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Na Yi's aura disappeared too. Outside the universe furnace, the territory lords who had set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array were at a loss. They had arranged the grand array here to stop Xueqi from fleeing, but Xueqi was long gone and Na Yi had now disappeared as well, so what were they supposed to do? Furthermore, when the projection of the universe furnace solidified, a mysterious power arose from the furnace opening. It seemed to have turned into a passage that led into another world. The territory lords had a quick discussion before sending a report back to No Return Pass to seek guidance from Royal Lord Mou. Meanwhile, Mou received reports from the barren territory which stated that after the solidification of the universe furnace's illusory phantom, the universe furnace itself did not show up. Instead, a strange passage appeared at the furnace opening. It seemed to be the entrance to the universe furnace, and the Black Ink clan army stationed at the barren territory had started entering it to explore. It dawned on Mou at that moment that the Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace had been wrong. The dozen or so illusory phantoms had always been portals to the universe furnace. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the territory lords to enter the universe furnace to aid Na Yi. After getting the order, the territory lords outside the opening did not hesitate. They quickly made some preparations before rushing into the furnace. However, when the territory lords entered the universe furnace, they realized that they had all been sent to different places. Even though they had entered from the same opening, they were now standing alone in a vast void. This was the reason why Na Yi did not see any of the territory lords coming to his aid despite waiting around for a long time. He had no choice but to leave and find a secure location. What was most important for him right now was to find a way to tend to his injuries. Battles broke out at the same time across all the different great territory battlefields. The Black Ink clan did not know much about the universe furnace, so for the past years, they basically moved to mirror the actions of the humans. When the human race gathered their armies outside the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan followed suit. When the humans moved their masters around,
the Black Ink clan did likewise. Essentially, they decided the best counter was to mimic the humans' actions. This was an astute move on the Black Ink clan's part, and it was Mo Na Yi who came up with it. He thought that since they did not know much, they should simply respond as their enemy did. On the battlefields across the void, the human race army and the Black Ink clan army gathered around the entrances to the universe furnace as they engaged in a fierce battle. With every breath, countless lives were lost. Mi Jingluan was at the supreme headquarters overseeing everything when a series of reports came in one after the other. Soon, a deep frown was etched on his forehead. There had been an unexpected turn of events on the Great Territory battlefields. The human army had managed to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade in 3 of the Great Territory battlefields and killed countless enemies in an extremely short amount of time. There was no one around to stop the human race masters from their charge. The reason behind this was that the Black Ink clan did not assign any of their territory lords to defend these 3 Great Territory battlefields. Not a single territory lord showed up, and even the feudal lords were few and far between. On these 3 Great Territory battlefields, while the Black Ink clan army was large in numbers, they were obviously only there to draw the humans' attention. Most of the soldiers were just expendable cannon fodder. Mi Jingluan immediately realized what was happening. The Black Ink clan had already decided to give up on these 3 Great Territory battlefields long ago, but they moved their troops in secret to trick the humans into thinking that there were still territory lords positioned there. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5728, The Most Worrying Situation. Even Mi Jingluan could not help but feel respect for his opponent's bold choice to give up on 3 Great Territory battlefields. This has to be that pseudo-royal Lord Mo Na Yi's doing. No one else in the Black Ink clan could make such a prompt and resolute decision except for him. The human race and the Black Ink clan had been fighting on these 3 Great Territory battlefields for several millennia now, sacrificing countless lives. Making a snap decision to give up on 3 of them would not only negate all the sacrifices made, but it could also have a great impact on the future. Mi Jingluan was willing to admit that he would not be able to make this decision on behalf of the human race. It was not as if he was any less bold than Mo Na Yi, but because the 2 parties were in different positions. Throughout these years, the human race had been fighting tooth and nail to ensure they did not surrender even a single step of territory to the enemy. The more great territories the Black Ink clan claimed, the worse the situation got for the humans. Therefore, no matter how dire the situation was, the human race armies could never give up on any Great Territory battlefield. Many years ago, Mi Jingluan started keeping an eye on Mo Na Yi after being tipped off by Yang Kai. Even though Mi Jingluan and Mo Na Yi never physically crossed paths throughout their millennia of war, the former had a fairly solid understanding of the latter's wits. Thus, the moment he received the reports regarding the 3 Great Territory battlefields, Mo Na Yi immediately popped up in his mind. One could say that the human race armies had made a clean sweep of these 3 Great Territory battlefields. Wherever they went, the Black Ink clan fell defenselessly, and if this situation continued, it would take less than a few months for the human race to completely claim these 3 Great Territory battlefields for good. The Black Ink clan would not be able to survive there. Nevertheless, Mi Jingluan was not pleased by this at all. The Black Ink clan had voluntarily given up on 3 Great Territory battlefields and did not assign any of their masters to stand guard in those areas. Instead, they sent a large army of expendable soldiers to keep the human race occupied. This meant that the Black Ink clan could assign even more masters to the other Great Territory battlefields. Why did the Black Ink clan, or rather Mo Na Yi, make such a decision? Even if sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good, Mo Na Yi must have known what would happen when he made this decision. Do they not have enough masters? Over the years, the Black Ink clan had added numerous territory lords to their ranks, and many more innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction just recently, so it was unlikely for them to lack masters. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Mi Jingluan. After taking into account the various reports he had received in the past, he immediately came to a conclusion and swiftly yelled to the group of aides beside him, "Quick! Send word to all the armies to be wary of pseudo-royal lords." He had underestimated the Black Ink clan's fervor and determination. Now that the universe furnace had surfaced, the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly fight the human race for the great opportunities available. Regardless of what happened, they would surely create a few pseudo-royal lords to shift the odds in their favor. Furthermore, a hefty number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, which meant that the Black Ink clan had more than enough innate territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan was not completely caught off guard by this, as he knew all along that the Black Ink clan would soon begin creating more pseudo-royal lords, but he had not expected them to move so quickly. Fortunately, the human race had developed countermeasures for this exact scenario. Although the pseudo-royal lords were powerful, they could not wield all of their strength and were thus considerably weaker than true royal lords. Over the past years, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been practicing numerous battle formations specifically to face these pseudo-royal lords. As a worthy strategist and the supreme commander who oversaw all the military operations of the human race, Mi Jingluan had already done his best to consider all the possibilities he could possibly imagine. However, from the looks of things now, there would be far more pseudo-royal lords than he expected. Why would the Black Ink clan have insufficient masters, forcing them to abandon several battlefields? It took the sacrifice of over a dozen innate territory lords to create just one pseudo-royal lord, so if many of the former were lost to create the latter, then it made sense why the Black Ink clans had insufficient numbers. Furthermore, in recent years, the reports from various battlefields confirmed that many of the innate territory lords that were usually seen on the front lines seemed to have disappeared, while a few unfamiliar ones had shown up in their place. The innate territory lords who disappeared must have gone to the no-return pass and taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As for the unfamiliar ones, they were most likely the innate territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Mi Jingluan did not think the territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords at the moment, as they were heavily injured. It would take them at least a century or two before they could be fully restored. However, even if Mi Jingluan only took into account the original number of innate territory lords that the Black Ink clan had, it would still be a terrifying amount if all of them were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As soon as Mi Jingluan gave the order, streaks of light flashed in from the distance as messengers brought in new reports from the great territory battlefields. Mi Jingluan swiftly scanned through them, and soon, all the color drained from his face. What he was most worried about had indeed occurred. The pseudo-royal lords that appeared were far higher in number than what he predicted. 4 pseudo-royal lords had shown up in profound nether territory alone. The battle took a sudden turn as the 4 pseudo-royal lords burst forth on the battlefield in 4 different critical locations. They managed to break past their defenses, which resulted in heavy casualties. Thankfully, the Eighth Order Masters had swiftly assumed their battle formations and were able to stabilize the situation, even if barely. That being said, things were not looking good in profound nether territory, and it seemed unlikely that the human race could seize control of the entrance there. Numerous pseudo-royal lords had also appeared across the various great territory battlefields where intense fights were taking place. Even the heavily wounded innate territory lords with weak auras that snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had joined the battlefields. These innate territory lords were greatly weakened and could not stand against the Eighth Order Masters, but they were still innate territory lords, and those lower than the Eighth Order could not hold their own against them. Thus, their presence was an added burden to the human race armies. There was only one thing that Mi Jingluan was thankful for. Even though the Black Ink clan had more pseudo-royal lords than expected, it was not to the point where the human race's situation became hopeless. Judging from the reports, he also surmised that the heavily injured innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction really could not take part in the creation of pseudo-royal lords. This was the only silver lining. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered a devastating loss today. The Black Ink clan had sacrificed a great number of seasoned innate territory lords to create a group of pseudo-royal lords. Even though they were fewer in number now, when it came to raw power, theirs had greatly increased. Thus, the Black Ink clan quickly gained the upper hand throughout the various great territory battlefields as they managed to catch the humans off guard. However, the humans were not on the losing end on every single great territory battlefield. In Azure Sun territory, pure yin and yang energy melded together in the void to create the image of a giant yin-yang fish that covered a vast expanse. The dead bodies of several innate territory lords were caught within the yin-yang fish as the auras of 4 figures clashed, spreading massive waves of destruction all around them. One of the silhouettes was a tall and slender woman. Her long hair fluttered behind her as murderous intent radiated from her form. even though she was up against 3 opponents, she was still able to hold on with the help of her divine ability. She was one of the few Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the human race possessed. It was Luo Ting-he of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, who once stood guard over the suppressing Black Ink Fortress. She and old ancestor Xiao Xiao came from the same sect. Thus, the secret arts and secret techniques that they cultivated were quite similar. The Yin-Yang fish was one of Luo Ting-he's strongest divine abilities. This was not just seen in its ability to slaughter enemies, but more importantly, in its ability to restrain opponents. Back when old ancestor Xiao Xiao faced off against the Royal Lord of Great Evolution Theater, she used the same divine ability countless times. At this moment, Luo Ting-he did her best to keep her divine ability above the entrance to the universe furnace as she fought against the 3 pseudo-royal lords. It had not been long since she became a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At most, it could only be rounded up to 2,000 years. Forget reaching the peak of her cultivation, it was barely long enough for her to consolidate her realm. However, she was still a genuine Ninth Order Master. It would be easy enough for her to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord, and she would not lose her ground against 2 either, but 3 was pushing the limit, so she had to rely on the power of her divine ability to fight back. The auras of Yin and Yang converged inside the Yin-Yang fish to form invisible millstones. The 3 pseudo-royal lords tried their hardest to break away, but they could not get out. The grinding from that mysterious aura made them incredibly irascible. No one dared to get near the 4 masters as they engaged in battle after a few innate territory lords had accidentally gotten caught up and wound up dead. However, it was not 3, but rather 5 pseudo-royal lords in total who came to Azure Sun territory. This battlefield had always been a crucial one in the battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan, so the latter would naturally send a sizable number of their pseudo-royal lords over. They had considered the possibility of a Ninth Order Master being on the battlefield, but they never thought that a Ninth Order Master would be powerful enough to pin down 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. The other 2 pseudo-royal lords were not having it easier either. Each of them was up against 5 Eighth Order Masters who formed a 5 elements formation. This enabled the human masters to fight evenly against a pseudo-royal lord as neither party was able to overpower the other. The humans were the ones who came up with the battle formations first. When the territory lords went up against Yang Kai, they were able to form 4 symbols formations, but they could rarely form the 5 elements formation. However, the same could not be said of the humans. As long as the Eighth Order Masters were familiar with each other, they could easily form a 5 elements formation. In fact, the humans' highest record was a 7 stars formation formed by 7 Eighth Order Masters. Such a battle formation would even enable the human race to face off against a true royal lord, though there was no guarantee as to who would win the fight. However, even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a hard time forming battle formations that required even more numbers such as 8 desolations or 9 palaces. This was because everyone possessed powerful cultivation, and the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to form a battle formation. This was the reason why Yang Kai was astounded by the way Zhang Ruo she managed to control her small stone race army to form the incredibly complex Second Order and even Third Order 9 palaces formation. All 5 of the pseudo-royal lords were pinned down. Azure Sun territory had always been an essential area for the human masters. Therefore, there were many of them here, and the humans had the upper hand across the entire battlefield. It would not be difficult for them to gain control over the entrance to the universe furnace here. However, the situation remained troublesome for them as Bloodcrow had reported that the entrance to the universe furnace would only remain open for 3 days. Once 3 days were up, it would disappear once more. Therefore, the humans would have to enter within 3 days if they wanted to seize the opportunities awaiting them inside the universe furnace, or otherwise, it would be too late. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5729. 3 days. Only those in at least the 7th Order could enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity, as it was pointless to enter if one's cultivation realm was too low. Those below the 7th Order would just needlessly lose their lives if they ran into a territory lord or even a feudal lord. Therefore, the humans curated a list of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order masters who were given the right to enter the universe furnace when it opened this time. That being said, not everyone who had the right to go in could do so, as the humans could not enter the universe furnace if the Black Ink clan controlled the entrance. Even if the human race had the upper hand on some of the battlefields, these 7th Order and 8th Order masters could not enter at will. Quite often, these chosen few were the core pillars in the battle of the armies they served in, so if they all just left, the advantage they had would be lost almost immediately as the tides turned against the humans. As a result, none of the humans on the various Great Territory battlefields had entered the universe furnace yet. They were doing their best to cull the enemy, as they would only be able to leave in peace once the threat posed by the enemy was under firm control. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan knew little about the universe furnace, so even though their masters deduced that the universe furnace opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not make any hasty decisions when they did not have any clear evidence. In addition to that, the humans were also doing their best to suppress the Black Ink clan in the fight, so the latter had to match them with equal force. Thus, masters from both sides fought furious battles around the universe furnace openings on all the different Great Territory battlefields. With each passing breath, scores of masters from both sides died as their souls were extinguished in the empty void. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he managed to occupy 3 pseudo-royal lords all by herself. It took a lot of effort from her, but she was still able to hold her own against them for now. However, in a different Great Territory, another 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was going all out to kill a pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master had a burly physique and wielded a long spear in a fashion quite dissimilar to Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art. Each swing, sweep, or stab of his spear was imbued with a tyrannical might. The pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down could not fight back at all as he sustained a series of injuries. He would have been killed by now if it had not been for the support he received from another pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master was Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Luo Ting he was not the only new 9th Order Master that the human race added to their ranks over the last few millennia. Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven was another one, and he happened to be another old acquaintance of Yang Kai's. During Yang Kai's time with the Profound Nether Army, Wei Junyang had once been a division commander under the former's command. He was one of the few humans who had the aptitude to reach the 9th Order back before the appearance of the Open Heaven Realm Cradles. Once the situation in Profound Nether territory was calmed, he went into seclusion to focus on his cultivation. Xiang Shan could not easily reach the 9th Order because his order had fallen once in the past, but Wei Junyang had not encountered such a setback. Though his aptitude was considered a little poorer than Xiang Shan's, his foundation was solid. Hence, after Luo Ting he broke through and became a 9th Order Master, he soon followed suit. However, Mi Jing Luan kept him hidden all this while to prevent him from being noticed by anyone else until the fierce battle broke out today. On this Great Territory battlefield, Wei Junyang wielded the power of a 9th Order Master as he charged right at the enemy. Cultivators from Great Battle Cave Heaven were undeniably disciplined and militaristic, but they were also all eager to fight, and Wei Junyang was no exception. He did not have a divine ability or secret technique that could restrain formidable enemies the way Luo Ting he did. All he had to rely on was the long spear in his hands. As soon as he showed up, Wei Junyang shot straight towards one of the pseudo-royal lords and unleashed an all-out strike powered by the full might of his cultivation. He almost managed to split the targeted pseudo-royal lord in two right there and then. Even though the pseudo-royal lord escaped his doom, he was thoroughly terrified now. Following that, the scene of Wei Junyang hunting down the pseudo-royal lord unfolded across the battlefield. It was as if he had zeroed in on this pseudo-royal lord and would not stop until the latter died under his spear. Another pseudo-royal lord had noticed the dire situation and immediately moved to assist. Thus, the scene changed to Wei Junyang chasing after a pseudo-royal lord, while another pseudo-royal lord chased after him. The three figures crossed tens of millions of kilometers as they weaved through the Great Territory battlefield. Wherever they passed through, masters from both sides all scrambled to get out of the way. Wei Junyang's method was a little blunt and reckless, but it was his resolute stance that enabled him to completely occupy two pseudo-royal lords while really only facing one of them at a time, allowing him to completely control the pace of the fight as all momentum was on his side. If he had to face off against the two pseudo-royal lords in a 2-on-1 fight, he would only be able to keep things even at most. The Black Ink clan had also sent 5 pseudo-royal lords to this great territory, but 2 of them were currently occupied by Wei Junyang, and the one getting chased down was at risk of dying at any moment. As for the other 3, they were similarly held up by the 8th Order Masters who formed battle formations. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the masters on both sides burst out across the battlefield in great sparks. The two armies formed long defense lines that snaked across the void as they fought with great intensity. On these frenzied battlefields, 3 days felt like forever. As time passed, the situation across the messy battlefield slowly settled into place. Apart from the 3 battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up on, the 2 armies on the other great territory battlefields were beginning to solidify their control over the openings of the universe furnace. To put it simply, both sides had their wins and losses. The final moments were approaching, and the human race masters on the list began gathering near the openings to the universe furnace. They had to enter now, or else the openings would vanish and it would be too late. While they no longer needed to get involved in the battle outside, there was still a battle waiting for them inside the universe furnace. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he was still keeping the 3 pseudo-royal lords occupied, but her yin-yang fish could not hold out much longer. The moment her divine ability faltered, she would no longer be able to restrain all 3 of these enemies. Thus, when Luo Ting he saw that most of the chosen human masters had gathered, she ordered, "Go!" The 7th Order and 8th Order masters had been prepared for this and all jumped into the opening to the universe furnace without hesitation. All at once, they disappeared inside. Their actions shocked the Black Ink clan. Even though they had deduced that the opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not be certain about it. Now that they saw what the humans did, they realized that it was indeed as they had thought. The opportunity from the universe furnace was inside, and the human race masters had already rushed in. If the humans gained any more 9th Order masters, then the Black Ink clan would have wasted countless lives and resources for nothing. Therefore, when the Black Ink clan noticed what was happening, they immediately began focusing their attacks on the entrances, and the 3 pseudo-royal lords who were being suppressed by Luo Ting, he found the chance to unleash a joint attack. The turbulent force from their combined strikes warped the yin-yang fish. It looked as if it would crumble at any moment now. Initially, the humans had the advantage in Azure Sun territory, but what they worried about had indeed happened. Once a large group of human race masters entered the universe furnace, they lost their advantage and the Black Ink clan seized the chance to go on the offensive. The human race army formed lines of defense all around the opening, but once the Black Ink clan charged at them, the lines began to buckle. All at once, the human race was under great pressure. At the same time, the 3 pseudo-royal lords finally broke free of Luo Ting he's suppression. The moment the yin-yang fish divine ability shattered, the 3 of them turned into streaks of darkness that flashed in 3 different directions. Luo Ting he could only stop one while she could not do anything about the other 2. Thankfully, after 3 days of intense battle, both she and the 3 pseudo-royal lords had used up a lot of their strength and could not fight at their peak anymore. Even though they broke free, they did not pose a huge danger to the humans. A fury of divine senses streaked across space as the Black Ink clan higher-ups discussed their next move. It was clear that the opening in the universe furnace could be entered, and the opportunity had to be inside. If they ignored the universe furnace, they were strong enough to gain the upper hand on this great territory battlefield. But the human race had a 9th Order master here, so their advantage would not necessarily turn the tides in their favor. Nevertheless, soon, they came to a decision. They decided to give up on the flimsy advantage they had and instead send their own masters into the universe furnace to stop the humans from seizing the opportunities, lest the humans gained even more 9th Order open heaven realm masters. The orders went out in secret, and under the command of the pseudo-royal lords, these masters swiftly charged towards the entrance to the universe furnace. They thought the humans would do their best to stop them, and the pseudo-royal lords were mentally prepared to sacrifice some of their masters in order to achieve their goal, but things did not go the way they assumed. Many managed to rush over from all directions and enter the entrance without needing to waste much energy. They could charge straight into the universe furnace. It was as if the humans did not want to stop them. In reality, it was not that the humans did not want to stop them, but the phantom of the universe furnace was colossal and the opening was just too massive. If the Black Ink clan was determined to enter the universe furnace, the humans could not stop all of them. Since they could not do so, they decided to voluntarily let some of their enemies pass as this would take some pressure off those who remained outside. This was the strategy that those at the Supreme Headquarters had come up with. Mi Jingluen oversaw all the military operations from his place at the Supreme Headquarters,
so it was not at all surprising that he foresaw the possibility of the current situation taking place. Once a large number of the human race masters entered the universe furnace, the humans would be weakened and the remaining masters outside would be under intense pressure. If they tried to stop the Black Ink clan completely, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. The best way to ease the burden was to allow some enemies to enter the universe furnace. Naturally, just how many they should allow entry would depend on the situation on the respective Great Territory battlefields. If too many Black Ink clan masters entered the universe furnace, then things would get harder for the humans inside, but if too few were let in, they could not alleviate the pressure off those who remained on the battlefields. It was a fine line, and the human race masters who were in charge of these battlefields would have to decide at their own discretion. Thus, once a certain number of masters from the Black Ink clan rushed into the universe furnace, Luo Tinghe, who seemed exhausted just moments ago, immediately changed. She seemed to burst forth with renewed energy as the yin-yang fish reappeared beneath her and rapidly spread across the void. She then glared at the pseudo-royal lord she had been keeping occupied the whole time and growled, "Ready for round 2? As soon as her crisp, cold voice sounded, it was time for the pseudo-royal lord to meet his doom. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5730. Yang Kai had already prepared for this. In the end, Wei Junyang failed to kill the pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down. Even though pseudo-royal lords could only wield around 70% of a true royal lord's power, they were still formidable enough that it would not be easy to get rid of them in one fell swoop. Furthermore, it had not been long since Wei Junyang became a Ninth Order master, so his heritage was even weaker than Luo Tinghe's. The situation would not be the same if he reached the peak of Ninth Order. At times like this, Wei Junyang felt envious of Yang Kai's space secret techniques. He believed that if Yang Kai reached the Ninth Order, it would have been child's play for him to kill a pseudo-royal lord. He could simply use a space secret technique to prevent his opponent from running away from him, whereas Wei Junyang had to doggedly chase down his opponent and still come up short. While Wei Junyang did not want to give up on the chase, time was running out, and he had no other choice. The entrance to the universe furnace was about to close, and he needed to head back over to stand guard over the area and take command of the situation. Otherwise, unexpected crises might occur once the human race masters enter the universe furnace. Even though he could not kill off the pseudo-royal lord, he did manage to severely injure him. For now, that pseudo-royal lord would not be able to do anything else but return to a Black Ink nest to recuperate. With Wei Junyang personally overseeing the entrance to the universe furnace, the situation there quickly stabilized. Similarly to Azure Sun territory, the human race masters were the first to swiftly enter the universe furnace. Soon, the Black Ink clan masters rushed over as well, and the humans readily allowed some of them to pass through. Things went according to plan at both of these great territories, which had Ninth Order masters overseeing them. Even on the great territory battlefields where the human race were the ones at a disadvantage, the humans' efforts had not been fruitless. The masters who were chosen to enter the universe furnace had already received their instructions from Mi Jing Luan, and they were currently besieging the Black Ink clan's lines of defense as they stormed their way into the universe furnace. Over at Azure Sun territory, the humans could not stop the Black Ink clan from entering despite being the ones with the upper hand, but the same applied to the Black Ink clan on these great territory battlefields as they could not block all the humans. As the Black Ink clan watched the human race masters disappearing into the universe furnace, their decision solidified. Ever since the appearance of the phantom images of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had been mimicking their opponents' every move, and they chose to do so this time too. Since the humans wanted to enter the universe furnace, they were going to enter as well. On these great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan were the ones in control of the entrances to the universe furnace, so nothing stopped them from heading in. However, they soon encountered the same situation that the humans had. As more of them entered the universe furnace, their advantage on the battlefield slowly diminished. The Black Ink clan were in complete control of the universe furnace entrance on the barren territory, whereas the humans were in control of the openings on the three great territory battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up. As for the remaining entrances, the advantage oscillated between the two sides, and the situation constantly changed. At last, the 3 days were over, and the universe furnace projections in each great territory suddenly began shaking violently. Everyone was unprepared as they witnessed the universe furnaces abruptly turning into wisps of light before completely vanishing.
The disappearance of the universe furnace was a pivotal turning point for the battles on each great territory battlefield. All this while, the two sides had been fighting in the vicinity of the universe furnace projections. Naturally, this brought about certain limitations in terms of the scope of military operations. For the most part, the party with the upper hand would organize their masters near the entrance to guard it. Now that the entrances were gone, the limitations were lifted as well. Wei Junyang took a deep breath. He felt as if he had shrugged off a layer of restraints, and the air was clear again. He raised his long spear as he roared so loudly that his voice reached across the great territory. "Are you ready to die, Black Ink Clan bastards?" Previously, he could not freely unleash his full power. As the Ninth Order Master who was in command here, he had to consider many variables. Otherwise, he would not have given up on his attempt to kill the injured pseudo-royal lord to come back and stand guard at the entrance to the universe furnace. However, there was nothing to hold him back now. The Black Ink Clan in this great territory were going to have to sear a name into their memories. It was going to be his name, Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Meanwhile, Luo Ting he was also finally able to unleash her full strength and she boldly stormed into the Black Ink Clan army's ranks. It was as if the yin-yang fish had taken on a physical form as the massive image churned through 1,000,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers. Yin and yang swirled together to grind down these enemies, reducing them to smashed meat and pools of blood. Originally, Mi Jing Luan considered sending one of the two new Ninth Order Masters into the universe furnace to aid the human race masters as they went in to seize opportunities. However, after a discussion with Xiang Shan, he gave up on that idea. Once the universe furnace surfaced, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink Clan would surely erupt. All the previous agreements and pacts would undoubtedly lose all meaning, and it was far more valuable to have the two Ninth Order Masters out on the battlefields instead of inside the universe furnace. The Ninth Order Masters did not need to get involved with the goings-on inside the universe furnace. Opportunities always came with risks. If the human race masters inside needed a Ninth Order Master to aid them as they went in search of these opportunities, then it would not be unreasonable to consider all their centuries and millennia of cultivation a waste. Furthermore, the area inside the universe furnace was boundless, so even if a Ninth Order Master went in, they might not be able to contribute much. At the time, Bloodcrow, who had been listening on the side, casually remarked, "I don't know whether or not a Ninth Order Master can enter the universe furnace, but the last time it opened, none of the Ninth Order Masters or Royal Lords went in. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, or perhaps the universe furnace imposes a limit on the cultivation realm of those who enter." Either way, the two new Ninth Order Masters did not enter the universe furnace. However, Mi Jing Luan was certain that the dangers inside the universe furnace this time would far surpass all the previous times in history. This was because many pseudo-royal lords had entered as well, and the Black Ink Clan most likely did not have pseudo-royal lords the last time the universe furnace emerged, so this situation had no precedent to judge from. It would be a challenging trial for the human race masters who entered the universe furnace this time. When the universe furnace phantoms vanished, tremors were felt across the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield. Over at Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged. World force was circling around them, rippling through the air. There was a rip in the boundary wall in front of them, and a gargantuan arm stretched out. The massive arm looked like a pillar that cut through the void. The chains that wound tightly around the arm were created by the two Ninth Order old ancestors using some kind of joint secret technique. Many millennia had passed since the Black Ink giant spirit god broke through the boundary wall between Wind Mist territory and the Barren territory to let the Black Ink Clan army launch its invasion into the 3,000 worlds. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had been sitting in the same spot for just as many millennia as they engaged in a cross-territory battle with the Black Ink giant spirit god. It was impossible for the two to fight a Black Ink giant spirit god head-to-head, let alone restrain one of his arms, but when they were separated by the boundary wall, the power that the Black Ink giant spirit god could wield greatly weakened. Furthermore, this Black Ink giant spirit god sustained serious injuries previously, which allowed Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing to restrain him all these years. Over 1,000 years ago though, the Black Ink giant spirit god managed to restore much of his strength, causing the two Ninth Order Masters to experience even more pressure. Thankfully, Yang Kai came in time and used purifying light to grind down their opponent's strength. However, over 1,000 years had passed since then, and the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was restored little by little over that time. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing did not know how much longer they could hold out. The universe furnace had appeared, and they could sense the rumbles of the universe's grand Tao. They exchanged a glance in silence as they knew a major change was about to come. At that very moment, the black-ink giant spirit god who never bothered to interact with them throughout the many millennia started laughing out of the blue. Its laughter came through the rip. The humans will soon be exterminated. As its voice came through, the chains around its arm vibrated slightly before letting out a hissing sound. Wu Qing and Xiao Xiao did not hesitate even for a breath as they quickly channeled their powers, using their world force to strengthen the chains. The black-ink giant spirit god did not make another futile attempt. It was as if it had only been testing things out earlier, but even so, the Ninth Order Masters felt heavily pressured. You can run your mouth when you're able to escape unscathed. Wu Qing coldly snorted. The black-ink giant spirit god scoffed, but did not respond. Wu Qing's expression was dark, and his brow was furrowed tightly. He could tell that the black-ink giant spirit god could have escaped a long time ago if it wanted to. The latter simply had to cut off the arm that he and Xiao Xiao were restraining. However, the black-ink giant spirit god was evidently unwilling to suffer such a loss. That was why it did not do much and allowed the two to restrain it here. All these years, it was quietly gathering its strength in order to escape unscathed, and from the looks of it, it would happen soon. Moreover, no Black Ink clansman had ever come to disrupt the two throughout these years, and clearly, something was strange about that too. They were keeping the Black Ink giant spirit god occupied here, but was it not also doing the same to them? Perhaps the Black Ink clan wants to change things now. Wu Qing could not resist glancing at Xiao Xiao, who remained unperturbed. She was holding something in her hand that was hidden beneath her sleeve, and she nodded at him before using divine sense transmission to say, Yang Kai had already prepared for this. What she held was something that Yang Kai had secretly given her when he came to check on them previously. She had furtively studied the item, and once she realized what it was, she was both shocked and in awe. However, she kept quiet about this and did not even inform Wu Qing because too much was at stake, and she had to guard against the Black Ink giant spirit god's probing. Hence, Wu Qing was startled when he heard Xiao Xiao and frowned as he asked, Do you have so much faith in that boy? Xiao Xiao smirked before firmly declaring, It's not just my faith in him. He has given the human race something that allows us to be this confident. Faith alone was meaningless. What she held in her hand was the most important key to dealing with this Black Ink giant spirit god. All was well if their opponent chose to stay put and do nothing, but if he tried to escape, it would be time for her to use the trump card in her possession. Wu Qing nodded lightly and did not ask for more details. He was also a Ninth Order master, but he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He had been an army commander at Yinyang Pass, then the old ancestor of the Yinyang Theater during Yang Kai's rise to prominence, so his interactions with Yang Kai were minimal. He had many rumors which, simply put, described Yang Kai as a junior who often created unexpected but definitely pleasant surprises. As such, he took the simple approach of, I shall wait and see. Martial Peak. Chapter 5731. Inside the Universe Furnace. The air was filled with endless chaotic Tao essence. It was as if Grand Tao had shattered in this area. Both space and time seemed blurred. This was what it was like inside the Universe Furnace. It was an expansive world that was mysterious and unimaginable. Yang Kai traversed through the void as he used his great sun and moon marks to locate the 9 open heaven pills. He was also familiarizing himself with the environment. He did not know much about the Universe Furnace, but based on what he experienced, he was able to confirm that the opportunity from the Universe Furnace was found inside it. Thus, he surmised that both the human race and the Black Ink clan would send a large number of masters into the Universe Furnace, and Mo Na Yi, who was caught inside the Universe Furnace's projection with him, would have probably entered the Universe Furnace world by now. Yang Kai raised his brow ever so slightly. He was determined to give Mo Na Yi a hard time if their paths crossed. Had it been any other time, Yang Kai would not be able to hold his own against Mo Na Yi, but back when they were in the Universe Furnace projection, he had given Mo Na Yi a heavy beating, so it remained to be seen whether the latter could even wield a third of his power. If they did run into each other, Yang Kai might even be able to kill Mo Na Yi. Alas, The universe furnace world seemed endless. It would not be easy to run into Mo Na Yi. Yang Kai quieted his thoughts and continued surveying the universe furnace world. He thought that this sealed world would be empty on the inside. After all, this was merely the space inside the universe furnace. It did not experience the changes of the heavenly way like the many great territories outside. There was nothing but chaotic and disorderly Tao essence inside this place, so what could possibly exist here? However, as Yang Kai traveled through the universe furnace world, he realized how mistaken he was. Exceptional scenery was found inside the universe furnace. Mysterious sights could be found wherever the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence gathered. These scenes could rarely be seen outside, and they were similar to the many celestial phenomena he had seen deep within the black ink battlefield. The largest of all these was a great river. Yang Kai did not know where the great river started or where it ended. It meandered on, and Yang Kai followed it as he observed the universe furnace world around him. However, he had been traveling for 3 days and crossed a few billion kilometers already, yet the end of the river was nowhere in sight. The great river was brimming with the chaotic shattered Tao essence. It seemed to be made entirely out of it, the kind that was impossible for cultivators to absorb and refine. To Yang Kai's even greater shock, strange living beings existed inside the great river. When he first encountered the great river, he had approached it out of curiosity as he wanted to check what it was, but soon, he was attacked by an unidentifiable monster. It was hard to describe the monster as, not only did it not have a fixed form, but even its presence was difficult to sense. It seemed to be one with the great river as Yang Kai did not detect it at all before it attacked him. Even its strength was hard to ascertain, but fortunately, Yang Kai had his guard up the whole time since he was in an unfamiliar environment, allowing him to avoid the attack. After Yang Kai's abrupt encounter with this monster, he wanted to catch it and study it close up. A bout of intense fighting took place, but even though he managed to overpower the monster, it swiftly dove into the great river and vanished completely. It was as if it had only been a wave that rippled out of the strange great river or a part of the river itself. Following that encounter, Yang Kai made a few more probes and was finally able to confirm that unending dangers were hidden inside the seemingly peaceful great river. Those peculiar monsters were easily found everywhere as well. I can't believe that such a peculiar living thing can be found inside the universe furnace. To avoid wasting time, Yang Kai did not enter the great river again to do his inspection. He merely followed it. 3 days later, Yang Kai came across a strange scene. He looked up and saw a massive mountain range with towering peaks cutting through the void in front of him. Yang Kai was awed by the fact that such things could be seen inside the universe furnace. Not only did he come across the great river that began and ended beyond his sight, but he was also now staring at a colossal mountain range. The mysteries of the universe furnace are far greater than I thought. He used his great sun and moon marks to see if he picked up on anything, but he did not. In other words, the 9 top-quality open heaven pills were not within his detectable range. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Kai began heading towards the mountain range. He knew too little about the universe furnace, so it was better for him to familiarize himself with his surroundings above all else. Just like the great river that seemed to span the entire universe furnace world, the mountain range seemed perfectly ordinary when observed from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Kai realized that the mountain range was also made up of bountiful shattered Tao essence. It appeared to balance between the line of something that was material and immaterial. The great river was home to those strange monsters, so what about this mountain range? Divine sense seemed to be severely hindered in this place, so even someone of Yang Kai's caliber could not examine much further than his immediate surroundings. He experienced this firsthand when he scouted inside the great river, and it seemed to be caused by the interference from the shattered Tao essence. Yang Kai moved around without finding anything useful, so he was just about to leave when he came to an abrupt halt and looked into the distance. He noticed some kind of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere up ahead. There's a fight happening over there. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately dashed over. Soon, he saw the 2 parties engaged in a fight. He was a little startled to find that neither one of the 2 was a friendly party to him. One was from the Black Ink clan, and from the looks of his aura, he was a feudal lord. The other was one of the strange monsters that Yang Kai had encountered at the Great River earlier. I didn't think they'd be found in this mountain range either. It had been difficult for Xueqi to determine the power of the monsters he encountered at the Great River, and the same applied to this one as well. Even though he could not detect any form of formidable power inside this monster, it was able to hold its own against a feudal lord and was even beginning to overpower him. The monster did not have a fixed physical form. It was mysteriously able to transform into various shapes as the shattered Tao essence that formed its body kept flowing and moving about. It made the monster look like a mass of flowing water. Shattered Tao essence kept shooting out of its body and turning into streaks of bizarre attacks that made the feudal lord back away in defeat. It was clear that the feudal lord had realized he could not defeat the monster, so after a brief tussle, he began showing signs of retreat. He began channeling black ink strength, and with a flicker of his body, a black ink cloud exploded out of him before enveloping the monster. He used this distraction to flee at once. However, he had not gotten very far when the space around him suddenly solidified and he felt a tight grip around his neck as someone effortlessly locked him in place. The feudal lord was petrified as he turned around and looked right into a grinning face. A human! An 8th Order Master! A terrifying name immediately popped up in the feudal lord's head and he all but shrieked, Xueqi! His heart grew cold. He never would have thought he would be this unlucky. He had only just entered the universe furnace when he was attacked by that strange monster, and before he could even make a proper escape, he was caught by the human killing star. How am I going to make it out of here alive? Oh, you recognize me? Xueqi looked at the feudal lord with a smile before gently setting him down. He did not do anything to restrain the feudal lord, but the latter just stood in front of him in total submission without having even the guts to move. The feudal lord knew that whether it was fighting back or running away, both were absolutely impossible in front of this human race master, who held the record for the most black ink clan masters killed. He nodded bitterly in response to Xueqi's question. Of course I recognize you, Sir Xueqi. Xueqi nodded. His encounter with this feudal lord confirmed his earlier suspicion. The opportunity from the universe furnace would need to be found inside the universe furnace. Since the Black Ink clan had entered, then the humans would have come in as well. However, it was far too vast inside the universe furnace and the chaotic Tao essence continued to cause interference with one's divine sense, so it would not be easy to run into the other humans. It's just as well. I need someone who can tell me about the situation outside. As such, he swiftly said, since you recognize me, let's not waste any time. Answer a few of my questions and I'll make sure your end is painless. The feudal lord's expression became even more bitter and melancholic. I knew it. No good will come out of running into the killing star. I won't be leaving with my life. Since he was going to die either way, he decided to ignore Xueqi. Xueqi saw right through his thoughts and coolly remarked, after so many years of war, with both sides going all out to kill each other, you from the Black Ink clan have probably never seen what humans can truly do. For instance, I have a method called soul extraction and refinement. Death is not the most painful end out there. There are many fates that are far worse than death. As he spoke, Xueqi stretched his hand out towards the feudal lord's head, and with a flicker of his divine sense, he ripped through the protection around the latter's soul. Xueqi withdrew his hand a moment later, but the feudal lord had crumpled to the ground and was trembling violently. His eyes refused to close as they nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had just experienced pain and suffering so terrifying he had never even conceived of it before now. What he felt for just the briefest moment was enough for him to understand what Xueqi meant by a fate worse than death. I'll ask and you'll answer. You know what'll happen to you if you lie to me or attempt to hide anything, Xueqi commanded as he looked down at the feudal lord. The feudal lord nodded frantically. He dared not disobey Xueqi anymore. What's the situation like outside? I don't know. The feudal lord shook his head. His expression was timid as he said, I came in from the entrance on the barren territory, so I don't know what's happening on the other battlefields. This was also why he recognized Xueqi right away. Since he came from the barren territory, he would have been stationed at the no-return pass not long ago, and Xueqi had been loitering around outside the no-return pass for the past many years. The feudal lord had seen Xueqi from a distance when the latter wreaked havoc at the no-return pass a while back. Xueqi frowned. How many from the Black Ink clan entered from the barren territory? I don't know exactly how many, but we had between 5 and 8 million clansmen at the barren territory, and once the entrance solidified, everyone came in as ordered by Sir Royal Lord. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5732. Observation. Between 5 to 8 million. Let's go with 7 million then. That's still a significant number. Does the Black Ink clan intend on starting a full-scale war inside the universe furnace? Then again, the Black Ink clan might have even less of an understanding of the universe furnace than Xueqi did, so they probably didn't expect it to be this complex inside. Even though they threw in several million of their people, they wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Xueqi quickly thought of something. Since several million of you came in together, why are you here alone? Where are the others? The feudal lord shook his head and said, As soon as I came in, I found myself alone and couldn't see any of my other clansmen. The opening seems to have the ability to affect space. Everyone was separated. Xueqi frowned the moment he heard this as a flicker of worry emerged in his heart. If the Black Ink clan army had been separated despite entering from the same opening, then it must be the same for the human race masters. In other words, everyone would have to proceed alone the moment they entered the universe furnace, or spend time seeking out allies as soon as possible. However, it would not be easy to find an ally inside the universe furnace. Most of the humans who came in would be 8th Order masters. If they ran into a territory lord alone, it would still be an even fight as both parties were on a similar footing. However, if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord such as Mo Na Yi, then they would be in a disastrous situation. There was no telling how many human race masters would die in this bid for opportunities inside the universe furnace. However, it was possible that those at the Supreme Headquarters would have made some kind of arrangement. Xueqi had been stuck inside a universe furnace projection ever since it appeared, so he did not have any contact with the humans. That being said, he was aware of Mi Jingluan's meticulous nature. The latter would surely gather as much information regarding the universe furnace as possible, and come up with strategies to deal with all the possible scenarios. If I run into a human who's alone, I can lend a hand too. Xueqi eased his worries with this thought. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying about it. The humans who dared to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities would have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of losing their lives. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan who entered were separated too, and since their understanding of the universe furnace was a lot poorer than the humans, they would not have expected this situation. This meant that for the time being, perhaps the humans were not at a disadvantage when compared to the Black Ink clan. This feudal lord had been stationed at the no-return pass the whole time and had entered from the entrance in the barren territory, so he did not know much about the other great territory battlefields. Xueqi asked a few more questions, but he could not answer any of them. Since there was no other useful information to glean from this feudal lord, Xueqi did not want to waste any more time and slowly raised his hand. Upon sensing Xueqi's motive, the feudal lord hurriedly cried out, Sir Xueqi, I will tell you a piece of information that's useful to the humans in exchange for my life. Oh! Xueqi eyed him with interest. Information that's useful to the humans? What is it? The feudal lord was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and said, I know you are a man of your word, Sir Xueqi. I'm sure you won't go back on your promise. Enough. I'll spare your life if your information does prove to be useful. Xueqi impatiently cut him off. The feudal lord exhaled in relief and carefully explained, It's about the open heaven pills that the humans want. Xueqi frowned and asked doubtfully, You've seen the open heaven pills? He had used his great sun and moon marks not long ago and had not sensed anything, which meant that the 9 open heaven pills he marked were not in the vicinity, so where did this feudal lord see them? Amid his puzzlement, the feudal lord pointed behind them and said, One was devoured by that strange thing back there. I saw it with my own eyes. That's why I got into a fight with it. I wanted to kill it and take the open heaven pill. Xueqi turned his head around and saw something floundering inside the Black Ink cloud. It was the monster that came from this place. Xueqi's lips twitched as he got the gist of it now. The feudal lord did see an open heaven pill, but it was not the kind that Xueqi was hunting down. It was one of the lower grade ones. Xueqi had witnessed the creation of the open heaven pills, so that was how he knew there were 2 different grades of open heaven pills, but the Black Ink clan did not. The feudal lord had immediately assumed that the open heaven pill he saw was the opportunity the human race masters wanted. There was nothing wrong with his information, but it barely mattered. Xueqi slammed his hand against the feudal lord and with a surge of world force,
The feudal lord was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was certain that Xueqi was reneging on the promise and that he was doomed to die, but to his surprise, he landed with his life still intact. Scram! Xueqi's voice rang out from a distance. The feudal lord felt as if he had been granted a heavenly pardon, so he loudly called out, "Many thanks, Sir Xueqi." Then he turned into a black ink cloud and fled at once in spite of his injuries. A heavily injured feudal lord was severely weakened, so letting him go was not a big deal. Xueqi was not someone who would easily choose to renege on a promise he made. Moreover, he could even use this feudal lord to let the word get out that he, Xueqi, had already gotten an open heaven pill. Some from the Black Ink clan would surely turn their attention onto him, which would ease the burden on the other human race masters. Even though he could not defeat a pseudo-royal lord, he could still escape from one fairly easily. At this moment, Xueqi's curiosity was mostly piqued by the monster. More specifically, why did it devour an open heaven pill? Xueqi surmised that these peculiar monsters were common inside the universe furnace as he had seen a number of them in the Great River, and now encountered another one at the mountain range. Open heaven pills are created inside the universe furnace too. Do they benefit these monsters in some way? With a flick of his hand, the black ink cloud left by the feudal lord dispersed to reveal the monster that was still stumbling around woozily. Endless shattered Tao essence flowed and surged like water across its body, which kept changing forms as a result. Previously, Xueqi did not pay much attention to this monster, but after hearing what the feudal lord said, he took a closer look and finally noticed something unusual. There was indeed an open heaven pill inside the monster. It was wrapped inside the monster's shattered Tao essence, and its aura occasionally peaked only to disappear again. Xueqi could not tell whether this monster counted as a living being or not, but judging by how a black ink cloud from a feudal lord was enough to hinder it, it would not be a living being of high sentience, even if it was technically alive. However, Xueqi was a little puzzled as he wondered why it did not merge with the mountain range. During his explorations back at the Great River, the monsters would merge with the Great River when they realized they could not defeat the one they were up against, which made it hard for Xueqi to track or capture one. Logically speaking, the monster in front of him now would also have the ability to merge with the mountain range. The foundation of both the monster and the mountain range seemed similar as they were both created from shattered Tao essence. It would be possible for them to completely merge together. Alas, Xueqi's thoughts instantly turned into reality. As soon as he finished pondering, the monster showed signs of attempting to merge with the mountain range. He was about to stop the monster when he quickly halted. Xueqi watched as the monster tried to sink into the mountain range, but it was to no avail. It was as if the mountain range rejected it. The monster lay flat on the ground like a puddle of flowing water, and the open heaven pill's aura was exposed once more. It was indeed a lower-grade open heaven pill. Xueqi had collected a few of these earlier, so they were not unfamiliar to him. He could have claimed the open heaven pill for himself if he wanted, but Xueqi was curious to see what would happen, so he did not immediately act. He had a gut feeling that it was more important to figure out why the monster devoured the open heaven pill. The puddle of water started moving and the open heaven pill aura followed along as well. The monster kept trying to merge with the mountain range at different spots, but nothing worked. After observing all of this, Xueqi finally realized why that was the case. The monster had absorbed a trace of the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies, and the shattered Tao essence that it was made up of changed ever so slightly. That was the reason why it could not merge with the mountain range, though they were originally formed of the same substance. Thoughts began coursing through Xueqi's mind. Does this mean it wasn't pointless for the monster to devour an open heaven pill? Was it an instinctive act? What happens if it completely absorbs the open heaven pill? It was just a unique being that was born inside the universe furnace. After mulling things over for a short while, Xueqi abruptly stretched his hand out in a grabbing motion while opening a portal to his small universe. With the restriction from Xueqi's use of space principles, he was able to grab the fluid-like monster from the ground and toss it into his small universe without giving it any time to react. Then, with a single thought, Xueqi used the power of the small universe to lock down the monster. At the same time, he used the Grand Tao of Time to control the flow of time inside a small restricted area. Time raced forward in that small portion of his small universe. It was already 10 times faster than the outside world to begin with, and with what he did now, time flew by even faster within the confined region. Yang Kai went full force with this. Thus, it was only a blink of an eye in the world outside, but the monster experienced an entire month of time. The monster kept harnessing and refining the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill. It was slowly absorbed into its body. Yang Kai noticed that an unexpected change was slowly taking place with the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence that originally formed the monster's body. The Tao essence was gaining order and structure, and along with this, the monster's form kept changing as well. When Yang Kai first encountered these monsters, he could not even determine whether they were living beings or not because they did not have any of the characteristics found in living beings. Yet, as the monster absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill, its form changed as well, and it was slowly giving off the aura of a living creature. The changes were becoming increasingly noticeable. At last, when the open heaven pill was fully absorbed and completely disappeared inside the monster's body, the monster in front of Yang Kai was no longer a mass of free-flowing fluid. Its form kept changing until a silhouette appeared. Then the silhouette continued refining itself until what finally appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes was a figure that looked similar to that of a human. Martial Peak. Chapter 5733. Wolf Fong Army, Liao Zhang. The monster from the universe furnace was able to take on a humanoid physical form after devouring and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill. It now had 4 limbs and a whole set of facial features. In fact, the monster's outwardly appearance was around 60% to 70% similar to the feudal lord that Yang Kai let go. Yang Kai began pondering on this. Such an appearance could not be a coincidence. Could it be that this monster has a natural mimetic instinct? When it could finally hold a physical form, did it instinctively take after the feudal lord's appearance because of the fight with him earlier? Yang Kai felt a little relieved that he did not interact much with this monster, or otherwise, it would feel pretty strange and uncomfortable if it suddenly assumed a form similar to his own. With the existence of such strange beings, Yang Kai swiftly realized that the situation inside the universe furnace was quite likely a lot more complex than he originally thought. Initially, he assumed that it would only be the humans and the Black Ink clan inside the universe furnace as they fought to gain opportunities with the open heaven pills. Anyone he would encounter would either be his ally or his enemy. However, he now realized that perhaps there was a third party as well. There was no denying that the open heaven pills created by the universe furnace were of great use to these monsters who needed them by nature. Since that was the case, it was going to be even more difficult for both the humans and the Black Ink clan to procure the scattered open heaven pills. Ever since the beginning, the universe furnace would create open heaven pills whenever it surfaced. These native monsters would have greatly benefited from the production of these open heaven pills in the past. They would have been able to escape from their chaotic state and gain a new life. The monster that now had a physical form that looked similar to the earlier feudal lord was clearly a special kind of life form. Yang Kai could sense some vitality, and the monster was partly sentient now. That was why it was carefully examining the world around it. But alas, it could not discover anything since it was in Yang Kai's small universe. There was a third great force inside the universe furnace, and no one knew how strong it was. This was not good news for the human race masters who came in to search for opportunities. The strength of these native monsters cannot be underestimated. A thought occurred to Yang Kai, and all of a sudden, his soul avatar manifested in front of the monster in his small universe and he slammed his palm against it. The fight broke out immediately. Moments later, the dust settled. Yang Kai was standing still and staring at the monster's meager remains with a deep frown. He encountered some of these native monsters in the Great River and fought against them there too. But those monsters did not absorb the medicinal efficacies from the open heaven pills and were fairly easy to deal with. The only tricky aspect was the way they merged with the Great River when they were on the verge of defeat, which made them untraceable. However, after his latest probe, Yang Kai concluded that the monster that absorbed the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill and gained a stable physical form was decidedly harder to deal with. Its most significant characteristic was its endurance. Yang Kai was at the peak of 8th order and his strength far surpassed anyone in the same realm as him. He could even kill an innate territory lord in 3 blows if he went all out. However, he actually had to put in some effort to kill this monster. It seemed to have a naturally strong resistance to the world force inside an open heaven realm master's small universe. The efficacy of the attack was only about a third of its full strength. Furthermore, these monsters' physical bodies were odd and hard to injure. Nevertheless, they had weaknesses too. Dao's strengths were able to restrain them significantly. Earlier on, Yang Kai harnessed his Dao strengths as he attacked the monster. As a result, the monster howled in agony before disappearing like snow melting under the summer sun, leaving nothing but its destroyed remains behind. Following all the experiments Yang Kai did, he came to one conclusion. It was going to be somewhat tricky to deal with these monsters from the universe furnace. After taking the remains out of his small universe, he began to examine everything once more. He only stopped once he confirmed there would not be any lingering danger. The most beneficial opportunities inside the universe furnace were the 9 special open heaven pills that would allow the human race masters to reach the 9th order. However, the ordinary innate open heaven pills were clearly valuable too, so it would not do to pass up on them if found. Since there was an ordinary open heaven pill here, there could be more. Yang Kai quickly began his search through the mountain range. It was formed solely of chaotic Dao essence, and it was not easy to search for treasure in a place like this. His divine sense was hindered and he could not inspect much further from where he was. Thankfully, Yang Kai could move quickly and soon finished combing through the mountain range, finding 2 ordinary open heaven pills. Both of these had been swallowed by the native monsters, but due to this, they could not hide their presence and Yang Kai easily found them. With the surge of Dao strengths directed at them, the 2 monsters swiftly turned into smithereens, and Yang Kai collected the open heaven pills with great ease. All of a sudden, he realized that native monsters shared a similarity with him. They were just as good at escaping as he was. That being said, as long as he was able to restrict their ability to flee, it would not be too hard for him to deal with them. This applied to Yang Kai too, and he quietly mused to himself. The Black Ink clan probably thought of the solution to deal with me too, so that was why they had to set up that heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Once again, Yang Kai continued traveling along the meandering Great River. Throughout the journey, he saw many of the curious and intriguing sights of this sealed world that were real eye-openers for him. He did also run into several Black Ink clansmen who were alone. The Black Ink clan army had been separated when they came in, but there were still millions of them, so it was unsurprising that Yang Kai ran into them. There was not much to be said about dealing with them as Yang Kai just executed them on the spot as soon as he spotted them. Space and time in this place seemed to grow hazy as it was filled with chaotic Dao essence. Yang Kai did not know how long he had been traveling, but after doing so for what must have been quite some time, he suddenly sensed disturbances from a fight taking place up ahead. The cultivation realm of both parties was not low by any means. Yang Kai's gaze hardened as he hid his aura and used space principles to fade into the void before rushing straight for the fight. Soon, he arrived and saw an 8th Order Master battling a Territory Lord. The Territory Lord seemed to be an acquired Territory Lord, and the 8th Order Master was an unfamiliar face. Yang Kai had never seen him before, so he figured that this person must have become an 8th Order Master fairly recently. The two were evenly matched in battle, but both the 8th Order Master and the Territory Lord were clearly holding back, neither of them going all out. This was not because they were averse to killing each other, but because a fight inside the universe furnace would naturally draw attention. If a newcomer was an ally, then it would be great, but if it was an enemy, then the situation would become dangerous. By reserving some of their strength, they would be able to escape if they sensed that things were going south for them. Thus, even though the fight was intense, it was unlikely to result in an actual death on either side. All in all, neither one could defeat the other in this kind of battle. Yang Kai quietly observed for a brief moment before secretly communicating with the 8th Order Master. The latter was deeply shocked, but he did not let it show on his face. The next breath, he suddenly caught the Territory Lord unaware by launching an attack with full force. However, the Territory Lord had been on guard and swiftly counterattacked with full strength as well. Just then, a figure popped up behind him like a ghost. Mysterious Dao strengths flared as space solidified and time blurred. Just as the Territory Lord's perception was disrupted by space-time strength, a large hand reached out to him from behind and smashed down on his head.
His head collapsed into his chest and his forehead split open. The Eighth Order Master also launched a series of divine abilities and secret techniques to kill the Territory Lord at once. He was delighted from having killed a strong opponent and was about to greet Yang Kai when the latter's expression changed. Yang Kai turned in a certain direction. The very next moment, his figure dashed off into the distance and disappeared. "Stay here and wait for me," the Eighth Order Master heard a voice saying to him. At first, the Eighth Order Master was a little confused, but he soon realized what was happening and felt belated fear. He knew he would have been in a disastrous situation if Yang Kai had not come along and given him a hand. After cleaning up the battlefield a little and consuming a spirit pill to replenish himself, he stood still and waited. A moment later, Yang Kai reappeared. The Eighth Order Master immediately cupped his fist and bowed. "Wolfang Army, Liao Zheng greets Sir Yang." They were both Eighth Order Masters, but Liao Zheng looked rather excited. It was as if he was meeting someone he greatly admired. In reality, that was exactly what was happening. Among the rising stars of the human race, no one was as famous or lauded as Yang Kai. Not even Mi Jingluan, who oversaw the Supreme Headquarters or the new Ninth Order Masters. The humans went through many crises and difficulties after the Great Evacuation all those years ago, and Yang Kai's efforts largely contributed to the human race's ability to hang on thus far. Without Yang Kai, profound nether territory would have been lost. Without Yang Kai, the rising stars would not have had a suitable place to temper themselves and cultivate. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have purifying light, and the Black Ink clan would not be hindered as much as they were now. When these rising stars first started cultivating, their seniors told them stories of Yang Kai's many contributions. Their seniors wanted them to know how everything the human race had now come to be, and for them to look up to Yang Kai and follow in his footsteps. The respect and admiration they had for Yang Kai were seared deep into their hearts. It would not be affected no matter how much stronger they became in terms of cultivation. Yang Kai nodded lightly and observed the Eighth Order Master before saying with a smile, "We're both Eighth Order Masters. Just address me as Senior Brother. You don't need to address me as Sir." At that moment, he suddenly understood what it must have been like for Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai when they met him back then in Profound Nether Territory. Before he returned to Profound Nether Territory, both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were his seniors, but upon meeting them again after becoming an Eighth Order Master himself, they insisted on interacting with him as equals. 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Age was not the deciding factor in the way they interacted with and addressed each other. It was based on their cultivation. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5734. Information. Liao Zheng was visibly overwhelmed at being shown such respect. He could not bring himself to address Yang Kai as Senior Brother Yang. Yang Kai wrapped Liao Zheng up in space principles and said, "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." A few moments later, Yang Kai and Liao Zheng reappeared beside the great river. Liao Zheng fell into a daze when he saw the magnificent river. He exclaimed, "So, this is the infinite river. It's endless indeed. Do you know about this river?" Yang Kai quipped puzzledly. "Before we came in, we received information about what it was like inside the universe furnace," Liao Zheng replied. "Senior Brother Bloodcrow also shared some information with us, which included records of the infinite river." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "How much do all of you know about the universe furnace?" Bloodcrow was indeed someone who entered the universe furnace before. He must have gotten the open heaven pills that were stolen and stored in Blood Monster Cave Heaven from the universe furnace. It would not be hard for the humans to gather information about the universe furnace when they had Bloodcrow who had first-hand experience. This information was what Yang Kai urgently needed. Although the universe furnace sucked him in much earlier than everyone else, he barely knew anything about the situation here. Liao Zheng quickly took out an empty jade slip. "Please give me a moment, Senior Brother. I will record everything that I know. Before we came in, Senior Brother Mi told us that if any of us runs into you, Senior Brother Yang, we must give you the information about the universe furnace right away." Yang Kai nodded and waited. With a surge of divine sense, Liao Zheng soon added all the information he had into the jade slip before passing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the jade slip and began examining the information. True enough, he saw the records of the infinite river. He noted that the humans intended to use this river as a means of regrouping. They knew beforehand that they would be separated upon entering the universe furnace and that it would be challenging for them to gather once more because the world inside the universe furnace was boundless. Even though they brought things that would aid them in communication, it would still be difficult to locate each other in such a vast, open space. Though if they were physically connected in some way, such as holding hands, before they entered the universe furnace, then they would be transported to the same place instead of getting separated. Apart from that, nothing else would work, not even if they used aura or a secret technique to maintain a connection. However, the battle had been incredibly intense throughout all the great territory battlefields, save for the 3 that the Black Ink clan gave up on from the start. Liao Zhang had come from the Wolf Fang territory battlefield where the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, so the human masters had to force their way past the Black Ink clan's defense lines to enter the universe furnace. Although they acted together, it was difficult for all of them to maintain physical contact with each other, so Liao Zhang entered the universe furnace alone. Many human masters managed to enter in small groups of 3 to 5, which meant that their safety was less of a concern. After learning this, Yang Kai heaved a small sigh of relief. He had been worried that the 8th Order Masters would suffer if they ran into any pseudo-royal lords, but based on what he knew now, the situation would not be as bad as he thought. Groups of 3 to 5 8th Order Masters could form battle formations that gave them a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. For masters who entered the universe furnace separately because they could not maintain physical contact with anyone else, Bloodcrow suggested that they locate the infinite river as soon as they arrived and follow it. That way, they would eventually run into allies no matter which direction they traveled. This was a way to meet up with other human race masters who had been separated. That was the reason why Yang Kai, who was also following the infinite river as he had no better idea, picked up on the fight between Liao Zhang and the territory lord. Liao Zhang had been searching for the infinite river to regroup with the others. Yang Kai continued checking the information and saw some regarding the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace. It was just as he deduced. There were different grades of open heaven pills. Based on the way Bloodcrow categorized them, the 9 best open heaven pills were considered supreme grade while the rest were ordinary grade. Supreme grade open heaven pills could help the human 8th Order Masters become 9th Order Masters, but these ordinary grade open heaven pills were extremely valuable too. Consuming them would help a master break through their bottlenecks and save time by foregoing many years of cultivating in seclusion. However, Yang Kai began frowning at another piece of information. He looked up and asked, "The supreme grade open heaven pills might help a territory lord become a royal lord?" Did Bloodcrow explain why? All along, Yang Kai assumed that the open heaven pills from the universe furnace were opportunities that belonged to the human race. Even if the Black Ink clan masters entered this place, they only did so to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities. However, the information he now had stated that the Black Ink clan could also benefit from these opportunities. Yang Kai did not understand this. Why is it that a supreme grade open heaven pill can help a territory lord become a royal lord? Liao Zhang explained. Senior brother Xiang asked about this too, and senior brother Bloodcrow couldn't explain exactly why that might be the case. He speculated that this is due to the mysterious nature of the open heaven pills. Anyone, regardless of whether they're a human or a Black Ink clansman, would be able to break through their barriers if they consumed a supreme grade open heaven pill. Yang Kai frowned as this was troubling news. The Black Ink clan's goal was to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities, but this information meant that they had every reason to seize these opportunities for themselves too. If a territory lord found one of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills and became a royal lord, then the humans would not only lose a chance to gain a 9th Order Master, but would also gain a formidable opponent. A gain for one meant a loss for the other. It would be a terrible loss for the humans. The good news was the fact that the Black Ink clan barely knew anything about the universe furnace and even less about the supreme grade open heaven pills. They probably had no idea that the supreme grade open heaven pills were beneficial to them yet. However, this would easily be discovered once a Black Ink clan master managed to get a supreme grade open heaven pill. There was no way of hiding this information. Yang Kai was even more concerned by the fact that the supreme grade open heaven pills did not only work on the humans and the Black Ink clan, but even the native monsters would benefit greatly from them. The information inside the jade slip included records of the strange monsters inside the universe furnace. They were called chaos entities, and these were the ones Xueqi encountered in the Infinite River and at the mountain range. Blood Crow did have a solid understanding of the situation inside the universe furnace, as expected of someone who had first-hand experience in the search for opportunities. There were different types of chaos entities. The ones made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence were the simplest of the chaos entities. While it was not easy to deal with them, it was not difficult either. As long as the masters attacked with their Tao strengths, they could be defeated. Apart from the countless chaos entities, the universe furnace also had chaos spirits, which had some level of sentience and fixed forms. If the monsters Xueqi encountered in the Infinite River were chaos entities, then the one he shoved inside his small universe and took on a form that was similar to the feudal lord after absorbing the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies was a chaos spirit. Basically, chaos spirits evolved from chaos entities, and the only thing that separated the two was an open heaven pill. Blood Crow informed the human race masters that it was not a big deal if they encountered a chaos entity. As long as they were not disturbed, they would not attack first as they were not sentient. However, he warned them that if they encountered a chaos spirit, then they had to be extremely careful because each one would be capable of gathering a large number of chaos entities as their subordinates, and these chaos entities would preemptively attack anyone who was not the same type of being as them. If the humans did run into a chaos spirit, they would have to either defeat their opponent swiftly, or leave as soon as possible. Xueqi's hair stood on end when he saw Blood Crow's speculation that there could be chaos spirit kings hidden inside the universe furnace. What was a chaos spirit king? Chaos entities who devoured open heaven pills would become chaos spirits. Ordinary grade open heaven pills created ordinary chaos spirits, whereas the supreme grade open heaven pills created chaos spirit kings. This was not baseless guesswork either. The universe furnace had surfaced many times throughout history, and even if only 9 supreme grade open heaven pills were formed each time, it was unlikely that every single one had been taken away by someone from the outside. There would have been extremely lucky chaos entities who managed to absorb and refine supreme grade open heaven pills. Blood Crow did not know how strong a chaos spirit king was as he never came across one. However, when he previously entered the universe furnace in search of opportunities, he sensed an intense battle taking place in the void very far away from him. It was a fight between a Ninth Order master and some other master. At the time, Blood Crow did not pick up on the aura of anyone from the Black Ink clan which he was now familiar with. If the Ninth Order master was not battling against someone from the Black Ink clan, then it was clear what the implications were. If Blood Crow was right about this, the so-called Chaos Spirit King would not be any weaker than a Ninth Order master or a royal lord. They all stood at the apex. Xueqi felt a little overwhelmed. Although he had already figured out that there was a third great force inside the universe furnace, he never considered the possibility that they would be harder to deal with than he expected. If the humans did not handle the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace well, it could become a calamity instead. The Jade Slip contained other information and reports about the universe furnace world, so Xueqi read through everything and seared the information into his memory. Then he destroyed the Jade Slip and asked, "How many people from our side came in?" "I don't know precisely how many as the Supreme Headquarters made all the arrangements," Liao Zhang replied. "But if we're talking about just the Wolfang army, around 600 of us came in. Less than 200 of us are 8th Order masters. The rest are in the 7th Order." Xueqi was startled. 7th Order masters came in as well. However, he soon figured it out. Is it for the ordinary grade open heaven pills? Liao Zhang nodded. Many of these 7th Order masters have not reached their limit yet, but because they have not been cultivating for long, they are still facing bottlenecks despite having enough heritage. They're not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but they might be able to become 8th Order masters a lot quicker if they find some of the ordinary grade open heaven pills. Xueqi more or less understood Mi Jingluan's arrangement. At this point, the humans kept having new high-rank open heaven realm masters added to their ranks because they had 2 open heaven realm cradles, which were the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world. These were all rising stars who benefited from the World Tree clones, so they had a higher starting point. Many of them became 6th Order masters from the get-go. However, even if they were now 7th Order masters and had enough heritage in their small universes, it was hard for them to become 8th Order masters within a short time frame as they had not been cultivating for long. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5735, Sensing Something. Even someone like Feng Ying, an elite among the humans who had been in countless battles on the Black Ink battlefield, had to spend over 2 centuries cultivating in seclusion before she could go from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, so what more need be said about others? Most masters would encounter a bottleneck of their own unless they were extremely fortunate or had exceedingly solid foundations, though the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck always varied. Once they reached the bottleneck, they could break through it within a century or two if they were lucky, but the unlucky ones might even take up to a few millennia if they ever succeeded at all. The best thing to do was to let these 7th Order masters look for the ordinary grade open heaven pills inside the universe furnace. If they could gain some of these opportunities, then the humans would have more 8th Order masters around, which would be a huge boost in future battles against the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan. Compared to the supreme grade open heaven pills, it was far easier to find ordinary grade open heaven pills. Apart from the ones Xueqi seized when the universe furnace emerged, he had also found 2 of them at the mountain range earlier. Based on his earlier observations, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills. The human masters would surely be able to find some unless they were extremely unlucky. This meant that quite a number of the 7th Order masters who came in would soon become 8th Order masters. You mentioned senior brother Xiang earlier. Has he become a 9th Order master? Xueqi asked. Liao Zhang shook his head. No, so senior brother Xiang came in this time too. Xiang Shan didn't break through to the 9th Order. Xueqi was a little startled. He thought it would have been fairly easy for Xiang Shan to do so, but from the looks of it now, he was still heavily affected by the previous regression in his order thanks to sacrificing a large chunk of his small universe. Otherwise, with his aptitude and talent, it was unlikely for him to fail to have a breakthrough after so many years of retreat. The supreme grade open heaven pills might just be his only hope. Would ordinary grade open heaven pills be useful for this situation? Xiang Shan had the aptitude to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was different from the others like Ouyang Lai and Mi Jing Luan who started off in the 6th Order. He was now stuck at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and could not go beyond this, so it could be considered a bottleneck. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary grade open heaven pill would probably be useful in his situation. In that case, the humans would soon have a new 9th Order master inside the universe furnace. This was thrilling news for the humans and a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan. Xueqi was caught up in these thoughts of his. Meanwhile, in a different part of the universe furnace world, there was a terrain that appeared to be a dense forest. At a glance, the dense forest was just like a regular one outside with towering trees and a variety of plants, but it did not have the sounds of nature and life. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this seemingly ordinary forest was entirely made up of shattered Tao essence, just like the infinite river and the mountain range that Xueqi found. There were a lot of strange sights inside the universe furnace. It had everything that could be found in the outside world, but it also had things that could not be found anywhere else. There was no denying that the space inside the universe furnace was exceedingly mysterious. At this very moment, a heroic-looking figure was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. This human wore a deep red robe that was quite eye-catching. He did not hide his aura, which was that of an 8th Order master at the peak of his realm. He readily allowed his aura to spread in all directions. Anyone who was nearby would instantly sense it. He was none other than Xiang Shan. Usually, Xiang Shan kept a pretty low profile, but he was now purposely announcing his presence because he wanted to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, as well as allow the humans to locate him quickly. He did not keep a high profile because he was full of himself. Instead, it was because he was confident. After cultivating in seclusion for over 1,000 years and failing to break through his bottleneck, Xiang Shan realized that he could not rely on his own efforts alone to become a 9th Order master. That was why he entered the universe furnace as well. The open heaven pills could aid him in his efforts to break through into the 9th Order open heaven realm, and he was not doing so for his own greed. If he became a 9th Order master, the humans would gain an even more powerful warrior who could deter the enemy. Xiang Shan had already partaken in a fight earlier, and his victory was seen in the form of the scattered remains of a chaos entity nearby who was destroyed by his Tao strength. As it was, he was fairly lucky. He ended up here when he entered the universe furnace and ran into a chaos entity who had consumed an ordinary grade open heaven pill right away. Naturally, Xiang Shan wasted no time and effort in killing the chaos entity and taking the ordinary grade open heaven pill for himself. He consumed it at once and began refining it. Moments later, Xiang Shan stood up and held his hands behind his back before letting out a weak sigh. The ordinary grade open heaven pill could not help him with his present condition. Even though he figured as much already, he was still disappointed that he had been proven correct. The real reason why he could not become a Ninth Order Master was the drawbacks left behind when his order fell in the past. No one else knew about this, but he knew full well that his small universe never regained perfection after what happened back then. If he wanted to resolve this, he would have to get a supreme grade open heaven pill. However, there were only a handful of supreme grade open heaven pills and it would not be easy to find one. Either way, all he could do was try, the rest was up to the heavens. With that thought in mind, Xiang Shan turned into a streak of red light and shot out of the dense forest. As he headed off into his distance, his formidable aura spread across the void and became even more prominent. Xiang Shan thought of the supreme grade open heaven pills as something rare and almost ethereal. He did not know where to look for one, but somehow, there would always be lucky ones who would find what they wanted even without specifically looking for it. An intense battle had just ended in another part of the void. The chaotic shattered Tao essence was disrupted by the aftershocks of the battle and space became strange and unpredictable. Two figures stood together. One was a young man dressed in white. He had white hair and bright eyes. The other was a slender woman with delicate features. As the two of them stood together, they gave off the feeling of a well-matched couple. The young man and woman were Yang Xiao and Yang Xue from the Suppressing Black Ink Army. When the Universe Furnace projection fully manifested at the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, the Black Ink Clan army charged through the opening in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction in an attempt to keep the Suppressing Black Ink Army occupied. But after a frenzied battle, the Black Ink Clan suffered devastating losses. Even the two royal lords who took the risk to come out had been severely injured by Fu Guang with the help of his dragon bead. One of them nearly died on the spot. The Black Ink Clan had no choice but to retreat, and the 58th Order Masters from the Suppressing Black Ink Army who had been chosen to enter the Universe Furnace managed to do so at the very last breath. Ever since the Suppressing Black Ink Army took up the responsibility of standing guard at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, they did not have any means of contacting the Supreme Headquarters directly. The distance between them was too great, so it was only Yang Kai who could travel back and forth freely, and he had already visited them once due to the innate territory lords sneaking out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Due to this, Yang Xiao and Yang Xue did not know much about the Universe Furnace. Hence, they had no idea that everyone would be separated once they entered. That being said, despite not knowing about this, Yang Xiao did grab Yang Xue's hand before they entered. He was not a naive young boy anymore. After all the years of fighting against the Black Ink Clan, he was no longer the mischievous child he once was. Now, he was able to stand alone and shoulder heavy responsibilities. As a man, he was constantly protective of Yang Xue who was with him all the time. Thus, he instinctively grabbed Yang Xue's hand before entering the Universe Furnace. This was how they were able to stay together upon entering. Unfortunately, they had not been inside long before they ran into a territory lord. The territory lords who entered the Universe Furnace were acquired territory lords, as basically all the innate territory lords who were well and whole had taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. The only innate territory lords the Black Ink Clan had now were the ones who snuck out from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction or the ones with heavy wounds from battle. These innate territory lords were severely weakened, so they could not enter the Universe Furnace. Even in a one-on-one fight, both Yang Xiao and Yang Xue could easily go up against an acquired territory lord, so what more when they were up against one together? The territory lord did not even have the chance to escape as the two of them joined forces and harnessed time principles, which turned the territory lord into dust. The two of them came out of the fight completely unscathed. However, Yang Xiao started frowning as he turned and stared into the distance. Yang Xue noticed this and was a little anxious. "Are you hurt?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "No, but, little aunt, I think there's something over there." "What is it?" They were in the middle of an endless void, and after hearing what Yang Xiao said, Yang Xue was on edge. She felt as if someone was hiding somewhere and spying on them in secret. "I don't know," Yang Xiao could not explain it either. He raised his hands and channeled the power of his great sun and moon marks. When I used purifying light earlier, I sensed a vague connection to something over there. These 2 marks are something that adoptive father gave me. Yang Kai had obtained 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, along with a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from chaotic dead territory. He gave them to 10 divine spirits, which enabled them to supply the dozen or so great territory battlefields with purifying light even when he was not present. This eased the awkwardness and pressure Yang Kai felt from being exhausted and stretched too thin. This was why Yang Xiao had the great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. Earlier on, when he was working together with Yang Xue to kill the territory lord, Yang Xiao used purifying light to attack the enemy, and it was this action that led to the 2 marks on his hands sensing something. But, what could possibly interact with the great sun and moon marks inside the universe furnace? Yang Xiao could not figure it out. Yang Kai would not have thought that Yang Xiao would be the first to reap the rewards of him marking 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills. It could only be chalked up to a person's luck, which was not something that could be calculated. Yang Xue's eyes brightened at once. Could it be Big Brother? She made this guess because Yang Kai also had the great sun and moon marks, and if both were used, it was normal to sense a mark from the same source. Yang Xiao was shocked as well. It could be. Come. Let's go and take a look. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5736. The 2 Yang's Treasure Hunt. Why is there a desert here? An hour later, Yang Xue froze in a daze as she took in the odd scene in front of her. A barren desert had popped up in the middle of the boundless void, a startling sight for any who saw it. The 2 of them quickly surveyed the place and soon realized that it was not a real desert, even though it looked identical to a real one. This seemingly enormous desert was entirely made out of the strange shattered Tao essence. All they saw around them was golden sand that stretched as far as their eyes could see. There was even a fierce wind that blew through the area, and the sand dunes that rose high up to the sky looked majestic. Anyone who saw this sight would immediately notice the peculiarity of the situation, as well as the danger. However, the closer they got, the clearer the reaction was from Yang Zhao's 2 marks. He could tell that they were getting closer to the source of the reaction. Is Big Brother here? Yang Xue frowned. Either way, we'll find out once we look. Yang Xiao replied. Yang Xue nodded, and with a flick of her hand, something flew out and started spinning. It turned into a small temple the size of an ordinary dwelling. The characters, Flowing Time, were etched on the sign above its main entrance. This was what used to be the Flowing Time Temple that they had inherited from the Star Boundary's Flowing Time Great Emperor. Over the past few millennia, both of their cultivations improved, and their understanding of the Tao of Time had long since surpassed that of Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, Flowing Time Great Emperor was still their honored master. Thus, Yang Xue could not bring herself to simply discard the Flowing Time Temple that the Great Emperor left behind. Over the years, the 2 of them exchanged countless military merits to seek out the help of an artifact-refining Great Grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven to strengthen and improve the Flowing Time Temple. The Flowing Time Temple was vastly different now when compared to its original state. Although it appeared largely the same, its power was not any weaker than that of Dawn's dawning light warship. Throughout the many years of charging through the various great territory battlefields, Yang Zhao's squad often relied on the Flowing Time Temple to battle against the Black Ink Clan masters. This mobile palace artifact had accompanied the 2 of them on their journey of growth and witnessed their rise. There were countless times when they had relied on it to flee for their lives, and to them, it was no longer just an artifact anymore, as it was something that had its own meaning for existence. After summoning the Flowing Time Temple, the 2 of them swiftly entered. Yang Xue waved her hand once more and an hourglass-shaped artifact appeared in her fair hand. It was Infinite Hourglass, an artifact they had also inherited from the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 10,000 nate grains of flowing time sand were sealed up inside the hourglass, and as the sand trickled down, time principles encased the Flowing Time Temple. This allowed it to become out of phase with normal space-time and become virtually undetectable. Yang Xiao and Yang Xue remained on high alert as they traveled into the depths of the desert. A few days later, the Flowing Time Temple abruptly stopped as Yang Xiao triggered his great sun and moon marks to quietly sense the surroundings for a moment. He then looked up at the towering sand dune in front of him. It's coming from the inside of that.
No matter how one dissected the situation, it was strange to find a sand dune several thousand meters tall in the middle of this unending desert floating in the chaotic void. The moment they arrived, the two of them realized that Xueqi could not have been the source of the reaction from the great sun and moon marks. If he had been here, he would have sensed their approach a long time ago and would not have stayed hidden. "Let me try," Yang Xiao said softly as he raised his hand. The time Dao strength that permeated out of the infinite hourglass in Yang Shue's hand grew even more concentrated as she became even more fully focused. The void shook, and under the vibrations from the dragon force, a stretch of bright light shot towards the sand dune. The forceful blow centered on the sand dune before shooting out in all directions and stirring up clouds of sand in the process. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless desert sprung to life all of a sudden as hundreds of millions of grains of sand swirled in the air to form a giant cloud of several thousand meters tall that was constantly shifting in shape. "What's that?" Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both terrified. However, Yang Shui's eyes soon lit up as she pointed at a specific spot in the sand dune, an open heaven pill. A multicolored light flickered momentarily amid the billowing sand. It had only shone through for the briefest moment, but Yang Shui still managed to spot the shape of a spirit pill, along with the mysterious aura which emanated from it. The shackles that kept her at the peak of 8th order open heaven realm cultivation trembled ever so slightly just sniffing the aroma coming from it. Yang Xiao had seen the same thing and could not resist laughing with glee. "We've found treasure, little ant." He never thought they would stumble across an open heaven pill this quickly after entering the universe furnace. He was a pure-blooded dragon, so he did not need an open heaven pill. As long as he kept refining his dragon vein, he would be able to attain the body of a divine dragon. Naturally, this was no easy feat as, after all these years, the dragon clan had only birthed a handful of divine dragons. However, Yang Shui needed the open heaven pill. In the past, Yang Shui had directly ascended to 6th order open heaven realm. At the time, the world tree clone had only just begun blessing the star boundary, and Yang Shui did not benefit much from it. The fact that she directly became a 6th order master was largely credited to her own aptitude. If she had been born in the present era, Yang Shui's aptitude and the blessing from the world tree would have been enough for her to ascend directly to 7th order. In any case, based on her current situation, reaching the peak of 8th order open heaven realm cultivation was her limit. However, if she could get the help of an open heaven pill from a universe furnace, she could remove the shackles and reach the 9th order. Not only would she be able to reach the pinnacle of martial Dao, but she would also provide a huge boost to the human race's strength. This spirit pill was the only reason why Yang Xiao accompanied Yang Shui into the universe furnace. Technically speaking, Yang Xiao did not qualify to be one of the ones entering the universe furnace. There were over 400 8th order masters in the suppressing Black Ink army, and many of them were bound by the shackles which stopped them from rising into a higher realm. However, Fu Guang, who oversaw the suppressing Black Ink fortress, only allowed 50 of them to enter the universe furnace. This meant that a lot of careful thought and discussion went into deciding who could go in. As part of the Dragon Clan, Yang Xiao did not need an open heaven pill, so naturally there was no reason to waste a quota on him. Fu Guang did not express any form of opinion on this either. The 58th Order Masters were decided based on the discussion among the inner circle of masters in the suppressing Black Ink army. Initially, they arranged for Su Yan, Yu Ru Meng, Shan Qing Luo, and Yang Kai's other wives to enter the universe furnace. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have made it to this day. Furthermore, his wives had slaughtered just as many of the enemy, if not more, so they had every right to enter the universe furnace. However, if Yang Shui was included among them as well, nearly a fifth of all the openings would go to people who were closely related to Yang Kai. The entire suppressing Black Ink army could only afford to allow 50 masters to enter, which meant that it would be quite unfair to the others. In the end, it was Su Yan who said that she and the other wives would not be entering the universe furnace. Instead, Yang Xiao would accompany Yang Shui in the search for opportunities. It would be up to fate to decide whether or not their search would be a success. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could be considered childhood friends who knew each other extremely well. They had spent thousands of years together, and had long since developed the connection that allowed them to be of one heart and mind. When they joined forces, they were able to wield strength that was far greater than that of simply two 8th Order Masters combined. Allowing Yang Xiao to accompany Yang Xue was the best way to ensure her safety. After all, she was Yang Kai's only blood-related little sister. How would anyone be able to face Yang Kai if something happened to her inside the universe furnace? Thus, the two Yangs entered the universe furnace just like that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ya, and Xueqi, who were also with the suppressing Black Ink Army, all had the aptitude to become Ninth Order Masters on their own, so they did not need to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. Before entering, Yang Xiao had secretly made up his mind to do whatever it took to protect Yang Xue and obtain an open heaven pill that would enable her to become a Ninth Order Master. The only difficult part of this was figuring out how to locate such a valuable treasure. Never would he have imagined it possible for them to locate the precious open heaven pill that countless human race masters desired so easily. At this moment, he was puzzled as to what the relationship was between the open heaven pill created by the universe furnace and the great sun and moon marks that his adoptive father gave him. Why was there a faint connection between them? He could not figure it out and did not have the time to dwell on it either. As he probed into the sand dune, it seemed to stand up like a living creature, and the hundreds of millions of grains of sand were tumbling around in a way that made it look as if the sand dune was attempting to flee. It was a rather comical sight. However, in the very next breath, Yang Xiao could no longer smile. Amid the strange movement of the sand dune, a huge surge of sand rose from the desert surface out of the blue, and soon, a large hand stuck out from the sand. It pressed down hard on the surface and a large silhouette appeared. The silhouette was over 1,000 meters tall. It had the form of a human and the face of a human too, but the enormity of the body made the proportions look uncanny. It was as if a baboon had been enlarged by over a dozen times its size and had a human's head. That was not all. More large hands stuck out from the sand, and soon, two more silhouettes joined the baboon-like figure with a human head. One of the figures looked like a normal human while the other looked like it was from the Black Ink clan. Yang Zhao's expression hardened slightly. Although he could not detect the strength of the three strange creatures and had no idea what these three even were, he had the innately heightened senses of a dragon clan which made it obvious to him that these three were not to be easily messed with. They seemed to be guarding the sand dune that had devoured the open heaven pill and would be attacking anyone who approached without any mercy. Following the appearance of the three chaos spirits, the enormous sea of sand seemed to come to life as well. A whole host of formless chaos entities made up of shattered Tao essence began surging towards the flowing time temple. "Little ant," Yang Xiao called out. Without saying anything, Yang Xue began unleashing the power of the flowing time temple as it charged towards the three chaos spirits. To defeat an army, one should defeat the leader first. Although the two of them did not know the difference between a chaos entity and a chaos spirit, they could tell that the three chaos spirits were the main obstacle in their attempt to seize the open heaven pill. As long as they got rid of the three of them, everything else would not be an issue, including the sand dune that was several thousand meters tall. The flowing time temple flashed forward and all the chaos entities in its path were knocked away. This was a mobile palace artifact of comparable strength to Dawning Light, while its defenses were the best it could possibly be, as Yang Xiao and Yang Xue had spent a hefty amount of their military merits on it. Martial Peak. Chapter 5737. Hui Gu. A fierce battle broke out in the desert. It was so intense that the desert seemed to be on the verge of crumbling apart. Although it was Yang Xiao and Yang Xue's first time dealing with chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan, they were not flustered at all as they had fought countless battles on numerous great territory battlefields for millennia now. At first, they had a harder time as they had not figured out the best way to face off against their opponents, but as time passed, they began to take control of the fight. Pure World Force, Dragon Force, and even ordinary secret techniques and divine abilities had limited effects when it came to injuring these monsters, but when the two of them worked together to unleash pure time principles in the form of time Tao strength, they were able to restrain their opponents. The three chaos spirits with physical forms were as powerful as Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords, but the chaos entities without physical forms had varying levels of strength. Some were incredibly weak and were instantly exterminated under the rush of time principles, while others were able to put up a struggle for a little while. However, there was a seemingly endless number of chaos entities amid the sea of sand made out of shattered Tao essence. Thankfully, the two had decided from the start that they would be targeting the leaders first to win the battle. One of them had the body of an ancient dragon and an abundance of strength, while the other was at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm and naturally possessed power that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had cultivated the Tao of Time since their youth, and after thousands of years of effort, the Tao strength they wielded when they joined forces to harness time principles far surpassed what was to be expected from someone of their cultivation realm. They expended a fair amount of effort and paid a big price to kill the three chaos spirits, but in the end, all that was left was a sand dune several thousand meters tall that was fleeing deeper into the desert. While Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were busy battling against the Chaos Spirit Clan, Yang Kai and Liao Zhang were traveling together along the Infinite River. After asking about Xiang Shan and hearing that he did not manage to become a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai found it lamentable. However, this meant that the moment the Black Ink clansmen came across either him or a seasoned Eighth Order Master like Xiang Shan, they would immediately target the two of them. The Black Ink clan would not want to let either one of them gain an opportunity inside the Universe Furnace which would allow them to become Ninth Order Masters. All of a sudden, Liao Jing asked, "Senior Brother Yang, was a Black Ink clansman spying on us in secret just now?" He recalled the way Yang Kai shot off on a chase immediately after they joined forces to kill the Territory Lord earlier. It meant that Yang Kai had noticed something. Yang Kai nodded. There was one, but they fled soon after realizing that the situation didn't look good for them. I couldn't figure out where they went. By the time he went over to chase that Black Ink clansman down, all that was left was a tiny trace of the enemy's aura. Even Yang Kai had difficulty ascertaining the direction in which the Black Ink clansman had fled amid the endless shattered Tao essence inside the Universe Furnace, so he had to return without achieving his goal. Had this been the world outside, there was no way Yang Kai would have allowed a Territory Lord to escape from right under his nose when he could use space techniques. Alas, this was a unique environment that greatly increased the difficulty of doing things like searching, tracking, and investigating. Liao Zhang could not help but feel a sense of belated fear when he heard this. He knew that if Yang Kai had not discovered him by coincidence, then the tables would have turned and he would have been the one to suffer the fate of the Territory Lord instead. As they traveled, the two of them remained on the lookout for both open heaven pills and other human race masters. Less than half a day later, Liao Zheng's expression abruptly changed. He took out a communication bead and checked it before exclaiming happily, "Senior Brother Yang, there's a Seventh Order Master up ahead." It had to be said that the Supreme Headquarters, or perhaps more specifically Mi Jing Luan, had given a lot of thought to this operation and prepared everything in great detail. Naturally, this was also because the humans had ample knowledge regarding the Universe Furnace world. Mi Jing Luan knew that most of the humans would be separated when they entered, so he had them stick to the Infinite River as they traveled. That way, they would be able to encounter other humans regardless of which direction they moved in. Inside the Universe Furnace, the humans had to team up in groups to defend themselves against the pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, Mi Jing Luan even asked Divine Cauldron Heaven to create communication beads that would allow the human race masters to contact each other and handed these out to all of them. Previously, Liao Zhang had dedicated a thread of his divine sense to the communication bead at all times to see whether there were any communications happening nearby. He also sent out regular messages to the general region but he never got a response. However, just moments ago, a Seventh Order Master got in touch with him. Since their communication beads made contact, it meant they were fairly close to each other. Yang Kai nodded at once. "Let's go and look for him. Also, tell whoever it is to not enter the river." Even though he did not think that others would be as careless as he was, it was still better to give a warning anyway. There were a lot of chaos entities inside the Infinite River and for the time being, Yang Kai had not encountered any chaos spirits, but it was still dangerous for a Seventh Order Master to enter the river. Liao Zhang acknowledged his instructions and complied with a flicker of divine sense. The two continued forward for a little while longer, and sure enough, they saw a figure approaching from the distance, a woman. She had not known that Yang Kai would be here as well when she contacted Liao Zhang, so when she saw him, she was visibly excited as she greeted respectfully, "Disciple Chu Ling Ling, greets Palace Master." "You're a disciple of High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai remarked in surprise. Even though he had never met this Chu Ling Ling before, she had to have come from High Heaven Palace since she addressed him as Palace Master. Similarly, those who addressed him as Tao Lord came from the Void Tao Temple. High Heaven Palace was now of great renown among the human race.
It was comparable to any of the cave heavens or paradises.
In fact, within the star boundary, its fame was actually greater than that of all other great forces.
This was because Xueqi was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. When the World Tree clone at the star boundary first exhibited the ability to nurture the world, the cave heavens and paradises set up Tao temples and split up the territory among them to gather disciples with good aptitude. High Heaven Palace did not stop this, as Xueqi knew that the star boundary would be filled with many great talents in the future. High Heaven Palace would not be able to take all of them in, so allowing the cave heavens and paradises to set up Tao temples of their own would ease High Heaven Palace's burden and ensure that the talent of these humans did not go to waste. Thus, when the cave heavens and paradises started dividing up the star boundary among themselves, High Heaven Palace had given its full cooperation.
At the time, the humans of the star boundary were pretty open to the other cave heavens and paradises, as they were all the mightiest great forces in the 3,000 worlds.
Those who could join them would surely make something of themselves in the future too. However, as Xueqi's prestige continued to rise over the years, his fame soared and High Heaven Palace became the symbol of the star boundary. If given a choice, the humans born in the star boundary would choose to join High Heaven Palace. Chu Lingling had turned red from the excitement she felt when she met Xueqi. Her palace master was a legend among the human race, and even though she had been a part of High Heaven Palace for many years, so much so that she was now a 7th Order Master, she had never met Xueqi in person before. She had only seen his statue back at High Heaven Palace. She never thought she would run into him after entering the universe furnace. Liao Zheng was quite amused by this sight. He also possessed peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was quite famous among the Wolfang army. But when compared to Xueqi, he was nothing but a flicker of light against the dazzling bright moon that was Xueqi. He could understand what Chu Lingling was feeling, as he had also felt an instinctive sense of respect and awe when he met Xueqi earlier.
This was due to the seeds his seniors had sown deep within him from the moment he started cultivating.
Senior brother Yang asked you a question, Martial niece Chu. Liao Zheng had to prompt Chu Lingling when she failed to respond after quite some time. That managed to snap Chu Lingling out of her reverie. She blushed and quickly replied, "Yes. I am a disciple of the Huigu Divine Monarch, and before that, I was taught by the 2 martial ancestors on Bamboo Peak." Xueqi nodded. Huigu, ha. Huigu was the subordinate that Xueqi had taken under his command at Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star. At the time, Xueqi had used the strength of the loyalty list to subdue Huigu, recording his name on the 7th page, so he was one of Xueqi's earliest subordinates. However, when Xueqi decided to head off to the Black Ink battlefield, he gave Huigu his freedom. The moment he stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield, Xueqi would be caught up in a constant life and death war, and he had no idea whether he would make it out alive. If he died, then those whose names were recorded on the loyalty list would die as well, so before he left, he gave them all their freedom. However, even when Xueqi had these subordinates under his command, he never treated them harshly and was willing to form sincere connections with them. Thus, even though he gave them their freedom, none of them left. As Chen Tianfei said, he did not possess great powers, so he would not be benefiting from leaving Void Land. It was better for him to stay in Void Land. After all, thanks to his relationship with Xueqi, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. During the Great Evacuation, Void Land combined with High Heaven Palace, and the people whose names had been recorded on the loyalty list became elders there. Luan Baifeng even formed an elite squad with Su Yan and the others, and they fought hard together in profound nether territory. After thinking about Huigu, Xueqi could not help but recall many of his old acquaintances. Throughout the past few millennia, he did return to High Heaven Palace from time to time, but he would always arrive in a flurry and leave in a rush, so he could not stop to meet them. Who knows how many more familiar faces will disappear by the time this calamity is over. As for the 2 martial ancestors that Chu Lingling mentioned, they were none other than Xueqi's parents. Although his father and mother did not possess exceptional power, they longed to join the battlefield and hunt down the enemy too. But Hua Qingxi would never allow that. If anything happened to them because she gave them her permission, she would not be able to face Xueqi again. Thus, she gave them a new responsibility to keep them occupied. Their task was to teach the new talented disciples who had just begun their cultivation journeys and did not possess particularly noteworthy strength yet. There was more than met the eye to this arrangement, however. These talented disciples would one day become the core pillars of High Heaven Palace,
and the fact that Yang Yinfeng and Dong Suzhu had once mentored them at the beginning of their martial Tao meant that regardless of how powerful they became in the future, they would still feel gratitude towards the two of them for teaching them in the past. Yang Kai quietened down his complicated emotions and smiled. Has Huigu reached the 8th order? Huigu used to be called a heavenly monarch, but now, Chu Lingling addressed her master as divine monarch, which was a step up. In the 3,000 worlds, there was an unspoken rule that only high-rank open heaven realm masters had the right to be called divine monarchs. Martial Peak. Chapter 5738. Grey Fog. Master is still in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, Palace Master. Chu Lingling replied. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Not all divine monarchs were the same. Since high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could be addressed as divine monarchs, it applied to both 8th Order Masters and 7th Order Masters. Moreover, he also then recalled that Huigu would not be able to become an 8th Order Master. The peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was his upper limit. Huigu had been a 6th Order Master when Yang Kai took him under his command at the Prison Star all those years ago. It was unsurprising that he had become a 7th Order Master since then, as he would not lack the resources for cultivation when he had Void Land and High Heaven Palace's support. Perhaps Huigu no longer had any goals of his own after reaching the limit of his martial Tao, so he decided to take in a disciple like Chu Lingling. Meanwhile, Chu Lingling was at the peak of 7th Order and did have the ability to become an 8th Order Master. She entered the Universe Furnace to get an ordinary grade Open Heaven pill in order to break through sooner rather than later. That way, she would have an even better chance of survival in the coming war. A rising star like Chu Lingling did not need to take the risk of entering the Universe Furnace if she had not wanted to break through to the 8th Order sooner. She, along with other rising stars, could simply carry on focusing on their cultivation, and they would eventually do so. Alas, time waited for no one. The appearance of the Universe Furnace changed the situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. The curtain had risen, and devastating battles broke out across all the battlefields in existence. These were building up to the ultimate fight that would determine the fate of these two races, and there was no stopping it this time. Mi Jingluan had realized this, which is why he arranged for many of the 7th Order Masters to enter the Universe Furnace. After all, the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills were fairly readily found, so as long as the Masters were not completely down on their luck, they should be able to find a few. Since Chu Lingling was from High Heaven Palace and Huigu's disciple, Yang Kai was not stingy with her. He took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "Your master helped me a lot back then, and you're also a High Heaven Palace disciple. I didn't prepare much, but since it's our first time meeting each other, I'll give this to you." He flicked the bottle and a gentle force made it float over to Chu Lingling. Chu Lingling was a little flustered. She never thought that her palace master would be giving her a gift on their first meeting. She wanted to decline, but Liao Zhang remarked with a smile, "You should not refuse a gift from your elder." Yang Kai's lips twitched. "Elder? Well, so be it. Even though I still look young, I have cultivated for several millennia now, and I'm the palace master of High Heaven Palace too. Elder it is." Chu Lingling paused briefly before accepting the jade bottle and bowing in gratitude. "Disciple thanks Palace Master for his generous gift." Yang Kai nodded and started moving again. He took the lead and headed in the direction Chu Lingling had come from. Chu Lingling was about to put the bottle away as it would not be polite for her to check its contents in Yang Kai's presence, but then she heard a void transmission from him. "There are quite a few of them in there. You probably won't need to use all of them. If there are any left, you can give the extras to people who need them." She was startled at first, but a thought soon struck her. She immediately abandoned all attempts at maintaining propriety and checked what was inside the bottle. When she saw that the bottle was filled with spirit pills, she was both shocked and thrilled. "Have I just received the very thing that I came into the Universe Furnace for? Aren't these the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills that I'm looking for? Did I achieve my goal this easily?" Liao Zhang had also spotted what was inside the bottle and could not help but sigh. "Senior brother Yang is so efficient. I haven't even gotten a single thing yet while he has already accumulated so much." With luck, this bottle of ordinary grade Open Heaven pills would be enough to let two 7th Order Masters reach the 8th Order. As they traveled, they were still on the lookout for other humans. But Yang Kai also shared his experiences in finding these open heaven pills with Liao Zhang and Chu Lingling. In reality, it was not difficult to find these open heaven pills. Setting aside the open heaven pills that had not been discovered yet, the ones that had been devoured by the chaos entities could easily be found. If a chaos entity could not merge into the surroundings and hide, it meant that it had consumed an open heaven pill. Also, it would take a lot of time for them to refine and absorb the medicinal efficacies of such a pill. Based on the test that Yang Kai did in his small universe, it would take a chaos entity decades to perhaps even over a century before they could fully absorb the open heaven pill. Therefore, as long as the humans discovered chaos entities who were unable to hide their tracks, they would easily be rewarded with open heaven pills. They did not need to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacies, either as the chaos entities could not refine them in such a short amount of time. Chu Lingling immediately let out a regretful expression. Earlier on, she had seen one such chaos entity inside the infinite river, but she had been worried about the peculiarities of the terrain and dared not enter. Thankfully, Yang Kai had her retrace her steps, and soon, they found the chaos entity again. Yang Kai personally caught it and killed it with great ease by flushing it with his Dao strengths before collecting the ordinary grade open heaven pill it had devoured.
The trio continued moving forward.
Now and then they would stumble across a fellow human, and the group slowly grew bigger. The humans kept making their way along the infinite river and using the communication beads to get in touch with each other. The ones they met up with included both 7th Order and 8th Order Masters. Once there were 11 of them in total, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around before saying, "Here's where we'll part, everyone." The group of 10 was made up of 3 8th Order Masters and 7 7th Order Masters. There were 2 reasons for this unusual ratio. Firstly, when compared to the 8th Order Masters, a larger number of 7th Order Masters had entered the universe furnace. Secondly, Mi Jingluan had also instructed the 7th Order Masters to search for the infinite river the moment they entered, and meet up with other allies. Their only goal was to team up, then find ordinary grade open heaven pills before breaking through to the 8th Order inside the universe furnace. Supreme grade open heaven pills were extremely rare. Not only would they be hard to find, but even if one was found, they might have to fight the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan for it, so not many would succeed. However, if more 7th Order Masters became 8th Order Masters, it would be a great boost to the human race's overall combat power. The 8th Order Masters naturally hoped to gain their own opportunities, but some of them would still need to lend a hand in protecting the 7th Order Masters. A group of 10 would be strong enough to protect themselves. Even if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord, they would still be able to put up a fight, so Yang Kai no longer had to stay with them. It was time for him to hunt down a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Liao Zhang and the 2 other 8th Order Masters knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so they simply nodded, and Liao Zhang said, "Go ahead, senior brother. Over the past few days, we have found many ordinary grade open heaven pills. The 3 of us will help them find a safe place and let a few of them break through first before we decide what to do next." Yang Kai nodded. "That would be for the best. Remember that safety is your top priority. Nothing matters more than survival." He cupped his fists in a final goodbye, and with a flicker of space principles, his figure disappeared. Once Yang Kai left, Liao Zhang and the others had a quick discussion. The 3 8th Order Masters stuck around to protect the 7th Order Masters as they led them away from the infinite river and into the endless void. It would be challenging to find a safe place inside the universe furnace, as their abilities to inspect and search the area around them were greatly restrained. No one knew when they might suddenly encounter a fearsome opponent. Fortunately, the world inside the universe furnace was expansive, and as long as one was not severely unlucky, it would be all right to simply select a place at random. Once they settled down somewhere, they took out the ordinary grade open heaven pills and divided them among the 7th Order Masters who needed them. The 7th Order Masters quickly consumed the pills and refined them. Soon, the aura of one of the 7th Order Masters began to surge. It was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Everyone gasped at the sight. Although the ordinary grade open heaven pills could not help a cultivator break through their innate limits the way the supreme grade open heaven pills could, they were still able to provide great help to cultivators facing a bottleneck. From the looks of it now, there would be many new 8th Order Masters once this trip inside the universe furnace was over. At the same time, Yang Kai was traveling through the void. Now and then,
He would check for a reaction with his great sun and moon marks or check for any activity from the communication bead he had with him. Liao Zhang had given him this communication bead. It was what the human masters used to reach each other in this space. It made it easier for the humans to confirm where they were, and in a moment of crisis, they could ask for help. Right now, Yang Kai was concerned as to how he was supposed to find the supreme-grade open heaven pills.
Even though he left a mark on all 9 of them, he still had not found any of them yet.
He had no idea where they were either, so he had to rely on luck. The information he received from Liao Zhang also made it clear to him that the situation inside the universe furnace was a lot more complex and perplexing than he thought. The Chaos Spirit Clan could be found inside here, and there was also the possibility of Chaos Spirit Kings existing. Furthermore, the supreme-grade open heaven pills were useful to the Black Ink Clan as well. This possibility had never even occurred to Yang Kai in the past. Thus, the number of obstacles between the human race and the supreme-grade open heaven pills was far above what Yang Kai originally suspected.
He was moving through the void when all of a sudden, he spotted something that looked like a gray fog in front of him.
He broke out in cold sweat and had a look of belated fear. It was just a tiny layer of gray fog that was about the size of a table. Yang Kai had nearly gone straight into it just now, but luckily, he noticed it in the nick of time and halted. He used his divine sense to inspect the gray fog, and to his surprise, he found that there were worlds inside the tiny blanket of gray fog.
It was no mere gray fog after all. It was a sea of stars that was many, many times smaller than normal.
It looked like a tiny layer of gray fog, but it was treacherous on the inside. If anyone entered it by accident, he or she would be entering the sea of stars. That person could even lose their sense of direction and be stuck in there with no means of coming back out. Why would this be inside the universe furnace? However, upon thinking back now, Yang Kai realized that this was not the only time he encountered something like this.
He had seen countless gray fog patches of varying sizes along the way, but had not paid any attention to them earlier.
He only realized how mysterious they were after studying this one more carefully now. The universe furnace is proving to be even more mystifying than I thought.
Yang Kai quietened down his heavily thumping heart. As he stared at the gray fog in front of him, he could not help but consider a new possibility.
If I'm able to take this away, refine it, and summon it whenever I'm up against the enemy, wouldn't it mean that I'd be invincible? Even a Black Ink John spirit god would probably have a hard time escaping from the gray fog if he was stuck inside it, let alone a royal lord. However, the moment Yang Kai began checking out this possibility, he gave up on his unrealistic idea. He could not take it with him. It appeared to be just a tiny patch of gray fog, but it was actually colossal in volume. To take it away meant taking away an entire sea of stars, and the massive strength needed to accomplish that was not something he, an 8th Order Master, had. Not even a 9th Order Master could do it. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5739, Third Brother. Even after racking his brains for quite some time, Yang Kai could not think of a way to get it done. He had no choice but to give up now, as it was more important for him to find a supreme-grade open heaven pill. He could always return to this place and think of something later on if he had a chance. However, before he started moving, he sensed something. He immediately turned around and stared into the distance, and at the very next breath, he melded into the void with space principles. A few breaths later, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him from a distance. The silhouette's black ink strength was prominent, clearly a territory lord.
However, Yang Kai could tell that this was an acquired territory lord, as his aura was not as strong as that of an innate territory lord.
Yang Kai could easily kill an acquired territory lord without even breaking a sweat.
He was waiting in secret to make his move when he noticed what the territory lord was holding.
After just a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai decided against attacking. Instead, he hid his tracks and chose to tail the territory lord in secret.
It was because he saw the territory lord holding a miniature black ink nest, and from the latter's urgency, it was clear that he was heading somewhere in a rush.
Thanks to Yang Kai's many years of experience battling against the Black Ink Clan, he knew that miniature black ink nests were used for communication purposes. Back when he was hovering outside the no-return pass and the innate territory lords were hunting him down, they used these miniature black ink nests to pass messages between them. However, that was not its only usage. If the Black Ink clan were willing to pump in the resources, they could turn these into real black ink nests. Seeing as how the territory lord was grasping the black ink nest and was moving in such a hurry, it was easy enough for Xueqi to deduce that the territory lord must have made contact with his clansmen and was using the black ink nest to lead him to them. Instead of killing just one, it was better to root out a bunch of them. That was why Xueqi decided against killing this territory lord immediately. Nevertheless, Xueqi was taken aback by the fact that the communicative function of the miniature black ink nests was still working inside the universe furnace. However, the territory lord whom he and Liao Zhang joined forces to kill did not have a miniature black ink nest with him. After giving it some thought, Xueqi realized the reason behind this. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the universe furnace, so naturally, they would not be as well prepared as the humans. This territory lord must have had a black ink nest with him because he was already carrying it around even when he was outside. Even though Xueqi was following the territory lord the whole time, the latter had no idea that a human master was tailing him. This was not only due to their power differential, but also due to the mysteriousness of the Tao of space. As long as Xueqi wanted to stay hidden, a mere acquired territory lord would not be able to detect his presence from afar. Xueqi patiently tailed the territory lord as he pondered the possibilities of the situation taking place up ahead. Since the territory lord was quite likely moving in a rush after being called upon by his clansmen, it was either because they had found something valuable or they had gotten into a fight with the humans. Either one of these outcomes would still be bad for the humans. By following in secret, Xueqi might be able to alleviate any dangers that had befallen his allies. Xueqi thought that the situation would only be one of the two possibilities, so when he suddenly felt a weak reaction from his great sun and moon marks, he was thunderstruck. There was no denying that Xueqi was deeply frustrated and upset over the fact that he had witnessed the creation of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills and had let them slip away from him. Even though he left a mark on each of them, he did not get a reaction after all this time and was beginning to suspect that the mark he left might have dissipated. Thus, he was stunned that he felt a reaction now by coincidence. Xueqi suppressed his exhilaration and carefully tried to sense the direction where the reaction came from. To his surprise, it was exactly where the territory lord was heading. Did that mean the Black Ink clan discovered a supreme grade open heaven pill? Who were they fighting against to get it then? Xueqi had no clue now, but he would find out once he arrived at the battle. After traveling for an unknown amount of distance, Xueqi suddenly sensed the commotion of a battle up ahead, and it was a pretty intense one. Xueqi peered into the distance and was a little startled by what he saw. A large part of the void was filled with countless jellyfish-like creatures of various sizes. They were giving off multicolored light that glimmered and dimmed. Even the solidity of their forms kept changing, which made them look incredibly peculiar. Several figures were scattered among the sea of jellyfish. Some were fighting while others were moving around. There was no sign of any humans. There was someone from the monster race though. Its 5-meter-long body shifted like flowing water. The leopard print on its skin was bright as it dazzled like reflected light. At times its form became phantom-like and at other times it solidified. It was fighting against several territory lords alone. Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. Xueqi never thought he would encounter his monster self here. Truth be told, when his monster self was in the process of becoming a great emperor back at the Myriad Monsters world, Xueqi had specifically gone over to stand guard, but after that, he did not pay any attention to his monster self. That was because he did not have to. As a great emperor, his monster self would have an easy, untroubled cultivation journey in the Myriad Monsters world. From the looks of it now, that was precisely the case. His monster self's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Monster Emperor realm. Although his monster self was using primal art to train its monster core, just like Feng Tianci, it was still held back by Xueqi, its true body's limit. Right now, his monster self's cultivation was also at the limit and he could not break through any further. When Feng Tianci was breaking through to the open heaven realm, he possessed everything needed to become a 7th Order Master, but in the end, he ended up as a 6th Order Master. This was because of Xueqi. Regardless of whether it was his human self or his monster self, their cultivation journey was hindered by the limits of their true body. When the universe furnace surfaced, Kai knew that both his human self and his monster self would enter and reunite with him. Throughout this journey, apart from trying to track down the supreme-grade open heaven pills, Kai had also been on the lookout for signs of his monster self and human self. He had checked with Liao Zhang and the others too, but they had not seen anything either. However, he did not expect to reunite with his monster self under such coincidental circumstances. It was an unexpected pleasant surprise. That being said, the biggest and most joyous surprise was the supreme-grade open heaven pill among the sea of jellyfish. At the very center of the huge swarm of jellyfish, there was one that was at least 10 times bigger than the others, and it had clearly devoured a supreme-grade open heaven pill which could be spotted when its body turned translucent. Kai did not know whether it was his monster self or the Black Ink clan who first discovered the supreme-grade open heaven pill, but it was evident that the fight had been going on for quite a while now. The Black Ink clansmen could use the miniature Black Ink nest to call for aid, but Kai's monster self was alone in a one-against-many fight. Despite being alone, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was not as disadvantaged as one might imagine. After all, in most cases, the average monster race master was stronger than the average human race master in the same equivalent realm. Monster race masters had far stronger bodies than normal, and Thunder Shadow himself had an innate divine ability that allowed him to blend with the shadows and become hard to detect. By striking suddenly and powerfully now and then, Kai's monster self was just barely able to put up a fight against the group of territory lords. Naturally, this was also thanks to where the fight was taking place. The large swarm of jellyfish were most likely chaos entities, but they were different from all other chaos entities that Kai had previously seen. Although they were still shifting through various states of solidness, they had fixed forms. They seemed harmless enough, but when someone else came into contact with them, the person would be hit with a peculiar attack. Kai saw a territory lord flying backwards after being hit by Thunder Shadow. When the territory lord crashed into a jellyfish, it looked as if he lost his consciousness as his eyes glazed over. It was a while before he regained mental clarity. Thunder Shadow was about to kill the territory lord when another one came over and rescued his clansmen. The jellyfish-like chaos entities were rather strange. It was clear that Thunder Shadow had suffered at their hands too, so when it fought against the territory lords, it tried its best to avoid touching them. However, that meant it could not move around as freely as normal. It appeared to be a fiery battle between the two sides, but in reality, both were seriously hindered by the environment and could not go all out. The territory lord that rushed over had clearly received instructions beforehand. Upon arrival, he did not show himself at once and instead quietly crept towards the battlefield in an attempt to sneak up on Thunder Shadow and deal a deadly blow. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at keeping himself hidden. He had just approached the battlefield and had not even entered the swarm of jellyfish when Thunder Shadow noticed him with a single glance. The territory lord was a decisive one, however, and since he had been discovered, he openly revealed himself, but before he could do anything to Thunder Shadow, a territory lord stared behind him in shock and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" All at once, the territory lord felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, as if death itself had come. Before he could recover from his shock, he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw a spear sticking out of his chest, with world force surging along it. Someone snuck up on me and attacked me. What was most terrifying was the fact that he had not noticed anything until the moment the person attacked. Who snuck up on me? All sorts of thoughts flashed across the territory lord's mind as he tried to escape, but he could not move. Space seemed to have solidified around him, and world force flowed strongly from the spear in his chest. A violent force erupted and the territory lord's body exploded into a shower of bloodied scraps. The black ink strength that escaped from his body leapt out like a wild horse and swiftly turned into a black ink cloud. An invisible force surged as the black ink cloud dispersed to reveal a young man with a spear in hand. He flicked his blood-soaked spear and smirked. Kai! The territory lords gasped as the color drained out of their faces. They were petrified and no words could describe the bitterness they felt right now. How could things end well for them after running into the killing star here? Most importantly, why did they run into him? The universe furnace was vast and boundless and they had relied on the miniature black ink nests to gather themselves here. No humans had been drawn over even after their lengthy fight with this monster race master. Yet now, it was Kai of all people who showed up. Thunder Shadow was also taken aback.
The lightning in its mouth flashed and crackled, but soon, a human-looking grin broke out across his face. He thought that this would turn out to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents and was fully prepared to flee if things took a turn for the worse. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was valuable, but his life was even more so. He knew what his priorities were. What he did not expect was Xueqi's arrival. The situation was a lot simpler now. It was going to claim the lives of these territory lords and collect the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Thunder Shadow was assured and confident, while the territory lords were panicking. As for the jellyfish-like chaos entities, they just shifted about, giving off their multicolored glow which illuminated the different reactions from both parties. Outside the battlefield, Xueqi lifted his spear and pointed it in front of him as his voice boomed all across the place. "How dare you bully third brother? You must have a death wish." Marshall Peak. Chapter 5740, Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. Xueqi's abrupt appearance immediately changed the tides. Initially, the territory lords had the advantage in the fight due to their numbers, but they no longer had any inclination to continue fighting. All they could think of was to flee as far away as possible, lest they met their doom. Nevertheless, they knew that it was futile for them to try and escape from Xueqi alone considering his mastery over the Tao of space. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, the territory lords quickly began grouping up to form a battle formation to try and put up a fight. However, forming a battle formation in this bizarre environment was no easy feat all along. They failed to form a battle formation due to the inconvenience of being surrounded by the swarm of jellyfish. One false move and they would end up making contact with a strange jellyfish, and when that happened, even masters as powerful as these territory lords would fall into a brief trance. Previously, they gave up on the idea of forming a battle formation and simply used their numbers advantage to gang up on Thunder Shadow, who would not have managed to hold out this long if that had not been the case. They now wanted to attempt forming a battle formation again, but it was too late. Thunder Shadow, who deduced what they were trying to do, immediately charged at the nearest territory lord. His strong, agile form morphed into a ball of lightning and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the territory lord. The lightning shrouded him and his opponent so the others could not see what was happening. All they could tell was that powerful forces clashed within the lightning. Meanwhile, Xueqi had already raised his spear and charged into the swarm of jellyfish. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he realized what was strange about these chaos entities. They kept oscillating between varying physical states. At times they could be seen, but at others, they were invisible. They also kept moving around as if a swarm of jellyfish was floating along in the vastness of the universe furnace world, though there was no telling where their final destination was. When they disappeared, even Xueqi could not detect them. This resulted in him bumping into a jellyfish the moment he entered the battlefield, stopping him in his tracks. Light flickered and the jellyfish reappeared. Xueqi could sense a wave of jumbled chaotic energy coming from the jellyfish, aimed straight at his soul. It finally dawned on Xueqi as to why the territory lord who made contact with one of these jellyfish-like chaos entity ended up in a dazed, trance-like state. If the attack landed, the target's soul would be hit by that strange energy, and it would indeed be hard to retain full control of one's senses after taking such an unexpected hit. A few of these attacks in rapid succession could very well damage one's soul. These jellyfish-like chaos entities possessed an innate form of energy that allowed them to attack their opponent's soul. This special characteristic of theirs hindered the territory lords and Thunder Shadow's ability to fight, and from the looks of it, everyone in the battle had found out through first-hand experience. When one of the nearby territory lords noticed what was happening, he grinned happily and charged straight at Xueqi. Even if they formed a battle formation, they might still fail to hold their own against the human's killing star, but now that Xueqi had accidentally allowed the jellyfish to attack his soul, it was a rare and precious chance for them to land an attack. However, the moment the territory lord reached Xueqi, he realized something was amiss. Even though Xueqi was standing stiffly as if he was in a trance, his eyes were bright and shrewd. It did not look as if he had lost consciousness at all. By the time the territory lord noticed this, it was too late. He was a decisive individual, so immediately shoved both his hands forward and black ink strength gushed out like a wave crashing onto the shore. Xueqi snorted and pierced through the attack with his spear.
His azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows before condensing into one again. Black ink strength collapsed and dispersed, while the territory groaned as his body flew backwards, black blood spurting out of a hole in his shoulder. His expression was one of someone who just had a narrow brush with death. A silhouette appeared in the territory lord's hazy peripheral vision. He looked up and was horrified as he saw Yang Kai pull back his fist. The territory lord reacted in haste and crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Yang Kai's fist made contact though, a surge of unstoppable force sent the territory lord flying backwards once more as his arms fell to the side to reveal the gaping hole in his chest. Yang Kai was only a step away from becoming a divine dragon, so a mere acquired territory lord could not withstand even such a simple attack from him. The territory lord landed on a visible jellyfish-like chaos entity, and the light faded from his eyes as the attack that battered his soul made things worse for his heavily wounded body. Yang Kai raised his hand once more and hurled the azure dragon spear out, piercing right through the territory lord who was currently dazed. The territory lord's aura instantly swelled up before fading away entirely. It had only been 3 breaths of time since the fight between Yang Kai and the territory lord began, but now the other territory lords were trembling with fear as they witnessed how easily Yang Kai had killed one of them. The azure dragon spear flew back to Yang Kai and he grabbed it before turning to Thunder Shadow, who was still fighting against his opponent, and snapped, "Why didn't you warn me that these chaos entities can attack the soul, third brother?" Thunder Shadow growled and ignored Yang Kai. "As if you needed a warning. These jellyfish could hinder everyone else, but Yang Kai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, could pay them no mind. If his soul was attacked, the soul-warming lotus would protect him." The territory lord assumed that it had been his best chance to strike because Yang Kai had fallen into a trance, but in reality, he was only delivering himself into the hands of the enemy. "Also, third brother? What the hell is that?" An inexplicable sense of irritation washed over Thunder Shadow and his attacks became even more ruthless. The lightning that surrounded him and his opponent became even brighter as cries of agony and ferocious growls rang out. 5 territory lords had gathered here to gang up on Thunder Shadow, with a 6th nearly joining them before Yang Kai killed him. Now that Yang Kai had killed the 2nd territory lord and Thunder Shadow had pinned one down on his own, there were only 3 territory lords left. While Yang Kai was dealing with the other territory lord, these 3 territory lords managed to gather together and join their auras to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation. Despite having successfully formed a battle formation, they did not feel any more assured about their chances. Yang Kai had killed a pseudo-royal lord before, and during his time outside the no-return pass, he had regularly fought against 4 innate territory lords who formed the 4 symbols formation. Thus, if the territory lords wanted to have a fighting chance against Yang Kai, they had to be in at least a 4 symbols formation, and that also hinged on Yang Kai not employing his strange technique that could injure souls. If he did, then a 4 symbols formation would be useless as well. Since Yang Kai was inside the universe furnace, he was not going to use an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, as doing so would harm him in the process and have lingering detrimental effects on him. That being said, a 3 fortunes formation was not sufficient for these territory lords to put up a fight against him, so he had no worries in the first place. The 3 territory lords were quick-witted enough. Once they formed the battle formation, they immediately tried to escape, as one of them roared, "Spare our lives, Yang Kai, and the open heaven pill is yours." Yang Kai snorted, reached his hand out in their direction, and made a grabbing motion. With a flicker of space principles, he grasped something unseen and coolly remarked, "Do you think you can negotiate with me?" As soon as he said those words, the 3 territory lords stiffened and froze in place against their will. It was not due to the space secret technique, however, but rather because they were surrounded by the jellyfish-like chaos entities. The undetectable chaos entities had now revealed themselves and were attacking the souls of all 3 territory lords who came into contact with them. The territory lords instantly became dazed and disoriented. Yang Kai caught the jellyfish-like chaos entities with his space secret technique and teleported them into the territory lord's path. These chaos entities could not do much physical damage, but their attacks on the soul were nearly impossible to avoid, so he made good use of them. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to the 3 territory lords, brushing away a few of the jellyfish-like chaos entities that appeared in his path with his bare hands. The territory lords struggled hard against the relentless attacks on their souls. Sometimes, they were able to gain clarity,
But it would only be for a brief moment before they fell into a daze again. It looked as if the chaos entities had rooted them to the spot. All three of them were now sitting ducks. When Xueqi got close to them, he raised his hands. World force surged forward as he targeted all three and easily reaped their lives. At the same time, the giant ball of lightning suddenly dissipated and Thunder Shadow walked out. Though he was wounded, his presence was just as strong and domineering as ever. There was a tattered body lying behind him though, looking like it had been torn apart by a hurricane. Although Thunder Shadow was stronger than these acquired territory lords, he did not have a soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Thus, he still had to put in some effort to kill one head-on in this field of jellyfish. Xueqi turned to Thunder Shadow and grinned. There was no need for him to say anything. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the largest chaos entity. This chaos entity was many times bigger than its fellows, though it was uncertain whether it was naturally bigger in the first place or because it devoured an open heaven pill. The supreme-grade open heaven pill only peeked through and gave off a multicolored light when the chaos entity's form became translucent. There's no telling what might happen if this takes too long. We'll do it together. Xueqi shouted and immediately harnessed his Tao strengths before blasting them at the jellyfish-like chaos entity. Thunder Shadow bounded over and started harnessing his own Tao strength as well. Under their combined attacks, the enormous jellyfish-like chaos entity instantly started shrinking, as if it had met its mortal enemy. It seemed to have an instinctive urge to flee from danger, but Xueqi had used space principles to keep it locked in place. It could not move or leave, but its physical state started changing even more rapidly, and the invisible attack on the soul was shooting out in all directions. Surprisingly, it was able to attack at a distance. As for the swarm of smaller jellyfish-like chaos entities, they were also visibly affected. Their bodies were releasing chaotic energy which soon covered the surrounding void. Thunder Shadow was affected by this as its Tao strength would cut off now and then. Upon noticing this, Xueqi had to channel his spiritual energy to protect Thunder Shadow, which saved him from a possible crisis. Under the constant flow of Tao strengths, the jellyfish-like chaos entity that devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. Xueqi reached out and took the spirit pill that was giving off a multicolored glow. He now had a supreme-grade open heaven pill, one which would allow him to break through his limits and become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.